person that was living in Kazakhstan, right?
Kazakhstan.
He had a pretty interesting story, and
oh my God! Yes.
when he said that I think he said the government kind of gave him or helped him purchase land, or maybe gave him like a like a 20-year, 30-year, or 50-year lease on that land. I'm not quite sure how he got the land, but usually they do that. I remember in the Philippines there was this government here, little local government, and they wanted me to help them to get American companies into the Philippines, and he was willing to lease me like it was like 100 hectares. 100 hectares is about 250 acres of land to leasehold that for like 20 years. Then I can sign a new lease for another 20 years or whatever to help to get American companies to come to their district. So, but yeah, that was pretty interesting. So, hopefully, maybe he might come on today, and I would like to speak to him. So, yeah, so that's all I have for right now.
Yeah, shout out to that brother. Georgia Freedom Initiative, I believe, is what his account is, and that's certainly the website. And so he said that they had, they basically did this village thing where they created this community in Georgia, and a bunch of folks got together. They got bylaws, they got all these different, requirements for membership, and then they invest together. And he said the people who did the second one, which is the one that many may know about, where I think it's like 70 or 80 of our folks got together and essentially did something similar, but not the same. But he said that they were mentored through his initial, community, and that they kind of took the name almost as an homage to the original thing that he put together. But yeah, I mean, that brother, I've been in a couple spaces with him. He's highly intelligent, got a global perspective on most information, very in depth knowledge base on a lot of things that I couldn't possibly even imagine. Sometimes listening to people like that, I'm like, I'm just like, oh my God, you know what I'm saying? So what it does let me know is this, that whatever we want to do, we got people who can do it. We got people who not can just imagine doing it, but they actually can accomplish it. And we just got to keep building, and eventually those people are going to find us. And that's how we'll eventually make all the things happen that we're talking about. They'll start to become reality. We're manifesting our destiny. And so, that was a beautiful thing. Miss Val, is the one who sort of back channeled and said, hey, this guy wants to come in and speak. I said, please, we'd love to have I'd love to have him come in and tell us about what he's got going on. So that was his first time in a Twitter space, X app space. And then like I said, the second time I heard him, that was the second time. So he still didn't know how to, raise the hand or whatever. And so, people were cordial in that space. And once he started speaking, it was just like, you can't help but to be blown away by the level of information that some people have. And I don't know if you saw the federal contractor, the elder black woman, Gerald, I think was her name. She was in the Isaiah Washington space, and she was laying out this federal contracting thing on just a super hyper intelligent level. And then when I watched her video, it's just like, golly, the amount of atrocities committed against her. It's like economic genocide they were trying to commit against this woman. It's just so hard to sit through and watch that. And the fact that she's still standing and still fighting and still feels confident that she's going to get redress. It's just for all for all the horrible things that we hear. Unfortunately, there are 100 or 1,000 things that are much more worse than the things that we even get to learn about, and that's unfortunately the reality that we're living under.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. My biggest interest was in the when he was talking about the free zones or free trade zones there. A lot of countries have these free port zones, and like the Philippines has like 4 or 5 of these free port zones where you can import, export goods, and you don't have to pay taxes and all those good things. And see, that was my idea with the Black American homeland. I wanted to set up these free port zones, like in Savannah, maybe a small port in Charleston, maybe the Gulf port, which is close to Biloxi, and maybe someplace in Mobile, Alabama. I dealt with free port zones before, like in Hong Kong and Shenzhen and all these other places, and I do have a lot of experience dealing with those special what they call them, special districts in different countries, and I think it can be done in the United States as well. So yeah, that's all I have.
Yeah, that's what's good. So I know Delaware because I've seen this on the tweets. There is it's like a World Trade Center, a smaller one, not like what's, I mean, I guess similar to what's in New York, a smaller version of that. So I'm assuming that means that it's like a global port or something of that nature for trade right there in the Wilmington, Delaware area. So I think I've posted about that in the past. But obviously it's good to know that that's right there, and that infrastructure already exists there. So we definitely will at some point want to make use of it, because it seems like to me that the contracting is where the money's at, right? And it always has been where the money's at, and we've been systemically kept out of it. I think the report was that of the $665 billion for this year the federal government had in federal contracting, that black Americans got 1.6% of that money. And that is a tragedy on so many different levels. But like that woman, if you get to watch that video, the way that they stole, and we're talking about actual theft by the federal government, by a federal employee of her business, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in real time. And just God,
and they just took over her business. They just took over her company.
They literally copy and pasted and locked her out.
Oh, yeah. That's what they do. That's what they do. I've seen that a lot. But I say that we can do the same thing, right? These successful companies in the United States, right? We see what their business plans are. We see how they do business, how they're successful, and then we can copy and paste their way of doing business as well. So we can copy their business as well.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I'm not going to say anything against that. I think that what they did is criminal. They certainly need to pay. having a state attorney general that can fight that fight, having two senators, U.S. rep, would certainly embolden her ability to make those fights a little more credible and a little more efficient. Um, but shout out to DJ in the space. So the technical wizard has figured out that we can embed these YouTube videos, live streams into our funded socially platform. So that's what earlier we were in Miss Giselle's debate space, which was really not a debate, more of a conversation between Cam Howard, who's connected to NCOBRA and NARC, and I did actually meet him way back in 2019 when I first put my book out, and I got a chance to exchange books with him, and I got to see John Conyers live and in person, and the Honorable Louis Farrakhan and some other folks up there. And and Marcel. And so it was a conversation back and forth about, what's the best path forward, I guess, for reparations or who's eligible. I think that's really where the conversation was headed, to eligibility. And one side was more about, well, let's focus on actually getting the reparations before we even really focus on eligibility. The other side was said, no, eligibility is the most important part. So let's get that clear, and then we can move forward. And it was a great space. It was really well organized. Of course, it was being streamed on just about every social media platform, and we had it on our YouTube channel. We had it on our Funded Socially, and I'm about to put this live, which we do have up on the Funded Socially platform, since we can now do that. And that actually is an amazing thing, because it eliminates this limit that they have of a 2-hour window, and then also of a certain amount of hours for the month. Whereas now we're just operating from YouTube. It's live on YouTube. It's embedded in our platform. And now we can just basically, run these things endlessly. So it gives us a whole different layer and level of communication. So I'm putting that up right now. I see Yusuf has his hand up. But yeah, so shout out to Miss Giselle, shout out to Black Empower and everyone else who was She Means Business in that space. Shout out to the brother Be Jesus. He traveled to Baltimore to help give out, I guess, food and bags to the community. And I'm not sure if it was homeless or if it was to kids, but there are some posts going around, some videos going around of that. So tap into that if you get a chance. And you got it, Yusuf.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, you all were talking about contracts and such. One of the things I was trying to figure out all of the advantages of having state power from a funding perspective. A lot of the conversations I've been listening to over the last, I would say, week or two, majority of Black folks, the biggest challenge, what I've heard, was lack of resources and being able to obtain those resources, whether that be, grants or contracts from the government. One of the benefits that I don't believe the state government only does it very. They don't put out their data, and let's say for when we're dealing with business representations, who actually has a registered business, all of this information could be useful to companies in the state. So let's say when we're thinking about a company like Yelp, if the state provides special access to business data in that state, something like Yelp, a person could recreate Yelp specifically in that state, and it would be more. It'll have a greater amount of data than Yelp could have, based off of just the metrics that because the businesses that they're getting not only can capture all of the businesses if you provide that to Yelp, but every state does not provide that type of access. So I think, if let's say if we have a collection of a number of these different states, different companies, one thing that we can, kind of advocate for is for states to provide the citizens and as well as business information to the companies so they can utilize it to create better solutions, and we can insulate the sharing of that data only to companies within that region. So you're building up a kind of incubators in the state that larger companies can't really compete with. So thinking about very unique things like that, because a lot of these challenges are having to deal with already established companies taking over market share in our states, when we need to build up our own state, or our own citizens need to have their own businesses and things like that. So it's just another way to reimagine business creation.
I agree, and I believe that had we had access for the last 150 years, coming out of Reconstruction or coming into Reconstruction, had we had consistent access, state, local, county, federal, contracts, that we would be where we're supposed to be as a people, as a population group, had we not been systematically denied access to what is essentially the economic engine of the country, and all the wars and all the, because man, even when I looked into when I looked into his criminal family's history, they were getting government contracts. This is actually how they got wealthy, is through government contracts, because they were a relatively impoverished family in terms of his parents and grandparents, or whatever the case may be. They had some relatives who were into some criminal activities, but the way that his father, I believe it is, that the way he got rich was through government contracts, and some of the products weren't the greatest, from what I remember from reading about his father's businesses, but they were still able to get those contracts and get them renewed, and develop a lot of wealth out of it.
Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this, but when I when I was up in Wilmington, I was taking a look at their contracts and who they had awarded state contracts to, and the vast majority, while there are a lot of law firms that are based out as well as other companies, the vast majority of their community development, economic development kind of commissions that they hire people were not from Delaware. So I think it's a great opportunity when we when they actually look at, as far as budgeting. I think if we're working hand in hand with a mayor or a different understanding that how the money is really funneled, making sure that we are whether that be emails or whatever type of form of media, making sure that we're helping people start companies just to fulfill these state grants. Because I was in another space about Democrats, people that support like Biden and Harris, and they were pretty much talking about how he's delivered on lowering unemployment and things like that. And I was trying to make the case, but they weren't hearing it. It's really more important about the metrics that we measure our community success on. And when we're talking about lowering unemployment, while that is a good metric, we need to prioritize business creation. Yeah. We need to prioritize, Black businesses actually employment rate going up. We need to prioritize the graduation rate. If our community is saying that education is so important, And, their Democrat space, we're talking about how, we need immigrants, to do, manual labor and things like that. I'm like, man, we're at, I can't remember the exact stats for Black boys, but 73% of, Black students just graduate from college. So, you have, over 25%, and then 25% roughly graduate from, 27 graduate from high school, less than 25 graduate from college. So you have some people might say unskilled labor if they don't have, I don't necessarily agree just because you don't have to agree, but, all of these jobs, these vocational things, these all can be, provided for Black folks. So, I'm just one of the things I'm also looking at is when we talk about excellence. The only thing is I hate how Black excellence is kind of held only for people that have like degrees or making a whole bunch of money. When you can be excellent being a plumber. Or excellent doing whatever the case may be. There's always levels of expertise in whatever field or endeavor that you're pursuing. So, I really think that when we think about what a Black state majority looks like, I think anytime I'm starting a new project, I always focus on what is my end goal. What do and I even grade it. So I say, okay, this is what an A looks like. This is what a B looks like. This is what a C looks like. And then I'll say what that A looks like for me to actually, so I have a measuring point, a benchmark. And I think we need to make sure that we are creating similar indexes so we can actually see where we're at and then how well we progressed. So I think that's a very critical part of success, plotting out, what we're actually striving for instead of just saying, Black majority state. What does that actually look like? And I'm sure we're gonna, flesh that out over the, coming, weeks and months. But that's a very critical part for, to even define what success is.
Oh man, I couldn't agree more. And shout out to the Negro spaces, New Negro, particularly in Aon. New Negro does go into contracting and has had entire spaces based on contracting. But I, after again listening and being in different spaces, hearing different information, the Georgia Freedom Initiative, brother, that is the lane that is really tucked into politics. And there was someone, and I've said this, but he said it as well, is that you can't separate business and politics, and you really can't. And when you start thinking about contracting, there's so many lanes. You just have to know, what does the government need? What does the government need to be contracted? And then you can develop a business strategy just based on that. You don't necessarily got to be an expert at it. You just need to be able to execute to get to the money, quite literally.
Right,
and then
like, I apologize, but when I tell you that's 1,000%, I mean, I'm sure I've told my experience getting the government contract grant. We literally did not know how to fly a drone. We didn't know how to do any of that stuff. You just get you have to have the ability to get the funding, and you hire the people that know how to, and that's where you're making your profit, and you just you understand finances, and you pay them under, because the government gives you tenfold what the private sector. That's it's just it's crazy how much money you can make just off of government spending, because I'm all for smaller governments because it's just wasteful. But if we're going to vote for if the Democrats are in office, we need to use that for our advantage. Because they're all for big government, so that means getting government jobs as well as getting those federal contracts.
I couldn't agree more, man. I could not agree more. So do we got anybody else with their hand up? Nope. So Last week when I did the MLX, I played them both off the laptop, and they're for whatever reason. I think it's because I use Chrome for both or Safari for both. I'm not sure, but I think it was Chrome. For some reason, it did not play the audio, so there was some type of loop back where it just totally was silent the whole time. The first one was like 25 minutes, and the second one was like at least an hour plus. So it was just like this huge space of nothingness. I got to go back and try to cut that out and see if it'll let me. But so this time I'm gonna play it off the other phone. Now this one is about 2 hours, but we're not gonna listen straight through because that you got to break down, listen to maybe 30 minutes of it, 15 minutes, break it down. Again, this is from 1992. It's now 2023, 30 years later, and everything this is the reason why I want to go through this, because everything that we hear people talking about on this app 30 years later is this same exact things that they were talking about 30 years ago. And this is why I just can't accept people saying we got to do this and we're going to do this and we if we just do this, because you're really saying the same thing that they were saying 30 years ago, likely the same thing they were saying 60 years ago. And so we're just in this perpetual merry-go-round loop cycle, loop cycle, loop cycle, loop cycle, loop cycle, and nothing's actually changing for us, but everything is changing around us. And so that is a huge problem.
Hey, Blood. Yeah, before you go to that piece, right? You said that interview with that young lady, that rapper, right? You said that was during or after the Rodney King.
Yeah, I believe this is because if I remember right, the LA riots were sort of right around that time. I think that's what sparked this conversation. Even though again they don't mention it, they're just talking about race in general, right? But I just something in my gut tells me that sort of had a little bit to do with it. You see what I'm saying? Now I'd have to go back and look and see when the Rodney King thing happened and when the riots happened. 91.
I think it was in March or April.
Okay, so then that makes sense because it is kind of in the same window of time where people are almost like George Floyd, right? Where people are discussing race and discussing what the issues are and yada yada yada. I think this was a part of that. And Miss Soldier, Sister Soldier, was being unapologetically black. Like now she uses the word African a lot, so I must forewarn the folks in the space. She does use the word African a lot, but she's being unapologetic about who the demons are and what needs to be done for black people, essentially. You hear Dr. Cornel West, multiculturalism. You hear Tony Brown, who's more on the business side. You hear Alan Keyes, who, to be honest, sounds like a migrationist to me. He's talking about power. He's talking about real power, real authority. So you get some different voices, different perspectives. And then there's a brother who he looks like he may have been, he came through the system, he got his life together, he founded some organization, he was kind of like a essentially what we a political activist who just got involved because he saw all these things going on around him and he wanted to get involved and make a change. So it's pretty dynamic, and you see Donahue sort of playing white sympathizer, colonizer, devil's advocate type, in some of these questions, the way he frames them. And that is what it is. But yeah, so if I'm gonna open it up to the speakers that want to speak, then we'll play like 15, 20 minutes, stop, digest it, and kind of do it in chunks like that.
Hey, Blood, before you go to that clip, right? I just want to look. I'm in Sydney, right? I'm in Sydney, right? My girlfriend wake me up. Freddie, there's a race riot in America. There's a race war.
Wow.
And I'm like, what? What are you talking about, right?
Wow.
So now I turn on the news and I hear what's going on in LA, right? And then I go out in the streets, right? And people that know me, or the bread shop or the bakery shop I go to, or the different shops, right? They know I'm American, right? So they asking me about this race war that's going on in America, and it is like you become, like I became the authority or the representation of this race war in the United States, and I don't know anything about it, but it's just really interesting how I felt just for a few days I felt like I was being looked at different when I was in Sydney, Australia back in 91. I'm thinking it was 92, but maybe it was 91. But I was in Australia since 1990, so it had to be that early period. So yeah, that's my backdrop. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so when you say they were looking at you differently, was it good or bad?
It was they were more like, I'm sorry you had to go through this. I hope your parents are okay. It wasn't negative. It was people that probably had negative thoughts, right? They didn't approach me, but I was approached by Australians that were being a little bit more sympathetic. That black people being subjugated, because they understand that, what's going on with the Aborigines in their country. The Aborigines are being subjugated in Australia. So some people, they kind of like, they kind of understand the dynamics what's going on in America. So yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it wasn't negative. I thought it could be negative, but no, it wasn't negative at all. It just being the fact that I felt like I was being more noticed. That every time I go to a grocery store and to the bank or something like that, it seems like people, they ask me where I'm from. Oh, you American? What's your opinion on the race war and all this? Yeah, wow. Things like that. So.
Crazy. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's wow. That's, man. So that sounds kind of frightening, but also kind of heartening that people were at least sympathetic to you and your family.
Right.
And but that's, it depends on your mood, like, because sometimes you might be in the mood to have that conversation, sometimes you might not be in the mood.
Right.
So yeah, that's crazy. So okay, so we're going to get into it again. The title is "The Issue is Race," and I don't think this was done on his normal program. I think they did this on like some type of public access channel. It's a different setup, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it was like PBS or whatever, but some other channel carried this because of the length, and I think because of the subject matter. But yeah, I'm gonna start it. Like I said, we'll probably do 15 minutes. Stop. I'll find a good place to stop. There are some prepared videos that they do. I know Cornell has one. I know Tony Brown has one. I think there may be another one. And oh my gosh. Whew. Let's just say Dr. Cornell West, God bless this man. If you don't know, he because I had to do a little bit of a dive into Mr. Cornell West. He graduated from seminary school. So he is essentially a preacher. And if you once you know that, then everything else starts to make a lot more sense. Because of his cadence, the way he talks, his whole demeanor thing is all preacher based, to be quite honest. And so, yeah, once you get that information, again, it all starts to make a lot more sense. I don't have anything negative against the brother, but also I'm not voting for him for president. Let me just put it that way. You do what you want to and all of that. But I think if he's between him and RFK actually is polling really well for an independent candidate, they're going to siphon off votes from Biden. I don't think they're going to affect Trump because of the base that they're in. And even though RFK kind of gets some libertarian, weird conservative types, I still think he's going to do more damage to Biden than Trump. So that's that. What's up, Miss Rella?
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm Black American Homeland. How are you?
Good.
Black majority. I got your message. So yes. The answer is yes, I'm going to do my best to try.
Awesome. Yeah, because I think I think that'll be a good connection. So let's make that happen. Let's make it happen.
How you doing?
Good. All good in the hood. Can you hear Black American Homeland?
Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. Shout out to the. How are you doing?
Hey, I was doing pretty good.
Shout out to the space.
I said nice to hear your voice.
Oh, thank you. I know you're getting ready to do your I think you're getting ready to play a video. Yep. But I just wanted to give everybody a quick update. So I blew past my deadline, which was my birthday, to release my magazine. Unfortunately, my interview with Camila, I've been trying to schedule that so I can complete that page.
Okay.
So I can get the magazine done. So I'm going to do my best to try to get the magazine completed this month and published. It's just more work than you can imagine, especially when you're trying to get on, get people's schedules and stuff together. So I just wanted to give everybody an update. It is still in progress. It is pretty much partially done, more than partially done. I just need to get my interviews and a few other ads in the magazine, and then I can publish it. So just an update. I hope everybody's doing well. I see Muffet, Yusef, all of the hitters, MF Kush, that Negro, and shout out to everyone new in the space. I see my girl, the Male Only Cruise. If you are not subscribed to her podcast, please do so. We on your head podcast. I see my girl I Am up in the building. Ty, she is a writer for show. Second Pieces. Dwight, I miss you guys so much. So I'm gonna sit back and listen and just, let's have a good conversation tonight.
Yeah, let's have a good conversation. Absolutely. Let's go. Okay, here we go.
The issue is race, a crisis in black and white. With Phil Donahue.
In the wake of South Central, in the wake of incendiary collisions between races, religions, and ethnic cultures, America still finds right in front of its nose the issue that was here when we were founded, is here today, and will be here for how many tomorrows? The issue is race. I greet you from the Cambridge Multicultural Arts Center in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where we have assembled a distinguished group of activists, scholars, and policymakers to help us make sense of what may be the nation's most important piece of unfinished business. By way of introduction,
Say that again.
I was just wondering. Look, I have a hearing problem, so I can't really hear clearly, but perhaps other people can. I just want to make sure everybody else can hear it.
Yeah, how's it coming through for everybody?
It's a little distorted.
Is it loud or?
It's loud, but it sounds like kind of like a robotish.
Oh wow!
Like you in the Matrix.
Yeah.
Now, do I sound like that now? Because maybe I need to go in and come out.
So maybe that's why it's doing that.
Oh, okay. So I do sound clear?
No, you don't.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Then I guess I got to drop and come back in. Well, the thing that I did notice is he does talk about South Central. So I think that does mean that it connects to what was going on over there, even though they're in Massachusetts. But I'll drop out and drop back in. Hopefully we'll get the sound a little bit better. Alrighty. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All right. We're going to try again. Thank you for that, Black American Homeland. Let's give it another shot.
You sound better.
Okay. Awesome. Here we go.
Panelists are Alan Keyes, the Republican candidate for the United States Senate in Maryland; Richard Nathan, head of the Rockefeller Institute of Government at SUNY Albany; rap musician and activist Sister Souljah; author, educator Jonathan Kozol; performance artist and playwright Anna DeVere Smith; Boston University President John Silber; Mayor Sharon Pratt Kelly of Washington, D.C., and Daruba bin Wahad, an activist and former Black Panther. Thank you all for joining us. Before we begin what promises to be a very spirited discussion, may I call your attention to the work of Paul Salmon, the business correspondent of the McNeil-Lehrer NewsHour, who gives us this opening look at the issue that won't go away. The issue is race. Mr. Salmon.
Let's begin with a question that may seem a little callous at first, but that increasingly lurks behind the national debate on race and poverty. Morality aside, why should those who don't live in the ghetto care what happens to those who do? Or as the question is sometimes put, if these people, by which white people often mean black people, especially that small minority of young black males, if these people want to trash their community, aren't they just destroying themselves and not the economy as a whole? Now, as a business correspondent, I think of problems in terms of economics, costs, and benefits. So to the question, why should we all care, we've performed a sort of crude cost-benefit analysis, starting with an economic benefit who says he could just as easily have wound up a cost. Hollywood's Robert Townsend is the writer, director, and star of Meteor Man, a new film he's now in the process of editing. It's about a reluctant black Superman trying to clean up the inner city.
At this point right here, they're going to lay in, special effects will lay in the meteor behind me. So right now I'm running away from nothing, but...
Townsend grew up in a crime-ridden Chicago housing project. He financed his first film, Hollywood Shuffle, on credit cards.
Cut. Yeah, put those on, please.
On location in the roughest part of Baltimore, Townsend's a clear benefit to the economy.
Dad, come on!
He's employing hundreds of people here, showing the neighborhood how the film industry works. But he says he could have gone the other way.
Just as I used my smarts to finance a film with credit cards, I could have said, hey, man, I could have the biggest drug coke operation in Chicago. I could run this. But I said, no. I can make my own movies. This doesn't look that hard. I'll just take credit cards and make my own movies and get the actors, and I'll produce and write and direct it myself. Now, I could have used that same sense the other way, and you have been talking... We talk with Robert Townsend, extraordinary drug dealer. Hey, how y'all doing out there? I mean, same thing. I just wanted to say they caught me this time. I made $1 billion. I was the black Michael Bilkins, but hey, I could have been that. So it's a fine line.
What do you know how to do?
Rob, steal, and kill.
Where did you get this rob, steal, and kill?
From being out there and seeing it happen. That was the only way people was making it.
At a juvenile prison in Whittier, east of Los Angeles, are kids who wound up on the other side of the line and are now a huge cost to the economy. Americans pay about $35,000 per inmate per year to maintain a prisoner. With blacks constituting half of the country's 1 million prisoners, that's $15 to $20 billion a year right there. The added cost in lost wages is an estimated $100 to $200 billion over the lifetime of these guys, since if past trends hold, fully half of them will be back in jail within 18 months.
See, when I got out, I left out with the impression that everything was going to be easy, everything was going to go my way. I was going to get out and be able to get a job, just knock on somebody's door or whatever. But see, when I got out there, reality hit me, and it's like I couldn't really. It was hard for me to find a job, and eventually I gave up and resorted back to the same stuff that I came from.
For so many here, the easiest line of work was a high-paying career in drugs. Now, we spent most of the afternoon with these young men, and the more time we spent, the more clear it seemed that guys like Greg White, given different circumstances, could be a benefit to the economy instead of a cost.
Yeah, there's some soda here.
After an impromptu dinner, we tried to understand why, as teenagers, they dropped out of school, committed crimes, and wound up as a cost here in prison.
I felt that I needed somebody, a group of peers that were going to encourage me, to boost my self-esteem back then. You know what I'm saying? Like when they gave me my nickname. And,
What is your nickname?
My nickname was Maniac.
Maniac?
Maniac. And my what I was thinking about that name, meaning, I'm just crazy, lunatic, low thought, that boosted my self-esteem.
Like you said, his name, Maniac, going out doing things to earn up to that name, doing whatever you got to do, have his homies sit around and talk about it, like, yeah, you hear what Maniac did? He won't do nothing. You like, yeah, you sit back like, yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want, that reputation, the people to look up to me. That's what I want.
When this drive for reputation, headed in the wrong direction, collides with an incendiary event like the Rodney King ruling, you can get the kind of imagery that's become all too familiar.
No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace! No justice!
The immediate cost of scenes like this is obvious, but the long-term economics are far worse, according to Peter Uberoth.
You have to start it with a T, not a B for billion, a T for trillion. If the United States of America can't make the racial mix work, our ability to compete globally goes right down the rat hole. So the cost, it's almost not worth adding them all up because it's so disastrous.
Uberoth heads a massive project to rebuild L.A. His co-chairman is Bernard Kinsey.
In our society, we don't really have a choice in as I see it. The two fastest growing employment sectors is prison guards and security guards in this country. We spend fully $4 billion a year just in this city with prisons and police force and sheriff's force. We spend over $30,000 a year to house somebody in prison and only $5,400 to educate them. It seems to me that the whole notion of trying to beat the Japanese or the Germans or anyone with 30 to 40% of your population not even in the game is heresy. Do not do that.
Kinsey, a former Xerox executive, and Uberoth, former czar of baseball in the '84 LA Olympics, are intent on turning the costs of the inner city into benefits.
The environment will come under real estate, land use, urban plan. This is going to be a big task force.
The task forces here will be doing everything from neighborhood organizing to luring new investment.
Paul, we're in what used to be the garden center of the former store here.
This was a Sears.
That's right. That's what these mills.
Roger Stangland is CEO of the Vons supermarket chain, which plans to open a dozen stores, create more than 1,000 jobs, starting on this site in Inglewood. They've already hired a black construction company to clear the site. But the problem is, most work here won't pay as well as the tens of thousands of factory jobs that have fled town in the past decade. Vons will provide a lot of low-wage service jobs, like bagging groceries, that few of us want to take, including the young men in prison, whose immediate prospects are jobs like cleaning offices or flipping the proverbial burgers.
Job as McDonald's or a janitor is not going to support you, though, not comfortably. You still going to have to struggle with that job as a janitor or at McDonald's. So therefore, we want to live comfortably, so we chose the route of selling drugs to keep money in our pockets so we won't have to struggle.
Now, there is an economic rationale for this reluctance to start at the bottom, whether you agree with it or not. It has to do with the changing shape of the American economy. Often, stories about the drug trade are illustrated by two props, the mirror and the $100 bill. We're going to use these props in a slightly different way. This is one way of depicting the economies of the past, as a triangle shape, with most people in poverty at the bottom and fewer as you move towards prosperity at the top. Now, in the 20th century, America had been moving toward equality and a more nearly diamond-shaped economy. with most jobs in the broad working middle class requiring little formal education. But America is now threatening to turn economic progress on its head and move towards an hourglass economy. With the good jobs above, many requiring more education than ever, more bad jobs below requiring less, and a vanishing middle. As a result, it's becoming an increasingly tight squeeze to move up, especially for young black males who've started at the bottom.
We seen Joe Blow down the street with a Mercedes-Benz on gold Lorenzo's high signing with a gang of girls around him. The American dream. That's what we seen. It ain't how you get the money as long as you got it. You know, we see people go to school, get their little high school diploma and be slaving at McDonald's or somewhere. Like, man, I don't want that. School can, you know, put that behind somewhere.
The young men we talked to yesterday, we'd say to them, why wouldn't you take a job, or why would when you were on the outside? They'd say, hey, I'm not going to take a low-level job. I see the BMW.
The hell with them.
What?
The hell with them. You don't. If they're not going to take a low-level job, that's where you start.
That's right.
Everybody in America starts. And I hear you say take the hamburger flipping jobs out. You know what happens if you take the $5 an hour jobs away from the community? The $9 an hour jobs drop to $5.
That's right.
And the 14s drop to 9, and the whole economic base goes away.
But low wages aside, the very fact of a job is critical, according to Bernard Kinsey.
Because the notion of having a job is more important than even a paycheck, because it causes you to get up in the morning. It teaches you life skills. It teaches you interpersonal skills. It teaches you math skills. It teaches you the whole notion of work, which is a very socializing kind of process.
On a vacant lot in South Central is one of Uberoth and Kinsey's model programs, turning gang members into businessmen. In what seems like no time at all, a crew of former Crips hustles to set up shop, selling top-of-the-line sneakers at rock-bottom prices.
All the low tops will go one box up under the double top.
They go by their street names here, High T and Ray Ray. For a Crip, taking care of business used to mean challenging any blood who crossed his path.
Oh, no, anything could happen. I'll pull up on them, stop, say something to them, get out. It could be a fight, a killing, anything.
And this would not be a person you had any personal reason to dislike.
Because he had a different color, a different ride color, different set.
That was it.
That was it.
As in places like Bosnia, Bengal, Beirut, tribal rivalry can destroy civilization. But common effort can restore it. A 6-month truce between the Crips and the Bloods launched these ex-gang members as entrepreneurs. They've reframed their rivalry as an opportunity, capitalizing on peace with a sneaker they designed.
Red and blue stand for Bloods and Crips. Crips are blue and red. Red is Bloods. And you had a true symbol on the back.
Oh yeah, it says True
Chiefs. That's right. This is me and Hot T's out here. We said, man, we want to get a shoe, man, because we know where to sell. We know this is what the people want, man.
These guys used to be an enormous cost to the economy, as much as $1 million. High T alone served 10 years on a murder conviction. But after intensive life skills training, job training, and a $20,000 investment from a local sneaker company, Eurostar, they're becoming an economic benefit.
Copy line, man.
High T says they can now use their marketing skills and learn some new ones, selling shoes instead of drugs.
Same skills. You got to deal with the customers. You got to get the product off. But selling drugs is a little different, though, because you're trying to get rid of the customer fast. You're not trying to spend the time and make the customer happy. You just want to get your money, get him his product, and get away from him.
High T and Ray Ray say they're making good money here, though they won't be specific. Our guess is upwards of $15 an hour. More certain is that instead of earning their reputation by maniacal gang exploits, they're setting a positive example for their friends.
They our buddies, man. They come up and help us set up, man, and kick it with us. Sometimes help sell shoes. They like what we doing, man. They respect that, man. You know what I'm saying? And, we respect them for helping us and loving us, That's basically what it's about.
Is this the answer? Is this the answer? I mean, is this how, if the inner city, call it what you will, poor streets are going to turn around? Is this how it's going to happen?
Jobs, man. Opportunities. That's the only way I believe it's going to turn around.
Well, Ray Ray can finally provide for his 3 kids, and High T is laughing all the way to the bank, where just a few hours ago, he made his first deposit ever.
It's awesome, man. I'm carrying the money. It's my money. It's legal. I'm in a bank. Everything's legal. It's just, I don't know. You can't really be explained, I guess, unless you live the life that I live. Seeing my name on the City of Los Angeles tax registration certificate, IT and Ray. This alone would make me feel, tremendous. It's awesome. I never had nothing like this before. I'm a 28-year-old man. And all I've been having is $1 and it's gone. $1 and it's gone. But now it's like I can save, and it's money that I actually really work for, physically, mentally, and all that.
Now, we don't want to romanticize this story. Sales have been off at the sneaker mart the last few weeks, and let's face it, most new businesses fail. Moreover, training kids like this is very expensive. On the other hand, like it or not, we're all playing on the same economic team. So if we don't invest in our teammates now, what's it going to cost us later?
You can pay me now or you can pay me later means that you could invest the money in the future of these kids that are growing up, these young minds. They're not all corrupt. No one is born. They're born babies. They're not born corrupt. And this one's going to be a criminal, I can tell. Or we don't have to invest in those same kids that could have been given a chance. Will come back and see you again, and it'll be under circumstances that you don't want to see them under.
The last word goes to Professor Harry Edwards, a sports sociologist who studied these issues for years.
We raid the business schools, bring in the most brilliant minds, put billions of dollars behind it to deal with Russia, but when it comes down to dealing with South Central and inner city, we want to bring in ball players. I'm saying that we must begin to look seriously at these problems, because here we're not talking about saving the Soviet Union. We're talking about Americans saving America. And that's what's at stake here, not just South Central.
Well, of course, the Russians have nuclear weapons.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're a lot more threatened by the chaos and disruption and instability and the tremendous financial cost of the situation that we have going here inside of this country than anything that anybody might muster on the outside, nuclear power or not. We're more likely to collapse from the inside than we are to be destroyed from the outside.
Civil rights.
Whoo! So that last part, the Soviet Union, here it is 30 years later. And we're talking about Ukraine and Russia and sending billions and billions and billions of dollars over there instead of investing in the people here, the inner city people here. The things that I noticed is they used a black entertainer for most of that. Robert Townsend, respect Robert Townsend, very intelligent man, but they didn't go to a professional in that sense. And then they use the gang trope, the gang character to talk about race, and not actually going to a high school where you have kids that are just trying to work and go to school and get their college degree or their trade school degree, and showing that perspective as well. I think it was a little slighted in terms of the perspective, but then also they mention how this is costing billions and billions and even trillions of dollars if they don't get it correct, if they don't fix it. And I think right now the issue is they're just saying, because the one guy who said it was a white guy, and he said it real forcefully. I think he said screw them or forget them. And he was talking about a person who doesn't want to flip hamburgers. I think that's the attitude that they've always had. I think now it's just a thing of, well, let's just replace these people as quickly as we possibly can from the Democrat Party with this immigration invasion. And so that if we're just going to lock those people up, quote unquote, we're going to figure out a way to make money off them. I don't know if the private prison industrial complex was deeply ingrained in society at that point in time, 1992. It certainly is now. Alabama has a potential lawsuit against their private prison system, where a lot of these corporations have been essentially producing slave labor inside of them Alabama prisons. And the last guy who actually was a black professional who was really rebuking much of this conversation and was saying how they need to spend the money on the people who need the help, who need the money, who need the ability, who need the opportunities. Robert Townsend said that opportunity. If you create businesses in the black community, it will create jobs in the black community. It will create home ownership in the black community. It will create taxpayers in the black community. You will create an economy in the black community that the whole society will benefit from. We know about the 16 trillion in lost economic income from what they attach to, the reparations argument. So they've known about this. They've been willing to take these losses. They've been willing to warehouse people. I think at that time he said there was 500,000 of us incarcerated. I think at some point it got up to at least 1 million. I'm not sure what the number is now, but again, we're in this time loop. It's the same conversation. It's the same things happen over and over and over and over again. And shout out to Black American Homeland. He says the Rodney King riots were April 1992. In this, they did mention South Central. There were videos of the helicopter over some of those areas where some of those rioting situations were occurring. So this is definitely, at least in the initial part, a response to those situations. So if anybody who did listen would like to comment on what they've talked about so far, which is essentially young black males, criminals, gang members being incarcerated, being a drain on the economy instead of producing or productive for the economy. And that's pretty much what to sum up the first segment, what I got out of it. Again, I think they could have added in just some hardworking black males and females who just were trying to get a job and actually enjoyed working and actually enjoyed all the things that working gave to them: sense of purpose, a paycheck, the ability to help out with the bills, ability to save money for college, things of that nature. So I think it could have been a lot more balanced. You got it, Miss Rella.
I agree with what you were saying, and I think from my perspective, Robert Townsend, along with I think Dr. Umar, and I think a lot of leaders would always, even Dr. Claude Anderson talks about the structure of and the stability of a community. One, you need a school because that pulls in funding from the state, and then you need a church, and then I think the third one is a school church, and then what is the other one? There's three. School, church, banks. I think banks are the other one. I think banks is the third one. Because you need a place to actually bring the money in. And when you look at the infrastructure, so what I'm seeing here in Virginia with all these other communities that have been able to, people who come from other countries that have been able to build, is they took that same model. And they took the same model that I think the suffragists took, which it was school, banks, and worship facility. And that started, I think, the pillars of jobs. And then the second thing was, giving skills to the people in the community so that they can actually now become the skilled laborers or the workers in the community. The problem that we tend to see, like Robert Townsend was saying, is that, purposefully people were denying people in Inglewood and LA and around California Black Americans at the time when they were concentrated in LA and they were actually starting to build out in mass numbers. I remember, matter of fact, I was talking to my dad just the other day, and we were having those discussions, and he was saying how, people were denying jobs to even, the military, the colored troops, the colored soldiers that came home. And he said, even though like my grandfather actually did get the GI Bill, it wasn't until later on that he was able to establish himself after coming home from the war, but he was not able to get other resources that would have benefited him even further in our generation. And I think that was purposely done. So when you look at the community and you see gang members, or you see both men and women, I think that they have skilled trades that they are trying to, and not skilled trades, but they have life skills. They also have inherent, I think, talents that are never utilized. So they seek out a group to help facilitate those things. I mean, accountants, you have people who could be project managers, you have people who are builders, but they're not able to. Give me 1 second, guys.
Okay, no problem. While you take that break,
project managers, you have people who are builders,
I'm in a reloop.
They're not able to.
1 second.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Yeah, I'm in a.
Okay, no problem. While you take that break,
project managers, you have people who are.
Yeah, so I had to back out of it. I'm on the funded socially, and I'm getting like I don't know, 5-second delay. But I was just looking up Alabama, and I put it in Jumbotron. So Alabama prisons, my God, it says that they have been generating almost $500 million, $450 million annually in contract leasing of prisoners. That's insane. I'm going to try to pull up some of these figures because it sounds absolutely crazy. It talks about all the deaths that are going on in these Alabama prisons. These Alabama prisons sound like gulags, to be quite honest, when you start to read all this information. We've touched on it before. It's a lot of fast food chains. This is a white guy. This is like the third person, I think, that was sent home without organs. He died in prison. And they're saying he was badly decomposed and was missing his heart. Oh wow, that's an image of somebody getting beat on in prison. The one said they had released a person and he died from stage 4 cancer within weeks of being released from the jail, which probably tells you they knew that the person was, basically at the end of his rope. It says that more people are dying from overdoses than from natural causes inside of these Alabama prisons. And I can tell you from family members who have been incarcerated, the drugs come in through the guards. The guards control the drug trade inside these prisons. You cannot and will not be able to successfully sell drugs inside the prisons without the guards knowing or being cut into that type of commerce. It says Alabama takes 40% of the prisoners' gross earnings in work release jobs. So yeah, this is truly enslavement. It's truly all the worst of the worst that you can possibly imagine. This is a video of them beating on it looks like they are beating on this white boy. This is really, really what goes on. And you got, I guess you got to feel sorry for these people. But if you're a white guy and you go to prison, man, it's like a whole different world. It's the opposite. You in the Twilight Zone. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of is what it is. You got it.
I'm sorry. Okay. So, and so what I was saying was, I think that
the puppies.
I think the conditions that we are facing today in regards to what we're hearing, even listening to that video, it just shows that it was, it's like an extension and a highlight of everything that has already been going on, right? And it's still going on. And, I think people in gangs do get demonized. I'm not saying the gang life or activity is
overly demonized.
Is efficient. Because I always say the mafia is more efficient because of how it's ran. There were codes, I think, prior to gang life becoming what it is today. But they're demonized for wanting, I think, like he said, to just survive. And it becomes a level of, well, which way do you go? Do you get into entertainment, or do you create a life for yourself where money comes fast? And listening to that video again, it takes me back to being in Inglewood and growing up and seeing why certain things were the way they were. And I could imagine, how that was for other people living in, different states that, people had to utilize a particular, I think, way of living to survive. And they became, those things. So
Hardened. Yeah, well.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought, but I'm mute, so you, Seth, can go.
Well, let me follow up real quick. So I understand what you're saying. What it is you create this environment. Then they intentionally created this environment. You divest from the community. You know what's going to happen. You flood the community with drugs and alcohol and guns. You know what's going to happen. And then the children have to grow up faster. Their adulthood is accelerated. They become hardened by the environment. And all of these things are extremely predictable, like beyond predictable. You can do this to any population, in fact. Some populations will the rate of suicide will go up because they, whatever, that's their proclivities. Devastating what they did in LA, of course, and all over the country. But I think that they overly emphasized this particular portion of the population. And to me, it was really an unfair, because it just wasn't balanced. Again, I think that they really and maybe because of the person who was some economic whatever, a white guy, of course, decided that this was the area that he wanted to highlight, but he could have highlighted how much money these prisons are making off of the persons who are incarcerated. Again, I don't know how deeply invested private prisons were in 1992, but let me read this. Alabama labor trafficking scheme targeted in class action lawsuit. 575 companies, 100 public agencies using prison workers as landscapers, janitors, drivers, metal fabricators, and fast food workers, reaping an annual benefit of $450 million. Alabama prisons and Mississippi prisons are some of the worst, but that to me should be this is where you would say, okay, well, where's the federal government to step in? Where is the federal government to step in and protect these people and do this and do that and this, that, and the third? And they're violating all kind of civil rights. These people should be able to request transfers out of that state ASAP, if not have their cases completely exonerated and paroled and expunged based on the level of treatment that they're receiving. But none of that's likely. And this is just a window. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. So, what's going on in 1992, 30 years later, sounds much, 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 much worse to me in terms of this prison industrial complex. So you got it, Yusef.
Yeah, man, the whole
there was this movie or a documentary called Kids for Cash, and it was talking about between, I believe, 2003 to 2008, I believe it was either in Ohio or Pennsylvania, a judge and a prison owners were working together to send black killed children to prison, and they would make money off of it. So like when I saw that documentary, I went down the rabbit hole. It's crazy how not only our public prisons are able to make money off of enslaving people, but then you're talking about private prisons are able to make money off of enslaving free labor pretty much. And we talked a while several months ago about that would be one of the that would be on a black agenda, is removing free prison labor and such. But I also think that Rella, the one thing that I guess you were going blank on was grocery stores in a community. And I don't want to get completely off subject, but I was talking to and where I live in DC, people call it like a food desert because there aren't grocery stores located. But then I was thinking, like, at some places you had to drive 20 minutes, 30 minutes to a food desert or to go to a grocery store. And I was wondering if it was just if we're complaining about privilege, being 5 minutes away from a grocery store as opposed to 20 minutes, because I think most people that don't live in the but I guess that's a completely different topic.
No. So I understand what you're saying. I think the food desert issue is more related to transportation than actual distance, because in a lot of black communities, there's not a lot of transportation. You're dependent on public transportation, and a lot of people who live in some of these communities don't have vehicles. They have to pay for. Today it's Uber or Lyft. In my city, it was jitneys, and these were private, usually black Americans who would essentially run a gypsy taxi service. I think in New York they call them gypsy taxis, gypsy cabs. To try to give. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's actually one of the reasons. So it's transportation. We did a research on the tech team we were on, and we were focusing on creating a database where we can actually centralize around the country, the food deserts that actually surround, black communities, and why, we have some of the worst food deserts actually near us, even within suburbs where there might be maybe kind of like maybe a small cluster of black people. They don't have access to fresh foods, and like you were saying, distribution and trucking. And so the research showed that transportation plus the lack of access, and not having what you Seth was saying was grocery stores, but it actually was banks. Because the banks actually, the lending from the banks, us not owning our own banks, allowed people like Robin Townsend not to be able to get resources that he needed to actually expand. And you even still see that today. That's why Navy Federal, is, in the limelight yet again. And, like I've already told my story about, Navy Federal and how they actually treat their service members plus their families, as well as black Americans who are with the credit union. Unfortunately, their denial rate is over, I believe it's over 45%.
Damn.
And again, if all the banks in the black community were like B of A, what was it? B of A. We had I can't even remember a couple of the ones that were in Inglewood. But I know Bank of America was a huge one. Oh, Chase is the other one, where they were denying access to resources like lending, so that you don't get housing, you don't own any property, and then thus that in turns, like you were saying earlier, it doesn't allow a community to actually expand and grow. It's not happening around other areas where people are coming in from other countries and they're getting access to bank loans to get homes, and that actually starts the chain of economics for the families to actually start building out the communities. So that is a huge deal when it comes to the inner workings, I think, of owning any type of business, much like a grocery store, or developing in a community. So spot on.
Yeah, and in that video, they had the old white guy who owns a chain of grocery stores, who's walking through what was like a gutted out Sears building, and talking about how they're opening up all these grocery stores. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're gonna come into the community, build your grocery store, and extract resources and money out of the community, even though, quote unquote, you're providing a service, but you're not giving the food away. You're obviously here to profit off of an impoverished community, instead of coming in and setting up franchises or co-ops with the community, so that the people in the community can benefit off the financial success as well.
And it's the same with beauty supply stores. Beauty supply stores are the same exact way, which is why, the Asian community, and it's not just people think the Asians are the only ones that own beauty supply stores. Some of them are front facing, and some of the ownership behind the actual ownership of the beauty supply stores are not Asian, but they're from other countries, like maybe Czech or some other country. And the problem is that money, like you said, does not come back into the community, but our money goes into those businesses and goes out the community. So there's several ways. It's not just spending money at other businesses, but it's actually businesses that are set up to actually sort of pull resources out of our community and take that money and then go build up their own.
Exactly. And that's where an office of equitable black capitalism or equitable capitalism could really start looking at things such as that, and be able to fine and, if necessary, shut down some businesses that are acting predatory in the black majority state. I just think that that's an important thing to have, and they can call it whatever they want, but it certainly will be a situation where we're not going to let people extract resources, not reinvest, not bank with the black bank in the community. If we can establish black banks, black credit unions, if you're not going to put any of your your reserve cash into these black credit unions that are in that community. I mean, we got to be looking at this thing from all angles and understand that we can't just let these people come in, extract money, extract resources, give us these low paying jobs, and we're supposed to accept that. Because, like, again, I talk about the Hill District in Pittsburgh. They had this, I think it was I want to say it was a Shop and Save, which is like a local grocery store. They put the money, so literally the government went in, they built this whole new shopping center. Shop and Save came in. They stayed there for about a decade, decided they weren't making enough profit. They closed up shop. And then another decade damn near goes by. And then they finally say, okay, well, let's do something with this, because they've been gentrifying this community. And then they put it up for bidding, quote unquote, for bid. And instead of setting the bid up so the local people who historically lived in that area could win that bid and could operate a grocery store, it ends up going to this foreign business that is, I want to say they are, where are they from? Like Jordan. There is some Arab owned business. They end up winning this bid to operate this grocery store in what is essentially a historically black community. Now, there is a mosque that sits, and I think this was a converted church, but that sits about 2 or 3 blocks away. So you have this situation where you got this mosque, which is attached to this religion. They're in the community. Now they got a grocery store in the community. It's not going to be long before what once was this historically black community is going to start looking like little Arabia. You know what I'm saying? As they're pushing us out, like literally pushing us out, and they're going to say, okay, this is where we all need to sort of live and build and grow. And they're right next to the downtown, and this is something that in Wilmington is what's going on right now, literally, where the black community is right next to the downtown, and they're starting this process. So, whew, we got so much to tell the people there. I hope they know. They might realize it, but they got to get up to speed quickly, and hopefully we can help them get a victory, and we can help to stop a lot of this from happening there. But this is the process. It's underway. It's going to be continuous. You got to fight it continuously. They're going to keep attacking us no matter how much success or failure or mediocre we have or get to. They're always on the attack. We always got to be in defense. We always got to be thinking 3 steps ahead. It kind of is what it is. You got it, Yusuf.
Yeah, talking about Wilmington. I saw the mayor-elect, man. She has a phenomenal background. So
yeah,
I mean, that's the type of candidate or mayor that could represent from as a governorship. I'm definitely interested in meeting her and so on. One thing that when you were talking about equitable capitalism, and maybe this can be a discussion point. I always am cautious about changing systems that could work in our benefit to when we do obtain power from a state level. Okay. So if we had a black majority, what your state, what you were talking about as far as making sure the people are having the money in certain banks and things like that, that wouldn't necessarily be a problem. And I just think about it like if we had power in a different, let's say if we were doing what the Arabs are doing in our communities and whatnot, would we want to have something systemized, preventing us from growing or making money off of them? One thing I think about often is you have all of these minority minority business certifications and things like that. I think it would be beneficial to think about how can we, I guess the word would be delineate in this scenario. Like they have these certifications called B Corp, and now there's this ESG score and a number of these other scores. I think it would be more beneficial. It would be to our benefit to create our own certification, and that's not only trademark and whatnot for companies that are in support of the black empowerment. So there's a number of different things that could be outlined on that scorecard. Maybe you're banking black, you're in a black region, you're 50% of your employees are black, or you have a number of different type of variations. I think that would to me make more sense than kind of limiting, because oftentimes people talk about white supremacy, which I definitely don't deny, but a lot of the benefits that white people get are just being a white majority. Like when you are a majority of a a race or a people or culture, there are certain privileges that you get. And there's, so I always think about, I don't have a problem with people getting privileges from being a majority of the, let's say a population. And that's the whole point of us, focusing on, moving into, whether that be Delaware or the other states. So, yeah, that's my only thing is we definitely don't want to, erode our, that privilege, because that's part of the privilege that we are aiming to obtain.
I agree. I agree. I agree. And so, what an office of equity would be empowered to do is to ensure and maintain that as the majority, that there's not these enclaves that are established that essentially lock us out, and or being predatory over markets, creating monopolies over industry, et cetera, et cetera. So, for instance, let's say there's some grocery chain that's been in Delaware for decades, and they've got stores everywhere, and they essentially practice keeping competitors from coming into the marketplace for whatever reason. Then this office of equity would be able to ensure that a black grocery chain or a black grocery store could get up and running, could get established, and not deal with predatory pricing, which would be, they would just cut their prices in half to try to destroy the black business, or other things of that nature. So, an office of equity is just like a police officer who has discernment and has authority and has the ability to really pick and choose which crimes to investigate, which crimes to enforce, which laws to enforce. So I think that it's not necessarily that you're going to have a bunch of agents running around trying to make sure the entire state business is run in an equitable manner, but you are going to utilize that asset to ensure that the majority population is not effectively being treated the way that we have been being treated historically. In other words, the free market concept, which we all know is a fallacy, and we all know is manipulated at every level, is done that way because they're in control of everything. And I think it's just one of those things where it's kind of important to be able to monitor activities of whoever it is who comes into our community or already exists in these communities, to ensure that they are not doing something that is unproductive for the majority citizens. That's kind of how I would look at it. And that can be in banking, healthcare, insurance, because we know, like in other states where insurance companies charge more based on race, based on zip code, appraisals for homes, where if it's a black homeowner, the price goes down. If it's in a black zip code, the price goes down. Things like that. I think it becomes very important to have a legal arm, an investigative arm that can go in and like I said, do investigations, levy fines, do audits, and bring potential criminal prosecutions, working with the state attorney general to ensure that that's not the case. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, and I see DJ up on the stage, so I'm definitely going to be quick. I agree, and I think that Lord, I don't know why I'm losing my train of thought. I'm so tired, you guys, for real. Seriously, I just been like having blanks. DJ, go and it'll come back to me.
I ain't got nothing to say, boo. I just want to spam the Jumbotron. That shit was good. Knock some
Okay, so what Yusuf was saying and what Black was saying, Lord. Rewind, Black, what your last statement you had just made. I don't know why I forgot it that quick.
Oh, about real estate and appraisals and insurance and all the ways that they create this price differential. Even the Navy credit not lending to Black families in the same economics.
Yes, and other communities are able to actually establish themselves as far as their businesses. And what happens is the city, under legislation code on the local level, by referendum, they try to say, okay, well, people voted on, you can only have one salon, or you can only have one grocery store, or one block, or near each other in a radius amount of areas. But then when you look at a lot of these other groups that have come in, they're able to have monopolized pretty much the entire plaza in any given area. Right. Hence, then the city says, "Oh, okay, well, we can't give you a permit to build your business here or zone you because we can only have one of this particular type store because we don't want there's supposed to be like a fair market of no competition." That's what they look at it as now. In California, they don't do that because you can have multiple, of the same thing in one area. But I do see how in maybe like areas where more funding is going to maybe the suburbs or going to places where you see it's kind of built up, it's clean. It looks real, it's kept. How about that? Whereas in a lot of our neighborhoods, we have dollar stores, we had the 99-cent store growing up, but then you could tell how the community was not actually putting the money back into the infrastructure. Hence, until a great example is what's happening in Inglewood now since the football stadium was rebuilt. So the race stadium was always there, the racing stadiums, people went and watched, horse racing, but it was not an interest, all right? And the majority of the city's money went to the police force and the schools suffered. So Inglewood School District is fighting because 50% of their budget went to the LAPD. And so now when you look at who's taken over as far as the infrastructure on businesses, ever since the stadium was rebuilt for the football team, and that it brought the mortgage rates up. I mean, the price of housing up, and it also brought up the cost of living, i.e., people who are able to get representation to build up businesses to get that money. They're not the people who live in the community. They're being pushed out. So, what I'm saying is that we have an issue where when money comes in, they tend to push us out because it will allow us to establish ourselves in such a way that I do believe that we would outnumber people because we spend. And they know it. So they keep us in a position of being spenders for their businesses by keeping us out of the economic foundation.
That's right.
And that is a huge problem. That's right. Huge problem. And you're starting to see that everywhere. You do not see soul food restaurants, clothing stores where maybe your aunt or mother was a seamstress. Mom and pop shops are, being pushed out. They tried to do that here in DC with Ben's Chili Bowl. Yusuf knows all about it. A lot of the communities where Black-owned businesses, I think even in Adams Morgan, same thing. It just seems like the more and more we become destabilized because we don't have representation on the local and the state level, and also in the referendum meetings and the hearings, then we become pretty much exactly what they call us. They call us consumers, and never to be, in a position where we actually control a majority of the economic floor, or partial of the economic floor, where we have a plaza to ourselves where it's nothing but Black American owned, run food, grocery stores, whether it's takeout or salon, barbershops. You don't see that in high numbers in an area where the community is clean. They keep up with the public, areas like parks and recreation places, or just the sidewalks, making sure the streets are, clean at night and things like that. You see more of an in poverty type situation because, again, whoever is in charge have allowed places to go down long enough for other groups to come in. They can bring down the value of a community, then gentrification will happen quickly, and then all of a sudden other people come in, raise the price value, they kick you out, and you are SOL. I mean, it's like a never-ending cycle.
Never-ending cycle.
What you're talking about, I think oftentimes people look at the government, but that is property owners. So what they create, I mentioned this before, what are called business improvement districts, which the property owners pay a percentage to public-private partnerships, and they're responsible for making sure the area is clean and well taken care of. They have like the picnics in the parks and these free events for the community, and you're also the property owners. So not the actual they are who's deciding. What type of tenants, in this case, when I'm talking about tenants, business owners or businesses that they want. So it's not necessarily, when we're talking about, Black businesses getting pushed out or not even being allowed to, buy a, get on a lease, what it's famous for, what's called Nipsey Hussle. They were trying to kick him out, but he bought the plaza. So it's more so about property owners. They have, and it's based off of what the property owners want people that are affluent to, that are local to be able to patron their business. So it's based off of what the affluent people, because I remember I live near 8th Street in DC. There's a Kitchen Cray, which is a very popular, Black establishment. They, pretty much moved in there, and then they're now being kicked out because the local neighborhood, what's called ANC, folks don't want them to be there anymore because they have, quote unquote, loud music or brunch and different things like that. And the type of patrons they believe that they're bringing are undesirable for the community that actually lives there. While a lot of the businesses on 8th Street are Black owned, or many of them, I should say, when we're talking about all of DC, the majority of people, if you're a block away from 8th Street, that you're living in $1 million, townhomes pretty much, unless you're, we have a lot of Black Americans that still live there because they're, they held on to the homes. But what we're talking about is a property owner issue. It's not a government, and I kind of find it hard for us to regulate what a property owner, who in making a decision as far as who they can and can't, rent out their location to.
Interesting. And that does happen often. If you're leasing, when you're going into business, you have to weigh the options between leasing, which is usually cheaper, lower overhead, versus trying to purchase, which really does lock you in and you facing a 15, 20, 30-year mortgage trying to make this business work for decades. I tend to lease commercially for the reason that it's just a little bit cheaper and a little bit easier to get in and out. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I will say the issue though is that the government or the politicians have gone in bed with these developers. Well, we're looking at like DC. There's only like 3 major developers. They pretty much build everything, and you need more black developers. And there are more black developers that are, I think, mainly focusing on like housing and things like that. But you also, and they have mixed uses. Mixed use buildings is huge in DC. But the main thing is like, Douglas. Like, if I'm not even in, most people aren't even in development, but we all know these companies because they're huge, and which doesn't, if you're like, it's crazy destroyed from the outside. Powerful they are. And how many boards they sit on, like, specifically a place like, honestly, I think a lot of, when we're talking about true power, people, create these nonprofits. They have, it's kind of like a, if you're not working, not in the government, you create a nonprofit, and then you have a bunch of different power. Not only is it, tactic, you can donate and put things from a tax perspective, but then you can, exert your will financially without, with your hands clean. And it's just another way of how people, flex their power.
Work the system. Wow. Okay. Appreciate that. We're going to go for another 15, 20 minutes or so of the video. Again, this is titled "The Issue is Race, A Crisis in Black and White," 1992. Phil Donahue, and they list Sister Soldier as also, she's on the panel. There's a bunch of panelists. We listened to the first segment, and we're going to get into the second segment. So here we go.
Civil rights activists of the 50s and 60s cannot be called cynical for asking, we have overcome what? And there are not a few people out there now saying it's worse now than it ever has been. We have more divisions today than ever before. May I ask you to begin our program, President John Silber?
Yes, to say things have not changed is to distort the facts beyond recognition. Things have changed immeasurably. There are many improvements that we should not overlook, despite the fact that much remains to be done. We should remember that in 1965, you didn't even have blacks able to attend restaurants in most cities. They couldn't even use the bathroom or the toilet.
It went low.
Yeah.
I'm in the matrix. Okay. All right. I'll rewind it and come back. Seems like every time we start the seems like every time we start the party, this is what they doing. This is what they doing. This is what they doing. Every time we start the party, they know. They watching.
Are you with your hand up?
Seem like every time we start this thing, here they come.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, you got it. What did you want to add something before the mic?
Yeah, I want to ask DJ something. Hey, DJ, you know what happened to Mounty? What happened to Mounty Megan on YouTube? Okay.
Mouthy Megan.
You heard me? Me nagkaprende, papi. Se habla español. I don't know what that means, but okay. Nah, what you want to know, bro? No, I was saying what happened to it. She been gone for months. She on Patreon, bro. Go. Open up that credit card, spend that bread. You know what I'm saying? Get on Patreon, but she on social too. You know what I mean? There you go. The Patreon, or send it to me. Send me that. You just gotta go find it. Just in her description on her YouTube. I don't know what her Patreon is. I only support her YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And obviously what we do on social. That's it. Eminem Gang, hashtag MM Gang. Look it up. You know what I mean? Right here on tweet.
Yeah, she need to come back to Twitter, man.
Facts on that. But that's I mean, I'm saying though, that's the whole purpose of the hashtag MM Gang, bro. If you just look that hashtag up, start retweeting those tweets, bro. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Okay, Black Majority, you got it.
Okay, let me salute Mouthy Megan for saying, look, I'm not doing this for free. Like, you know, like yeah, I'm not doing this for free. If that's her goal in life, to put out information to people who appreciate the information, the entertainment, the knowledge, the wisdom, whatever you call it, saying I have value and standing on it. So I hope she's very successful in that. You can do that on Funded Socially as well. But definitely shout out to Mouthy Megan for that. Here we go.
Civil rights activists of the 50s and 60s cannot be called cynical for asking, we have overcome what? And there are not a few people out there now saying it's worse now than it ever has been. We have more divisions today than ever before. May I ask you to begin our program, President John Silber?
Yes, to say things have not changed is to distort the facts beyond recognition. Things have changed immeasurably. There are many improvements that we should not overlook, despite the fact that much remains to be done. We should remember that in 1965, you didn't even have blacks able to attend restaurants in most cities. They couldn't even use the bathroom or the toilet in a U.S. highway. These conditions, at least, have been overcome. One thing we do have to recognize, however, is that the corrective measures that should have been taken in the middle 60s to help and support black families were not done. The provision of preschool education, Head Start opportunities for black children and for poor children generally was not done in any substantial way.
President Silber, you sit next to the first black woman to ascend to the office of mayor of a major industrial city. I speak of the District of Columbia, Mayor Sharon Pratt Kelly. To which comments you would respond how, Mayor Kelly?
Well, I guess I'd have to respond two ways. I'd say that we as African Americans have achieved against incredible odds to the extent that we didn't even get the first window of opportunity to have access to the American dream until the 1960s, and that now we have one among us who's the governor of Virginia, one among us who's chairman of the Democratic Party, several among us who are now mayors of major cities, thousands among us who occupy a major political office. But yet in 1992, the issue of race is just as real, just as divisive, just as formidable as it was when we arrived at 1619. What we've achieved has been against the odds, not because America is at peace with us.
On the occasion of having a comment of hers criticized by Governor Bill Clinton, Sister Soldier, a raptivist, a musical artist, and also a political activist, found herself on the cover of Newsweek magazine. Sister Soldier, what are your thoughts as you listen in on these opening comments?
I think that there have been gains for individual people, but we as African people, as a collective, have not moved forward as we should. And most of the time, the African people that you have that are able to occupy the positions of mayors and governors do not occupy it forcefully and forthrightly for the collective of African people in this country. And as a result, what you have is millions of young African and Latino children and youth who are in a state of total chaos, who don't have skills and don't have any idea how they're going to develop their skills, and are estranged from even the adults in their own race because of the problem of not dealing with white racism and the real impact that it has on our lives.
Alan Keyes spoke at the Republican convention this year. You are a candidate, sir, for the United States Senate from Maryland, where you oppose incumbent Democratic Senator Barbara Mikulski, who, yes, was invited to appear on our panel and declined. Increasing numbers of black Americans, including you, Dr. Keyes, have stood to say that too many minority people in this country have internalized the process of the dole, of the handout. Woe is me, I'm black and therefore I can do nothing. I received a terrible education in a racist society. Where is my handout? Is that a fair characterization of your feeling about what has happened to the spirit and the soul of some minority people in this country?
I would say what has happened, because it's not like lightning striking from above. I would have to say what has been done. You know, this was done. You had programs where you wrote the rules and regulations in such a way as to discourage work, to break up families, to actually penalize people who were trying to help themselves. So don't tell me that this suddenly happened to folks. It was done to folks. And now we're going to have to make some active efforts to undo it. And I'm not one of those folks who's going to say there was a big conspiracy to destroy people. But it does seem to me that you couldn't have thought of a better conspiracy to destroy black leadership, the black community, black institutions than what posed as this effort in the bureaucratic welfare state to help people. And so I think we need to think it through, try to undo its damage, which is going to take conscious use of the same power that helped to produce that damage, and then concentrate on allowing people to have the power to shape their own destiny.
Dhoruba bin Wahad, you served 19 years for attempted murder of 2 policemen, a judgment that was overturned more recently on the basis of an unfair trial and the withholding of information. Let me ask you, Dhoruba bin Wahad, how you feel what jumped out at you on that piece?
When we look at these young men on the screen here, one of the young brothers said, you know, what do you know how to do? He said, rob, steal, and kill. What did Columbus know how to do when he came here? Rob the native people of their land, kill them, and exploit them. What did they know how to do? What is in the best tradition of capitalism in this society? Burning, loot, rape, and pillage. This is something that is as integral to the United States as breathing. And the problem with race in this country is that white people in this country do not want to confront their own history and live up to the consequences of that history. And when you don't confront the truth will ultimately destroy you.
Does Mr. Wahad make you squirm at all, Richard Nathan, director of the Nelson Rockefeller Institute of Government of the State University of Albany of New York? You were an original member of the Kerner Commission. How do you respond to the angry observations of Mr. bin Wahad?
Actually, I was the research director of the commission, and looking back, it's now 25 years. I think there's good news and there's bad news. We've talked a little bit about the good news. The bad news, and I agree with Mr. Wahad, is that in the inner cities, what he's talking about is deepening violence. The inner city conditions, I think, are worsening. But the flip side of that is that there are new neighborhoods, middle class, black neighborhoods in lots of cities that are fighting hard to stave off the effects of inner city problems and violence. And there's a large increase in lots of big cities in suburban African-American neighborhoods that are actually, in many cases, quite well off. Part of the bad news agenda that worries me is that the mood is worsening. There's a backlash, there's a deeper feeling about racism in the black community, and there's a hardening attitude, I think, in the white community. So it's a worrisome time, I grant you that.
But you know, Phil, I think that he just did exactly what Dhoruba brought up, which is that when we deal with the issue of white racism, white people don't deal with the fact that they are the ones who are sicker than anybody else in this particular issue, which is why when you deal with the question of race, you cannot deal with what's wrong with these African people. See, the thing that happened in South Central started with a malady in the justice system, where white people could not see white men who had did something against black men and penalize them for what everybody in this country knows that they did. So the problem of white racism is that we don't look in depth and do these little documentaries on white people and what's wrong with them.
I'd like to add to that. The professor, the president, John Silver, said that one of the problems with the programs of the 60s was that they did not provide corrective measures to help the black family. We need to understand that when black people were brought here to the United States, they were brought here as an act of war. They were kidnapped here, and the destruction of the black family and the creation of a slave mentality was an integral part of the development of this nation state. So there has never been an interest in the black family, and that's reflected today. But even more, every city in which we have aspired to so-called political power. In Newark, black males are being murdered by the Newark Police Department under the guise they're robbing cars. When we look at New York City, the police riot in the streets. When we look at LA, there was a riot in the streets. All of these cities have black mayors. Yeah. So we have to begin to understand that moving black people up the economic ladder does not necessarily mean that black people on the bottom of the economic ladder are going to be empowered, because there are black people who identify with the system so much that they are self-hating Negroes.
Mr. Bin Wahad, you seem to be going kaboom to the entire white community. Do we have from you a spirit of belief that there really are out there in America white folks who do not suffer from the pathology that Sister Soldier reminds us does exist in this country?
But why is that the question? In other words, it's the same as when you're dealing with the issue in South Africa. People say, well, if black people get in control of that government, what will they do with the white people who are living there? Why is that the question? Can we refocus the question
I'd like to
as to
explain my
how we're
question.
going to correct?
Let me have a moment. Let me have a moment to defend my question. If you believe that all people who are white are interested in pillaging, reminding us, as you painfully do, of our own history.
No, that's a mischaracterization. That's a mischaracterization. And first of all, it's the mischaracterization because the Constitution was established by white males with property. It said all men are created equal. Right. And they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. It didn't say women were created equal with men. And the Bill of Rights was attached to the Constitution because people without property had no rights. So I did not say that all white people are interested in burning and looting and pillaging. I am saying that the ideals that established this country were based on burning, looting, and pillaging people's
Accept
land.
your point, and you concede to us that in contemporary society, we do have honorable people of all colors who have as much of an interest in the salvation of their babies as.
But the problem with that, Phil, is that the people of good intentions in the white community are the minority. They do not stand on principle, and they do not struggle against their own racism and white skin privilege. See, the problem is this: it's like men who say, "I understand how you feel as a woman being subjected to sexist behavior."
They can't possibly.
Not without interacting with women and empowering them.
No, the problem, though, I think with this whole analysis, as I see it, we're talking, and I have great respect for the Constitution, but let's be frank, it was not based upon an idealistic view of human beings. Donahue doesn't realize that I think something, that what he's saying is a description of not white people, but all people, was in fact the foundation of America's political philosophy. People are greedy. Give them a chance, they'll beat you up. Give them a chance, they'll kill you, rape you, rob you. That was exactly, if I may say so, the view of human beings, not just white human beings, but most human beings.
Have we moved somewhat off this animalistic, primitive?
The point is, however, that the point that I think I hear, at least, what Sister Soldier says and others say, has less to do, we talk about all this economic redistribution and so forth. Let's talk about the basic issue of politics. The basic issue of politics is power. If you have power over me, you're going to abuse it. If I have no power to resist you, then I'm going to be abused. And I don't care what's in your heart. I don't want to know what's in your heart half the time. I want to know whether there's a weapon in your hand and whether I have the means to defend myself against it. Could be economic, could be social, could be political, could be physical, but I've got to be able to defend myself because I can't trust you. And that's an American statement. That is not a statement of some idealism.
Human soul to be found anywhere?
That's not the point. The point is that if you give people power over you and you can't defend yourself against them, our founders said they will abuse you. And the world, if I don't mind saying so, from a black person's point of view, I don't have to prove to you that somebody's out to get me. There are 400 years of history in this country that people are out to get me, and they got me more than half the time. I don't have to prove that to anybody.
Jonathan Kozol, whose seminal book, Death at an Early Age, was a personal account of his own experience of teaching fourth grade in the community of Roxbury, the minority community within the city of Boston. Mr. Kozol, you've been patient, sir. What are your thoughts as you listen in on our dialogue?
Well, I didn't think I'd ever agree with Alan Keyes on anything, but I sure agree with what he just said. I started teaching, as you know, in a segregated school in the mid-'60s. Today, inner city schools everywhere are more segregated and less equal than they were at the time I set out as a teacher. Inner city kids I see all over the country are in squalid, ugly, filthy, overcrowded buildings in which not one of us would willingly spend 1 hour. Their lives are more miserable today than they were when I began. By any kind of statistics, I won't drown you in statistics, but there's one which is so devastating, I have to cite it here. As you know, Phil, tracking has come back into schools again. It's become a sort of fashionable way of segregating kids within a single school. Black children, statistically, are 3 times as likely to be tracked into so-called special classes for the retarded as white children, but only half as likely to be put into gifted programs. That is an intolerable statistic in a democracy. And anybody who looks at that and all the other statistics, the fact that black infant mortality is twice that of white children, anyone who looks at those kinds of statistics, or a recent news event, Black Haitians being brutally excluded from this country while white Europeans are welcomed at New York International Airport. Anyone who looks at that knows in their heart that racism remains the central moral agony of this society.
Yeah. So my pleading to Mr. Bin Wahad and to Dr. Keyes in the white liberal tradition of, gee, you don't totally dislike us, do you? Is it rather empty?
I'll tell you why I think it is, Phil, because not to criticize you, naturally, I'd like to feel, I'm a nice guy. I hope black people will like me, but that's wasted energy. The issue isn't whether they like you and me or not. The issue is whether they have an even shot in this society, and they can't afford to worry about our injured feelings.
Yes, I asked for only 1 moment to defend the question.
Okay. A lot was going on there. Shout out to Sister Soldier. Because she really brings the heat. The brother, I didn't realize this brother's a Black Panther who spent nearly 20 years incarcerated for what they call an alleged attempt to assassinate 2 police officers. So he's a true soldier, for real. And you got to hear Alan Keyes talk about power, having power, the power to, defend yourself against any and all would be people who would want to cause you harm. These white guys, these Rockefeller guys, this teacher guy, at least this guy is a little more honest than the Rockefeller guy, because when the question was asked about what the improvements have been, he talked about being able to eat at a restaurant and to be able to use the restroom on the side of a highway. My goodness.
All right.
Utterly insane that those goodness gracious.
But then if you think about it, black majority, crime happens in their communities too. And why isn't it that even with crime happening in their communities are never devastated? They're never impoverished. They have poor whites, yes. But poor whites on an economic scale still live a lot better than the most affluent Black American descendant. So again, I always go back to when I hear that video and I think to myself when I'm listening to the white man respond and also the host ask the questions that they're asking questions from a humanitarian standpoint, as if Black Americans do not deserve humanitarian aid, resources, and the ability to live and thrive. Like, just to hear him ask the question, one of the guys say, well, why do you think Black people have this doom, I just need a handout, situation or whatever. You cannot buy the block, erase the wealth gap by buying the block.
Right.
That's not, I'm not saying you can't do it, but I'm saying when you're talking about generations of money that has been stolen, lost, and genocide and deprived out of a community, buying the block will only solidify and satisfy the immediate need for economics, for inherent genocide and lack of humanity. In stolen economics, you cannot buy the block to close the wealth gap in that way. That is a debt owed. To me, delineation is not just talking about the construction or the uncovering of history. It really is talking about, to me, the delineation of inherent racism, inherent and systemic depravity that actually a group of people tend to continue to behave, and at the same time while stating, well, why is it that you want a handout? Because didn't you just steal money? You had a whole man in politics in Mississippi. Tate Reeves, Brett Favre, and a slew of other government officials. And I'm pretty sure it's happened all over the country. Take money from a community and they built up facilities. They built up land. They bought out land, harassed people off their farms, harassed people out of their homes, all because they got access to what? Funding that was supposed to be for social issues, that was supposed to go to communities that are underserved, as they like to say. But they don't ever say, oh, well, why do you think black people want a handout? Well, why do white people like to steal? Why do other groups who come in here who are classified under the umbrella of whiteness like to steal money? And then turn around and try to look at other people when they are like, okay, well, I'm sorry, excuse me. Hello, we have a problem over here. Well, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Matter of fact, have imaginary strings and bootstraps and make sure you do it. So,
no doubt. And Sister Soldier asked a question. She said, "Why don't we deal with this from the viewpoint of what's wrong with these white people? Like, like these white people are sick." And they kind of gloss over that a little bit. He starts, then there's no virtue and there's no good people out. He does what he does. But she's given it to him and to the audience and to white America, to be quite honest. But she's saying we need to study these people.
Lean back on? Remember what he said? Well, there is segregate. He leaned on segregation in the schools, as if segregation is the reason why things were as bad as they were. That's not true. That is a lie from the pits of hell. It was always that let's lean on these tropes to try to divert the conversation of why is white sickness not a domestic terrorist point of view in America.
Indeed. And man, I'm glad you pointed that out, because he went to, the schools are more segregated and the schools are, horrible conditions. None of us would want, and he's saying none of us, the white people, would want to spend an hour in these places. And I'm thinking, damn, 92, that's the year I was supposed to graduate. And, goddamn. And so I'm thinking, and then I'm thinking about when I was in North Carolina and I was delivering furniture to these school districts where literally on a hill, it was the high school. You go down one level, it's the middle school. You go down a level, it is the elementary school. And these were, they looked like college campuses. They were brand new from the ground up. They had multiple tennis courts, multiple basketball courts, multiple, football fields and baseball diamonds. And it was literally this campus of educational opportunity for these wealthy white kids. And I'm just thinking, damn, like I couldn't even imagine something like that. So yeah, it's funny how they pivoted to that to try to paint that image and kind of brush away the fact that they are the problem. The problem is them. They are the issue. And instead of addressing the issue and focusing on who's the problem, it's always they point to social issues or they point to this, point to that. So that is an interesting strategy. It seems to be working for them because it's been working and they keep running back to it. So, um, yeah. Let's get into it a little bit more, a little bit further. Let me know if you can hear it.
If the anchor is Black, are you able to let Yusef up?
I don't. You know what? I don't see a request, but yeah, let me try to pull him up.
Okay. I don't know why I see him requesting.
It could be you might be getting an old an echo. An old echo from it. Sometimes I close the window and pull it back up, and then that kind of clears some stuff. But I did send a request. I don't see him requesting. You mentioned
okay, I'm gonna drop out and then come back in and make sure see if I'm not stuck.
Okay. I think I don't know if you mentioned Brett Favre. I think I heard Brett Favre being mentioned, or at least the governor thing. So they did pull him in for interrogation, I guess is what they're calling it. It says he has not yet been charged with a crime, but he is a defendant in a civil suit as the Mississippi Department of Human Services fights to recoup millions in misspent TANF funds. Those are federal funds that are typically sent to states from the federal government. That they actually, there is some wiggle room for them to use them funds for different things, but I think they went over. They definitely crossed the line in terms of their misuse of those funds. So they say attorneys for the state of Mississippi interrogated, and if you remember, the governor Reeves pushed this back till after the election because he didn't want any of this information to get out before the election to give people, the opportunity to vote, against him, quite literally. Even though he didn't get as many votes as he got the last time, he barely won that election. But they manipulated the system to get him across the finish line. So, for all of the hundreds of text messages we've seen, we still have not seen any proof that retired NFL star Brett Favre knew the money Davis and New were directing to him and his projects came from welfare funds, says Ashton Pittman. So that's what they're standing on right now. He was interrogated for 9 hours on Monday. Secret disposition. So he's literally in there saying, "I don't recall, I don't know, I don't remember." It's likely a lot of forgetful memories with this guy. It's a $77 million welfare scandal that he was obviously involved in. So it looks like he's going to skate through without any real punishment. Which sucks. And the governor obviously is going to skate through without any real punishment. So it'll be a whole lot of investigations that find that they didn't do anything wrong. The money disappeared, and we're going to move on from here. And then they're going to blame the black citizens of Jackson, Mississippi, for all the problems in Jackson, Mississippi. Okay, here we go.
That overwhelming, and the evidence supported by your scholarship makes clear their positions, then we have to wonder whether we should even waste any more energy with this ideal of integration and living together and cooperating. I ask you not because I'm an insecure person who wants to be loved. I have children who must live in the society.
Dr. Edwards is the one who spoke eloquently to the point, and that is America herself. America herself will not survive in the 21st century unless she comes to tap into the diversity that is hers and stop pursuing this kind of divisive policy. This is more of a threat to the future of America than anything ever posed by the old USSR. We will explode from within unless we all understand we have a stake in this system. And that's the compelling issue, not whether we like each other, not whether we love each other, not whether it ever started out right, not whether we should be angry with anybody. We won't survive unless we understand we're in it together.
Appreciate very much your comments, Mayor Kelly, and I promise I shall not, for the rest of the program, ask any member of this audience or panel whether they like me. Please welcome Anna DeVere Smith is the performing artist who is responsible for a much discussed, much heralded one-woman show titled Fires in the Mirror. You wanted to say, Miss Smith.
Well, I wanted to say something about the fact of who's together here in this issue of race. And it's kind of startling to me that we are looking at the issue of race still in black and white, especially since we watched these fires of Los Angeles burn. And it's clear that the story is much more complex than black and white. There are Latinos involved in the story. There are Asian Americans who were taking matters to themselves and standing on roofs with their own guns. So that the dialogue that we had before we decide whether we like white people or not, I think we have to begin to develop strategies and techniques for negotiating our differences over a very broad canvas. And this is going to mean the life and death of many of us. I've worked in the New York City public schools and seen the speed and dispatch with which a naughty boy quickly becomes a retarded boy. It's simply a matter of taking him out of the class on the wrong day and putting him in another class.
What we're talking about here is very clear. If you look at Latin America today, in every society in Latin America is essentially a conglomeration of European settler states. The conquistadores went in there and did the same thing that the English did here and everything, right? When we look at the compositions of these societies, we see that at the top are light-skinned descendants of conquistadores, and at the bottom are native people and black descendants of Africans. White skin privilege is a European ideal and concept that was exported with their economic system, their religious philosophy, and it was exported and imposed on people of color. So when we talk about Latinos, let's understand what we're saying here. We're talking about Latinos who, for the most part, have African blood in them. And they have internalized racism just like everybody else. When we look at Asian Americans, many of the Asians that came here initially came to work the railroads. They were treated like dogs. They were treated like dirt. But when we see a lot of Asians that come to the United States today, one of the first words they learn in their lexicon, one of the first things that they learn is nigger. The United States' major contradiction around the issue of race is white skin male privilege. And if we don't attack that, if we don't analyze that, if we don't begin to deal with that, then we got a problem. And I totally disagree with the mayor of Washington, because I do not have a stake in saving a racist nation. I do not have a stake in maintaining American hegemony over people of color around the world. I do not have an interest in maintaining this system that causes the miseries of billions of people one more moment.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to walk away from our investment in this country and the suffering that we've had in this country since 1619. We gave this country her culture. We gave this country her music. We gave this country her margin of profit with the agricultural revolution, though we never got our 40 acres and a mule. I'll be doggone if I'm walking away from 4 centuries of investment in this country. We, too, are entitled to a piece of the rock. I don't care how wrong America was.
May I call the audience, please? We must move on. In addition to our panelists, we've invited 3 distinguished observers to give their widely differing perspectives on where we go from here. They are Time magazine correspondent Sylvester Monroe, journalist and businessman Tony Brown, and Princeton professor Cornel West. Gentlemen, we do thank you for joining us. Let's begin with Mr. Monroe and the case for government assistance.
Okay, I think they're about to go into a segment. So this DC mayor, she was the first black woman to head a city of a major metropolitan area. She could pass for white. And some of the things she's saying, I agree. I think that last little exchange where they were kind of disagreeing, where the Black Panther saying, I'm not here to save America. And I feel the same way. I'm not here to save America. I think Black Americans thinking that they got to save America is actually harmful to us. I really think that we got to stop thinking about saving America and start thinking about saving ourselves.
But see, and I think that's probably I think it's perception and perspective. The Black Panther was a Pan Africanist, right? And they believed in also community, but they also believed in practicing a culture and a particular way in which some people do not agree with today. But the things that they did in the community, you can't take that from them. However, what he was saying was he doesn't agree with saving America, but if I'm an American and I too have an enriched legacy and lineage in this soil, I am talking about saving me in the two Americas. I am talking about saving the historical records of my ancestors in which they have toiled the soil and they have built and bled and fought for an American society, democracy, in which we were supposed to actually be benefactors of in this governmental business. So it's almost like when you hear people, I think, say that, I get it. They don't want to save the debauchery and the people who commit genocide and the descendants who have benefited from their slave master owning ancestors, right? They don't want to save those particular type of people. They don't want to save the people who could care less about the economic development of our people who keep us stagnant, right? In high numbers. They're not concerned about them. But for me, if I am calling myself a descendant, an American freedman, a Black American Negro, whatever, FBA, I am talking about saving America, my community, my legacy and lineage. We get that. We get to do that with all autonomy. And people like to strip us of that. And it's not right. It's not fair. It isn't right. And we could get it on both ends, because how people feel and what they've gone through perception-wise, it bleeds and it hurts, because I don't have anywhere to go to if this country falls. I don't have a place to go to. I don't have a country that would send for me and my family to say, hey, you need to come here. I would still have to use the little coins and work and toil trying to go somewhere else and still be in the same fight when I could have fought for where my mother and grandmothers and grandfathers are buried, because this belongs to me.
Okay, let me say this. Delaware's my country. Mississippi is my country. I'm going to look at the southeastern United States as my country. And to be perfectly honest, this was in 1992. So if we just take it on face value, because they use a lot of, like, Sister Soldier used the word African a lot. They use African and Latino, so they're on the Black and brown wave again 30 years ago. And so understanding that, I'm not sure if the brother is a Pan-African as much as he has this global perspective. However, all of the things that have occurred since that time, what benefit has it been for Black Americans to be here in this country, fighting in Desert Storm, fighting in the Second Gulf War, fighting in Afghanistan, doing everything we can as a people to keep America going strong? Now we got this immigrant invasion. In other words, if we go another 30 years, when they're talking about foreigners are going to represent about 20% of the population, and that's just the first generation. So who knows what if you add up the second generation, what that percent is going to be? It's going to be closer to 50. It might actually be more than 50%. of the population. What exactly are we fighting for, if not for ourselves? Because really what we're doing is we're maintaining a system that's designed to churn us up and spit us out like a wood chipper, so that ultimately the people who come here from all these other places who hate our guts can benefit and prosper, while we are not even left holding the bag. We are lightly decomposed fodder inside of the bag. That's the reality. And unfortunately, if we don't realize and recognize that, you got North Mexico occurring in real time, a 5-state block region of Mexican states that ain't going to give a damn about America. And if we're going to be really, really honest, the Mexification, the Hispanification of those 5 states, they ain't going to give a damn if America crumbles. I think that if we continue on the path of we got to save America and not disconnecting ourselves and saying we got to save Black America, we got to figure out how Black America can survive, that we are literally just participating in our own demise. We're participating in our own destruction. I was in a space, they talked about us being complicit in it. We have been complicit in it to a certain level, regardless of what they do to us, through us, because that's what they are. It's like if you go into a snake pit with poisonous snakes, you know that they're going to bite you. So at some point, we got to recognize and take responsibility for the situation and condition we're in. And again, if America falls, it doesn't mean that Black America has to fall. I mean, it just doesn't. And I think that's where we got to take it. And I think that's how we have to think about the situation.
And I agree with that. I agree with that whole sentiment. And all I'm stating is, you have people who also strip our particular level of morality and patriotism from us because of the conditions that our ancestors had to live in and go through, right? And here we are today. But at the same time, you also have to realize that if we don't capture majority, not just majority states, majority state legislation to protect the migration patterns that are going to happen, we also will be in a bad way if we do not have a majority state initiative across the country, because allow other groups to become the majority of any particular state, which Viva La Raza is on the rise, because they want to take back most of the western Midwest of the United States, as they called it, the colonialism of their time, in which America, and Great Britain went to war with a lot of the Spaniards and Spanish at the time that occupied prior to them actually being pushed out and back down south. So when we look at the majority state perspective, I think I'm going further to say, well, it's not enough for 8 states. We have to actually figure out those 8 states, starting with Delaware, and then crushing the other states with the same template. But then what happens if we do not become the majority of certain particular this particular country of ours in control? We also get taken over by sheer numbers. And if a civil war were to break out, as if, the quote unquote white Americans, right? They're white until you start to ask them where they're from. But I'm saying their continuous pattern of, okay, the South will rise again. The South is not going to rise again unless they're going to, bring in the Latinos and immigrants that are coming across the country. Because if you are asking me, I'm looking at it as in they're trying to create another subclass of particular slaves, as we know. But at the same time, there is a commodity that they're trying to look for and control. If we don't get a hold of that and figure out what that looks like for us, even in the Black majority states or the state initiative in regards to Delaware on down, then we are not going far enough, in my opinion. We are only trying to capture the first piece of it, and we're not actually working on like we're working on December, but we really should be working on January and February, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, and I definitely, I have, not only my family have, served in the military, and how my great grandfather, I have, relatives who passed away, so I see America, every single state as my, as part of my domain. Yes, I'm all for the Black majority state, and honestly, I see whether that be Delaware or the as you said on down, I see as a template for all states to follow. So I don't necessarily think that what we would be doing in Delaware or any other state, I think it would be beneficial for other states to model, whether they're Black majority or not. So I look at this aspect more so as a not only from a source of power, but also influence. Once you obtain power, so I don't want the rest of the states, if they're not Black majority, to falter or anything like that. I think it's just we also I don't necessarily believe in I'm not a fan of globalism. I'm a fan more of nationalism. We also have to compete against the rest of the world, and you need our nation to be doing well and successfully. Even white folks and Hispanic folks. And I'm not, honestly, when it comes to migration, I'm not too worried about that, because a lot of these people that are migrating here, they don't have any rights. So all it does is take one Republican to kick them all out, pretty much, because you don't have any. You shouldn't be here. It's against you're breaking laws. So I think. Well, I'm not going to say that we're making a bigger deal than it needs to be. I think we should be focusing, hyper focus on ourselves, and I think that effort, because that's something that we can control right now.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I agree with Ms. Rella. Except this. We're looking at a time capsule of 30 years ago of essentially a think tank with a lot of different perspectives, and nothing has changed. It's 30 years later and nothing has changed, except for it's actually gotten worse. You got individual Black wealth, and everybody else is essentially going to be churned. And when I say churned, I literally mean put into a wood chipper. That's the only reality that we have.
Well, I think the thing that has changed is technology. I think back, in the past, they were able to obtain a critical mass of people. When you have the March on Washington, you have the these organizations that were very successful, is because that was the only way to communicate. We have the ability to be more agile in our strategy because of technology and our ability to communicate, or at least the platforms to communicate. We just need to make sure that we're utilizing them. So I think, I agree that nothing has changed. But I think we have, one of the things is when people talk about, white supremacy or all these different issues that we're having, I personally look at is, if you believe that you can if you believe that you can make a change, let's say without reparations, then not necessarily saying it's our fault, but we are the responsible. We're complicit. I believe that was a word. We're complicit, and also not making adjustments up to this point as well. So I think there's a lot that we can do internally. Reparations. A lot of the other things that we're talking about would fast track it, or as well as put us in position to sustain power. But I think we have a lot more to contribute, and we really need to just focus on what we can do.
And and again, I can't say that nothing has changed per se. I can say that we have not advanced. We have been moving at a snail's pace because there have been things that have been keeping us in particular positions to only move. Only a few people can seem to grasp, but not everyone. Even with technology, we do not actually create. We don't create hubs where we're actually teaching core life skills, economic skills, and making sure that everybody actually is able to actually sustain and lay their bricks. We actually create. People want to create what do they call it? Things for you to quote unquote pay for when it comes to our development, where other groups hire their niece, nephew, cousins, friends, long as they're in their particular group, and they don't even have to have the skills, but they utilize people who have the skills to teach them, and then they're able to actually get particular jobs. I'm not saying that we are not accountable for making sure that money flows in and out of businesses or anything. I'm talking about the education piece of making sure that you can go out and get a 6-figure salary. You can go out and build yourself up with the support of the community behind you, because we have hubs like, i.e., I think they were talking about the development center in the Freedmen's, trying to redevelop the Freedmen's, or something close to the Freedmen's Bureau, or a bureau per se, that would actually allow us to divvy out services, resources that we control. Those type of things have to be done. That has to be. There's no argument around what you call it and all the other stuff. It has to be done. Research, statistics, data, and things like that, they have to be done so we know what we're working with, and going all the type of communities are in the surrounding areas and things like that, so we know how to manipulate and move, because the conditions for everyone change. So maybe what has not changed is our economics, which is true, but at the same time, our ability to actually move as a collective, we do it all the time. We created a lot of organizations. We created different places, or pushed into projects. And we have been doing the same things, but we are now focusing on a different formula in our condition. To me, that has changed. The Black Majority State initiative is a different formula added to formulas that have been already defined, listening to the video, that allows us to induce change. And maybe because generations before us were not having that particular discussion per se in the way we are in language, but they were having the discussion. They just did not act on those particular things. They got caught up with, the politics of a party, pushing the initiatives, versus who in legislators do we need to lobby like in Powernomics, like Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. You got to buy you a politician. He wasn't lying. Some people don't like to hear that, but it's true. You have to buy a politician to do what it is that you need to get done. That is laying a brick. That means money got to come out of that circular community to someone that we know we put in there, and we know that he is supposed to stand in for us. Other groups do that. So the people have, it's like, it's crazy, it's sad, but money does make the world go round. And unfortunately, people only seem to know when you putting something in their hand how well they're actually going to be loyal to you. I'm saying it out loud because it's true. It's true. When you have people who are willing to invest in you, the loyalty becomes stronger. Is there a chance that they can snake you? Yes, because someone might have more money. But at the same time, if there's someone who has the initiative and the foresight to want to see us win and become a powerhouse community, we have to buy them.
Yeah, when I'm in these conversations, it's always like weird because in my own personal life, I really don't talk about my deficiencies ever. Like, I don't talk about what I'm not doing. And I think anybody that has any relative success, we don't focus on what happened last year that we failed at. Like I really, things that I'm weak at, I hire someone to do, or I pay someone. Like, I hate doing laundry. I don't like folding clothes, so I pay someone to do that. I think we should really, I think one of the issues or one of the challenges I think that we all should look at is just speaking more positive. I mean, I'm not speaking, talking specifically I think I even did it in this conversation, just speaking negatively about what we don't have, but we have, if we just actually just focus on all of the assets that we do bring to the table, I think we would get so much further,
But is that negative? See, and that's the other thing. I had this conversation when we were campaigning for Marcel. People have to start having the willingness to have hard conversations and be honest about even your weaknesses. You don't like to fold clothes. That's not a strike against you. That's just something you don't like to do. So you're willing to delegate. But at the same time, could you fold your clothes? Yes, you can. But would you have the time to fold your clothes? No. So you hire someone to take care and do those things, which is not a problem because now money is circulating, right? And the benefit is your clothes get folded. But the problem is that, like you said, a weakness and having a discussion about your weaknesses, it's not a weakness. It's not a negative. It's actually now pointing out, the accountability piece is, I know there's something I have to do for my brick to get laid, and I don't have the time to do it. Not the willingness, but the time or the resources. Maybe that could be it too. So I need additional support, help, wherever. How do I get this done? And sometimes some people don't even know how to do that. We have to be able to have that conversation without any condemnation or it be looked at as a negative.
So even how I position when you're talking about folding clothes, I don't call it a weakness. I just call it an area of opportunity. Anything that I don't want to do or I'm not actually excelling, I just call it an area of opportunity. So as opposed to me saying that I don't want to fold clothes, I'm thinking, how can I get more of my time back? All right, I'm not going to fold clothes. So I don't even position something I don't want to do or anything like that as a negative. So that's what I'm saying is there are things that it's just, I think it's more of like a mindset, and I'm not sure. I don't know. I just know that I don't think this way about any other subject in my life other than, being black. And I'm wondering if it's the part of the mindset shift that needs to happen, because I really don't think about, we're not doing this, we're not doing that. And I'm sure a lot of other people don't, think about that in their lives. I think we, there are so many areas of opportunity to move forward that I think we would be,
autopilot.
We're spending so much time that I think I'm just, just thinking like, damn, we could do this. We're talking about a political pact. We need to create our own, system to metrics for our health, our own education system. We need our own homeschooling system for all the people that want to homeschool. There are so many different areas of opportunity that we could actually focus on, as opposed to what we, have previously not done, the best at.
And I want to, and this is what I want to caution homeschooling, right? Homeschooling is good if you live in a county where racism is prevalent. Homeschooling is not good when it comes to children who actually are having issues when it comes to reading, writing, and excelling to meet the standards, educational standards. And there's a whole conversation about that on a separate note, but I want to state again, it really is delegation for the things that we focus on. There are opportunities, like you said, that we leave open, where other people who have the capacity could actually fill in those gaps. And all it takes is for us to take a second and figure out, okay, well, where do we leave ourselves vulnerable for those opportunities to be taken care of, and how do we get those needs met while we're actually doing other things, because they still have to get done, even if you don't want to focus on it. It still has to get done.
Yeah, this is my last point on it. When we're talking about institutions, a collection of institutions, what I'm thinking about from a culture standpoint, that's infrastructure. When you're talking about, as a large country, you can consider infrastructure, the roads and things like that. But when we're talking about community building, infrastructure is having a, like mentorship programs at an early age. You're talking about, reading and writing. You should be reading and writing before you actually even go to school, or at least, starting that process. I know my, nieces, they're already, reading, they're already learning another language because of my, sister has, set up, like when she has different, what is it called, the people that, nannies and stuff, she's picking people that would be able to teach, them.
Yeah, she's delegating. She's delegating the time because she doesn't have the time, but that's not everybody's story. And again,
I understand that. What I'm saying is there are a lot of, that's as an individual standpoint. But what I'm saying is we need to focus on how can we build out the infrastructures for our communities to actually thrive. And a lot of that is us actually doing, the necessary work. And I believe if we're not focusing on, the deficiencies that we do have in the community, I think you definitely need to outline what those are, because that's where you fill in the gaps. But what I'm thinking about it is, it's not saying, okay, we're not doing this well, that not doing that well. What I'm saying is, okay, this is an area of opportunity that we can provide a solution. We can do this. So just in my personal life, if I'm like, I don't want to do the voting. So as opposed to me just complaining about voting, I'm like, okay, this is an area of opportunity that I can pay someone in the community. Literally, there's a laundromat that's 5 minutes away. It's Black owned by a woman. I can support that business by giving them my business, and I look at that as an opportunity. I think it's a mindset that, people that, even, I feel like that a lot of us are more conscious, that we need to make the conscious decision to honestly brainwash ourselves to look at these deficiencies in our community as opportunities. Because if we don't look at opportunities, then we're not going to provide solutions for them. And if we just keep on looking at things as deficiencies, we're going to have expectations for other people to, either solve that problem for us, or we're just going to let it just fester and never solve that problem.
That's the glass half full perspective. So I do understand what you're saying. Let's go with the only Mel Cruz.
Oh, y'all was getting heated. Thank you for letting me. Thanks for letting me speak. And boy, it was getting. Shout out to everybody in the room. Okay, you know what? I appreciate what Yusuf was. Hey, Rella. Happy birthday. It's your party yourself.
Happy birthday.
I appreciate what Yusuf was saying, and to his statement about negativity. I just say thank God for people with patience, because I have to agree with Rella that these are things that have to be brought up, and thank God for people with patience that when we bring up a topic that can be uncomfortable to some, that there are people that have enough patience to let that situation be voiced so we can proceed to the next phase of the conversation, which is solutions. And what's so interesting, two points for me coming up here. One, I'm not understanding why we don't have a plethora of candidates from the grassroots running for president and all these other offices, because we, not sound negative, but we are really in a precarious position, especially if anybody is in touch and keeping up with the Project 2025. What in God's name are we going to do if we don't get in front of that whole thing with a candidate that can possibly win the presidential election or do something, disrupt the rest of the, political offices that, would the president would be able to just make everything happen if we don't get in there and dominate in opposition of what this Project 2025 president may want to do. And we can't even, in my view, we're not even in a position to say, well, if it's a Democrat, then they're going to, execute and implement all of Project 25. Or if they're Republican, they're going to execute. We know damn well there's no defining line between the two parties when it comes to disenfranchising Black Americans or keeping us disenfranchised. So it's not going to matter Republican or Democrat. They're gonna execute that Project 2025, and we're gonna be, on the losing end of that particular battle. The second,
and Mel, to your point right there, before you move on, people have this notion that Republicans have the best interest also of Black Americans when they don't. They have the best. No, they claim to want to push out and kick the immigrants out, but they would be the same ones with the immigrants working at their businesses get caught and be like, "Oh, I didn't know they weren't illegal." Exactly. You mean they can't work for us for free?
Exactly. So we know what it is. That's what I said. There's no defining line when it comes between Republican or Democrat handing us the raw end of the deal, put it that way. The second thing is that and especially with the teaching situation. So we know what they did in Oklahoma as far as, that's where I think all this was, well, other than Florida, where all this DEI banning was birthed. And so what some of these teachers have done is gotten together, and now they have like these Saturday sessions where they're teaching Black history, the real Black history, to students. Now, some type of way, I'm sure, they're trying to figure out how they can legally make that, a violation of law. They just haven't come up with it yet. But it's that type of activity and mindset that we should be in touch with that teacher group and say, look, let's take what you guys are doing and expand it where it goes across the rest of the states in this country, so we can actually put some force and some power behind that instead of trying to tackle things, one by one. And to me, it's a matter of how we structure logistically, how we put these structures in place so that we've got a team that's handling that piece and a team that's addressing this piece. And, Teslin Figueroa's political training thing, that's something, I don't know why we're still not talking about that and promoting that and because I know she's still having them. So I think, and we can't, in this Twitter space, we can't do it all. Shit, we just can't do it all. But I think those are pieces of the conversation that we need to start developing so that we can get other people that, hey, look, I can do this part, or I can do this part. And to use your word, Rella, delegate. Because we've got to build these things up as we move along. We can't get all the way to Z and then say, oh, okay, now let's go all the way back to A and address this issue. We have to be simultaneous in our endeavors, the same way these attacks on our ability just to live are simultaneous. We got to fight them simultaneously. I'll land. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mel, and that is correct. And again, a part of the Black Majority State Initiative, and I wish Muffin would be able to come up. It is community outreach, and again, that's a portion, a pillar of one leg. This is not a thing where we're all trying to do, definitely so many things at one time. It is the ability to delegate, but having the people in position who have the patience. I would not want to send anyone in the community in Delaware who would go to Delaware not knowing the canvas of the community, not understanding, the things that they're going through, not having the wherewithal to talk to people, and uncover issues. You have to have there's a level, I think, of compassion and grace, I think, that goes along with that. Not just the sturdiness and the hardiness to, match people for energy, but it is to have the compassion and say, hey, these are the needs that the community needs. We're bringing it back to the general group. Right, and then we're updating each other. I mean, it's like a board, and you have to be able to do that. And you got to be able to be good at capturing people's faces, names, and conditions. That to me is someone, and there are people in our community that can do that. There are people in our community who do that. Shout out to Shirley Raines in California, who is in my industry, and she's using her mission to bring notoriety and recognition to homelessness and depravity in LA, on the streets of LA, and across California, so Southern California. So I wanted to point that out. That's something that probably has to be done also in Delaware, in the other states that we've identified. So I'll end there, and I'll give it to Leroy John. I think that's Johnson. I'm sorry.
Hi, I know you're probably surprised it's a woman, but yeah, I wanted to say that, pointing out where we lack or, what we don't have isn't really necessarily a bad thing, because, it's really just saying, who we need or what we need in that point, because, I just feel like it's a form of constructive criticism. And if we don't criticize ourselves or basically our urge to get this done, then it probably, won't happen in basically a faster way, or I don't know how to say it. I just feel like it would, I don't know, I just feel like saying that and pointing it out, it would help us do better. And it would just, it would kind of wake us up, to the reality that, we do need this, and we need it now. We can't wait. We can't, of course we can, point out our wins, but, our losses are greater than our wins. So we have to focus on, doing stuff ourselves. And I think it's important that, people don't take this criticism from a negative place. It's really more of just a constructive criticism, and it's urgent. So that's all I wanted to say.
And I agree with that. I think that is probably the place where we become stagnant. I think that maybe is why we had the conditional of the post-traumatic syndrome of nothing has changed, because we only do focus on our wins and how good and things that we excel in, but we don't actually look at the weaknesses as opportunities to say, okay, well, do you have the capacity to work on your weakness? And if not, if so, then how can we get you to where you need to be in a quicker time frame, right? That could, that could actually help us to move maybe a vehicle forward, because you are no longer stagnant. And I think I love the fact that Yusef called it opportunities, because I no longer have to walk around and say, okay, well, my failures are my failures. I wear them on my shoulder as a badge of honor. But I actually now don't have to have failures anymore. I actually have opportunities where I can actually enlist, if it's not a guide or someone else that can do this, or help me to strategically move, whereas that allows me to free up time to do the things that I am good at, and in the interim create time to work on maybe my weaknesses or failures. So opportunities. I'm going to shift my language and my mentality to opportunities. So thank you, Yusef.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the things I think, when I'm, because I've been myself for 35 years. One of the things that I forget is that I do point out problems, or I think it is healthy. I believe it's Kinlan's law. The first step of solving a problem is being able to be specific about the problem. But the thing is in my personal life, and I think is that you don't move on from the problem until you solve it. So, you actually have to, if we're having an issue, we should be solved or providing at least a solution, plan moving forward. And I think that's the part that is kind of like, it's hurting my, brain, just listening to, negative, just negative things over and over without actually, like, why are we moving on to something else and not actually saying, okay.
Hello?
What happened?
I don't know. Went out.
Yusef, are you still there?
Yeah, he went mute.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop him and try to bring him back up, because I don't know what happened. Let's see if that'll help him get back in here. I guess Leroy can go in the meantime. We'll bring him back up.
I'm sorry, Blake. We took the train and ran down the street. I'm sorry.
All right, cool, man. I was over here cooking by myself. But yeah, I appreciate you bringing me back up. So the thing is like, I'm going to take it on my own self. Is if I hear something that I think is negative or an opportunity, I'm going to write that shit down, and then hopefully at some point in time throughout the discussion, we offer a solution, a plan forward. Because these conversations, while we can't do everything, on these Twitter Spaces, we at least can document the process and document a option or plan forward, because we do talk about a number of these different things, and you don't get to be able to identify these problems without going through the conversation. So I think we're spending a considerable amount of time having these discussions. I just want to make sure that they're they're as valuable as possible, so we're able to retain not only where the problem statement is when there are identified, but also we're able to then navigate, okay, these are the things that we need to solve for, because I want to have rooms that are just solution oriented, just based on, okay, these are the 10 problems that we talked about. All right, let's see what community assets that we have. All right, we need more representatives. That sounds like Tesla Figueroa. She has this, I think it's Push the Line campaign. So we need to get people connected to them. And I think that's what I think would be a better way another way that we can move forward.
Well, but see, again, you cannot have a solutions right? You can't only have a solutions type mentality if you're not able to communicate what it is that you need solutions for. And I think, again, that I guess that's my focus is that I can come up with a solution. I have to be able to hear the problem first and understand the problem, understand the person and the condition of the problem. Then I can come up with a solution, because you can't move into a solution or know that you need a solution unless you know what the issues are and the problems are. That's why I don't look at having hard discussions as a bad thing, because again, there are people, and I think Mel said it, there are people who are able to have those discussions. And then there are people like yourself who are ready to create the solution. But you got to hear the problem first. So the problem has to be stated, it has to be vocalized. And then, like you said, we can't move on to the next step unless we're willing and able to actually address actionably what these problems were that we're now fixing, or we're providing solutions for, opportunities for others who can do these things to handle those things. And then we don't have to focus on that part because we're going to delegate that. We can come up with a solution, be a part of the program management and things like that, but we don't necessarily have to be the ones to implement anything. That gives us room to move to different areas and put people into different, categories and groups where we know what phase they're in. Phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many phases we need to get people where they need to go. That's something all of us are going to have to go through. No matter if you're already established, you've been around X, Y, and Z. Because there's somewhere in that trajectory, you haven't moved to the next level. And there's a reason why.
Okay.
And maybe that's our issue. We don't stay long enough to actually make sure all of us have the elevation we need for wherever level we're at.
Okay, glass half full versus glass half empty. From me sitting in my mind's eye and seeing two glasses sitting on a table, basically half full or at the halfway mark, they're essentially the same, and it's all about the perspective of the individual looking at them. So I want to go back to this idea of a state being a country. And I may be one of the few people in the space who has actually driven through every single state in the continental US, mainly because of the career that I'm in. And so I want to highlight the states in the Southeastern and what countries they compare to. And this is based on the GDP of these states. So Arkansas with 129 billion, and this is from 2019, so it's fairly recent. Arkansas with 129 billion is slightly more than Morocco, the country, with 118 billion. Louisiana has 252 billion GDP, which is close to Egypt at 250 billion GDP. Mississippi is close to Ecuador. Alabama is close to Greece. Georgia is close to Sweden. South Carolina is close to Iraq. Maryland is close to the United Arab Emirates. And Delaware is close to Luxembourg. Now, I wanted to highlight that so that we can understand if the rest of the country collapses and we have this region of states, we will be good because we're comparing ourselves to 8 countries that exist outside of the United States, without the United States, on their own, 10 toes down. I really wanted to make that point because in the Jumbotron, I put up the fact that you have these Mexican cartels who operate like governments with their own police force, their own military force in fact. And this movie that's coming out called Civil War is about if they're called the Western Powers, I believe, and it is Texas and California. They've got a 2-star flag that looks like the old Texas flag, or looks like Black American Homeland's flag with 2 stars. And this is the in this fictional movie, this fictional predictive programming movie, they're saying that these are the 2 states that are going to form an alliance during this civil war against the rest of the country. Now, is it coincidental that these are the Mexican states, that this is North Mexico? Oh, damn it. After all that time, I'm in the Matrix.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're a robot right now.
God damn it. Mother fluckers. After all that goddamn time, I'm in the motherfucking Matrix, man. I waited all this damn time. Okay.
Disagreements is just, from a political standpoint, like how people believe, whether it be they're liberal, conservative, and things like that. But go ahead, Black.
Okay, yeah, because I missed the first part that you stated. So yeah, these cartels who operate like a government, they literally control regions of Mexico. They are the police, they are the military, they control the politicians. They function as if they are a nation within the nation of Mexico, and they are increasingly operating as a nation state within the United States of America. And they're going to control this entire southwestern region of states, top to bottom. In this movie, Civil War, where they have the 2 western states of California and Texas combining together as an alliance against the rest of the country. And again, it's a fictional tale, which is likely trying to foresee and or forewarn of what the potential may be in the future of the United States. So when we think of these people coming over here, because I've witnessed it and I see them and I see how they move and I see how they operate, they come here for resources, they establish businesses, they get funding from the U.S., the cartel from Mexico. They got all this money flowing through their businesses. They're laundering money constantly, 24 hours a day. And they are setting themselves up to get into political positions of authority wherever they may be. They're buying property. They're eventually running themselves as candidates under the Democrat and Republican Party. Doesn't really matter. They are not coming over here to be low-wage slaves, regardless of what the Republican Party may have in mind. Doesn't really matter, because they're coming here with a invasion mindset that they will eventually reclaim. We understand that that's land. They'll reclaim the Southwest, and they will be in a position that we have never been in. And so if we keep looking at these people as some low wage earning slaves and look past what they actually do in their own country and how they move and maneuver in their own country, and understand that those same habits are going to eventually show here, which is the violence. If you just search on this app, cartel, you will find a lot of videos of a lot of people being executed, to be quite honest. They are extremely violent people. And maybe that's from a militaristic violence. I don't know. It is what it is. And if we are going to continue to be the people who save America, while they have the #1 GDP in the country and the #3 GDP in the country, and really, these are like in the top 10 on the whole entire planet Earth, California and Texas. If we're going to continue to think in that mindset, these people, not only are they already eclipsing us financially in almost every category. They are going to blow by us as if we are standing still while we're still trying to save the country. And they are essentially setting themselves up to have their own empire in this country. I just really want to make that point. I want to drive it home. I'm going to figure out how to put this image of the U.S. with all these states as countries in the Jumbotron. I'll make a post of it because I think it's very important to understand that. If you have not lived in every state, all 48 states, or all 50 states for that matter, if you have not even visited these states and you have no idea what these states produce or how they, in any way, shape, or form, participate in the American system, it is not, in my opinion, wise to feel responsible to these other states. It is not wise to feel as if there is something that we need to do to save these other states, because many of these other states, to be quite honest, do not care about Black America. Many of these states have super hyper white majorities. The other ones are moving to super hyper Mexican majorities. A few will have super hyper Asian majorities at some point. You got the liberals in the Northeast who hate our guts. They hate us, literally. And so I don't know what to tell you. You got the Somalis, you got all these this little new Arabia that's happening all around the Canadian border. We have got to get off the mindset of saving America, because America has never saved us, is not going to save us, and increasingly, it's going to, in my opinion, be very counterproductive to think in that mindset while everybody else is scrambling to get what's theirs. They're looking for ownership. They're looking to own America. And we have the mindset of simply existing, helping America. I don't really understand it at this point, because I think we should have been thinking this way for the last 60 years. We'd be much further ahead if we had. And for whatever reason, the Democrat Party has sold us on this whole integrate and assimilate and be annihilated, because that's the steps of integration, assimilation, annihilation. I think we got to get off of that train. We got to get off of that track, and we need to start thinking about ownership. So that's all I really wanted to put in there for that part. Yeah. This is too much, man. Too much. Too much.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think most of our mindset, has been, just surviving, what this country has put us through. But we have to get out of that mindset, because if we don't, we're not gonna have anything, and there won't be any of us anymore. So I just, we're just so used to surviving and not being really allowed to own anything. It's really historical trauma, but we can't let that trauma, just keep holding us down. Even though it's a very valid excuse. Don't get me wrong, but if we continue, going down that road, we really won't have anything. So, like I said, I think, most of our people, like I said, a lot of us, we just try to get through the day and, through the week, but we can't have that mindset anymore. And, I was also going to say that, at least, our people giving, our people giving our people advice and, constructive criticism is always from a good place. It's coming from, a good place coming from us instead of other races, because, usually it's from disdain and hatred from them. but it's coming from love and, you know, respect when we call each other out. So like I think we need to also realize that as well. Like, you know, we're not each other's enemies whenever we point out a problem. So yeah.
I'm in the process of creating a tweet. I'm creating a tweet.
But I will respond to Black. So I hear what you're saying, and my thing is, as far as being American, I'm gonna do my part, and you know, but I'm not saving nobody. Well, other than Black people, I really don't care about any other culture. So you know, best of luck for them. But I'm not going to wish anything ill against them. And as a American citizen, pay my taxes, do my part, and that's all. But you know, like that girl said in that one movie on Netflix, I ain't gonna trust white people if shit goes down at all.
Hey, there you go. I mean, that's if we could all just think like that, man, that's half the battle right there. Man, and I love that Leroy added survival in there because that's really what it's been. I mean, if you spend your whole life just trying to survive, you can never, ever. God damn it. Every time I talk, man, I'm in the motherfucking Matrix. What's happening here, son? This Matrix shit be tripping, man. It be pissing me off, bros. Okay, hopefully I'm good now. Oh, this Matrix thing it's irritating. So no, I was saying, shout out to Yusef. Yeah, if we could all have that mentality, we'd be way far ahead. And shout out to Miss Leroy, the survival aspect, because that's really you know what we've been doing. We just been trying to survive. And if you're spending all your time surviving and you're in the middle of the ocean, the sharks are circling. They're just waiting for you to give up. You know what I'm saying? I think we're in that situation right now where the sharks are circling and they're just waiting for us to lay down and give up. We cannot do that. Let's be clear, we cannot do that because everything collapses after that. But I did put that thing down in the peel, and I'm gonna put up in the jumbotron right now, which is about these comparing U.S. states' GDPs to countries. And if you look up here, you can see some of this Mexican cartel armored vehicles. They got some state-of-the-art signal jammers on each individual. Those look like body armor, body plates that they got right there. You know, these people, for what it's worth, I guess this is a documentary, 100 Hours Living with the Mexican Cartels. So, you know, these people are violent. They work. I'm not going to say they work harder than anybody else because they don't. Everybody works hard. However, they pool their resources. They do move as a unit, and them coming into this country is going to be devastating. Devastating, you know, as they spread across the country like locusts. So just got to be mindful of it. That's all. I just try to keep this in our mind's eye. You know, I was at dinner with the family tonight. My brother lives in Texas, and kind of talking about how they're spreading across the country in different places you never seen them before, and just acknowledging that this is real. You know, this is the real deal. This is not a test. Chicago can you know scream from the rooftops about that. It is not a test. This is very, very real, and we just trying to figure out a way to protect us. When I wrote the book, you know what? I don't believe I really talked about this in a significant way. I really talked about it from Yusef's position of solution based and what we can do, all about us, not really anticipating this second wave of mass migration which is going to essentially create a situation where over half of the population are first, second, and third generation immigrants. I don't think when we're listening to this video, and I notice when they talk about over and over, we got to get the race thing right, because if we don't get the race thing right, then America's not going to work, and yada yada yada. Well, guess what? They figured out they don't need the black people here. They don't need black Americans here. We'll just bring in all these other people to make America work, and that's really what's going on.
Hey, Black. Look, I made some maps, right? Some prediction maps that I made in 2013, 2014, and actually, hey DJ, if DJ is around, hey DJ, I can't really post my any of my tweets in the jumbotron. Can you please go to my, not my pinned tweet, but the next tweet? It has a it has 3 maps, and it has Delkism.
No, we're gonna show you. You know what?
And
let's do this. Let's break it down. Let's get everybody up on the same page. Some people may not know how to do it. So while you're on the app, you go to your profile on the app. I'm gonna click on your profile. We're gonna do it together. You open up your profile and you go to the post that you want to share. And then there is the little triangle at the bottom right corner. You click that. And then you're going to see at the top, it'll probably say Gray King space or something like that at the very top. When you click that, it goes into the Jumbotron. So I hope you're with me. You click on your avatar, you go to your account, the post that you want to share, you go to the little three circle triangle, click that, and then hit the top thing that says Gray King space. On mine, it says your space, and then that'll get it up in there.
Okay. I remember it used to be much easier than that. But let's see. I tried it. Let me see if it's in the Jumbotron. Let's check it.
Yeah, I see you shared it. I see yep, I see the one you shared. It's okay. Mm-hmm.
Now I did this map back in the 3 map back in 2013, 2014. And I got the if people can look at the first map, I have the Southwest region, which is red. That's going to be the Mexican, supermajority Mexican region of states. You go to the Southeast, that's going to be the Black American homeland or supermajority Black region of states. The blue, those are multiracial states. Now, mind you, this is 2050. This is what I predict the United States will look like in 2050. And then the light blue are the supermajority white states. And let's see, you got Utah's an orange. That's going to be, a Mormon state. However, you can put them with the predominant white states. Then I have New England, which is the purple. They're going to be majority white states as well. A lot of people thought I was crazy to come up with this map, but this is what I saw. I visioned this, man, back in 2010, 11, 12, and I tried to put a map together, and that's what I came up with. And that's 2050. Then the next 2 maps, I projected a Civil War II by 2076. The United States is going to be divided into four regions, right? You're going to have the Republican white conservative states in the Northwest. You're going to have the Democrat, liberal Democrat states in this Northeast, and Midwest and Northeast. And even though I got the Black American Homeland, I put Appalachia there, but you can call it any name. And then I have the red with the Mexican state. So I believe the country is going to be divided into 4 countries by 2080. And what's going to happen? This movie, right? When they said that 19 states are going to secede from the Union. I predicted that the Northwest states that's controlled by the white conservative Republican Party, right? They are going to be the ones to secede from the Union, and the Northeast states, Democrat Party controls the federal government. They are the ones that are going to declare war on the Northwest states. I just give me 30 more seconds. The Black American Homeland and the Mexican regional states, right? They're gonna try to remain neutral in this situation. However, the federal government is gonna try all types of tactics, right, to try to get the Black American Homeland and the Mexican regional states to join in the war, and yes, that's my projection. A lot of people say I'm crazy, man, but when I heard about that movie that just came out, the trailer that came out a few days ago, I'm like, wow, that's exactly what I was thinking about. And however, they have, they got California and Texas. That's kind of weird. I think they chose those two states because they're very big. They have a large economy. They have a large population. But I think
those are the two that
states going to be
talking about secession
with the Mexicans. So
yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I land there.
Hey, that's vision. That's all. That's vision, and that's divine information. You know what I'm saying? Coming through the balkanization of the United States, splitting into 4 quadrants. It is very predictable. This invasion accelerates it likely, and they will do what they do. Project 2025 would actually accelerate that even more, because those are the people who do want to kind of reduce the federal government and go back to states' rights, and if necessary, a national divorce. That's the conservative side making all those talking points. Texas talks about secession. California actually was talking about secession not too long ago. So, it's, I can't say it's not out of the realm of possibility at this point.
Right. Now, look, now the Project 2025, right? I'm like, okay, how can Black Americans take advantage of that, right? And they're trying to make the federal government smaller. They're trying to make the states give more rights and power to the states. Therefore, if we can take control of the states, right, then we can benefit through this Project 2025. The only thing I don't like about the Project 2025 is they're trying to give the president more power. So that's the only thing. That's my only negative thing I have against the Project 2025 is trying to give the president more power over the federal government or the executive branch or whatever. Yeah. So, but yeah. So yeah. So what is your Black? What is your what do you know about the Project 2025?
So when it first came out, I watched the videos, and that's what they kind of allude to, that they're essentially going to make Trump into a king or some type of dictator. The thing about it is this: he only has 4 years. And shout out to Miss Pamela Denise. She's doing a whole series of breaking down. She literally did the first part, and she just is going from the very first page, and she's going to go through. I think it's going to be a 7 or 8 part series. Um, so you make Trump a king for 4 years, okay. As soon as the Democrats get back in there, in my opinion, they just reverse everything that they did. I don't think that's going to create some permanent thing. I think it's more of them trying to find a political solution for what ultimately is a conflict-based solution. I think this is like the last gasp for help and attention before.
They're trying to create the Cold War situation when remember when Russia occupied pretty much all of Ukraine, and they got rid of pretty much what Putin did once he became the dictator. He dismantled the parliament, right? So you could never vote him out, right? He's going to be there forever. Even the person that ran against him, I think he was poisoned or something like that. And so, again, it's like you have these conditional European mystic barbaric ways that people want to try to influence our country, but yet forget the structure of the government is 3 branches. The most powerful branch is the Supreme Court. Trump, even if he becomes a king, right, he would still have no power over the Supreme Court. The second Supreme Court is Congress. And unless he's going to become some sort of king, if they prop him up and dismantle Congress and say, okay, well, we don't need no representation from either of the states, I'm just going to dictate what happens in all the states, that would not be a good thing.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, they're trying to turn the United States, which is a federalism type of government, into a unitary government. I don't think that will work.
But that's what I'm saying. And so again, when we talk about the invasion piece of what's happening with us, it's not really just talking about Trump as being voted back in or whatever. It really is. Immigrants are in all of politics, and they are seeking power over this country and its military and any other form of position. That's why Vivek pretty much paid for his whole entire campaign run. No one really supported him. His own people didn't even support him. You understand what I'm saying? It's power. How people who have access to money pretty much are trying to get into positions of power to control the purse strings of this country and the military. It is not a game. Like, I don't even think of it as just a Trump situation type, let's just vote a Republican in type or a Democratic. No, like, these people who are trying to get our gaze, they are sadistic and they have problems. And I agree with Mel. Why aren't we literally pushing for multiple people to run for offices, period? Point blank. Because the ones who are trying to run and have the access to run because they have the finances to run, they're the same ones who are trying to get into the new positions of the new Americas. They're the same ones who want to rewrite old back to the South situation, or I'm going to reclaim the America is under a straight attack from foreign and domestic entities. And if you don't think that is true, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. Because I can talk about Black majority state all day long, but I also have eyes and ears to know what is happening also around me. Even they are capturing even the local communities and pushing out people. It's not a game. Destitution and degradation is happening. They don't want you to have not a piece.
Yeah, but let me say this. So structurally, the way the Constitution is set up, the separation of powers, there's really no path. And these are very intelligent people. Like I said, Miss Denise went down a list of like 150 organizations, some very intelligent people, degree, master degree this, master degree that. So they know they can't force that through the government. Like there's just no way. They know that we have this quote unquote duopoly of Democrats and Republicans. They would have to have a supermajority in both houses and the presidency to even attempt to get this through. It's very unlikely that they're going to get it through, but it's more about an administrative dismantling of federal government agencies. That's really, really, really what it's all about. So you put out this 1,000-page whatever manifesto, quite literally, and probably half of it or 75% of it won't get done. But the part that's really, really important, in my opinion, the part that they can do is all this administrative reduction of the Board of Education, reduction of the Board of Department of Transportation, reduction of the FBI, reduction of all these different agencies that they essentially want to get rid of and or move out of DC. Because if you take the Board of Education out of DC and you put it in Wyoming, then you build a financial economic infrastructure in one of these states where they will likely withdraw to as we become majority populations in these southern states. I think it's more about that than, because that's what's realistic. As far as trying to make him a dictator and expand the powers of the president, that only happens during wartime. That's what you see if you look at the United States historically. Federal powers grow and expand during times of war, and we're not really technically at war right now where they could do that and people wouldn't second guess it or go against it. So I just see it as that. Now they put the document out there for some future person who may be able to implement it during a time of war. That's the other part that I would actually kind of be a little wary about, because even that Patriot Act and all those things where they were taking away our civil rights or privacy rights, those were bills and laws that they wanted to implement decades in advance. And this is the way they work. If they can't get it done today, they'll do it tomorrow and they'll keep it there until they get it through. So that's what I would sort of be concerned about.
Hey, Black. Now, one thing I know about the Project 2025, they want to change the way they do the census for the congressional seats or electoral college votes, where instead of counting everyone, they just want to count citizens within those 50 states.
Interesting.
So what do you think about that? I mean, I will agree with that. I could go with that, just don't count illegal aliens, don't count green card holders, only count the citizens of the United States.
Wow.
When it comes to the U.S. Census.
Yeah, so the argument is in the Constitution, because this is the same argument they make about these illegal immigrants, is it doesn't mention citizen, it says person. So I don't know if that's going to pass Supreme, because the Supreme Court has stood on this whole idea of a person, not a citizen, which means they would have to change the Constitution, and that requires what a majority of the states or a majority of Congress to push that through.
Yeah, it'd have to be Congress, and only because the Supreme Court does not regulate birth certificates, which actually classifies us as citizens. You have to be born, naturalized, that sort of thing. So, that's interesting. Like American Homeland, that's.
Because I believe that if they only count citizens in the United States, I think that our percentage of this citizenship population will go up to about 16% instead of the 13 or 14%. It could go higher.
We need an actual count. To be honest with you, I don't even agree with the 13-14%. I believe that we're actually 32 plus percent.
Wow.
And I do.
Wow.
Yeah, and I do think that the conditions are to make us believe that we are a lower population, so we don't need resources. And resources need to be allocated to people who have a higher density population, which is why they keep trying to mention that whole black and brown, similarity. But if that's true, and we are similar to the Latinos, like they always keep trying to call them the brown people, then our population would actually be in alignment with theirs, which is why they're trying to bring more illegals over, to overpopulate or outpopulate our population. So if we don't get the right numbers, we don't demand from the U.S. Census Bureau to actually do a actual count, not just every 30 years, every 10 years, every 5 years, every 2 years. We need a yearly count, babies being born, people being documented on their ethnicity, collection count.
That's a whole different conversation.
That costs entirely too much money.
It's a whole different conversation.
The government got it. It's not even, they do. I worked for the census. They have the money. And they actually count, they do census 2, 5, and 10, 30 years. They have the money.
I'd rather that money go to teachers or education.
They have money for education. The educational department and the census department is not the same. The government has the money. They don't even worry about how the money is allocated. They have it specifically for these agencies. That's the reason why California enlisted someone from the Census Bureau to actually do an actual count. They were actually bringing that to the board of the census. They had a meeting with the I think one of the directors there. So cost is not a factor for us. It's not even, it should never be an issue when it comes for us getting our head count, because we need that.
I mean, to me, it's just it's a waste of money, because you can do it based off your growth rate. You just have to, like, I just can't imagine a population's going to explode. So doing it every year just doesn't make sense. But
how do you do it? How do you do it off the growth rate if you don't know what the growth rate is? And everybody is speculating that it's 12, 13, 14%. How do you know what the actual growth rate is if you don't have the actual counts?
I mean, this is a point that I don't really feel the need to go back and forth with. I think I completely agree with, or I shouldn't say completely agree with everything, but I believe we need to have a better, accurate count of actually who the citizens are. I don't personally understand how a person's able to overstay their visa and not have, criminal issues, and you're not being sent.
It's administrative.
If you overstay your visa, I'm not even send you an airplane back. I'll just take you to the border and drop you off, and
they make more money.
I don't understand
off of
how
you being
we are
here.
having a lot of these.
You're participating in the economy.
I mean, I know if you overstay or if you are out on bail and you do something wrong, your ass goes back to jail.
That's true.
We have all of these other
facts on facts on facts.
More strict on crime for our own citizens, but not people that aren't citizens. Shit does not make sense.
I promise this is a great place for me to jump in. I agree with that. It doesn't make sense. And
facts on facts on facts. They wouldn't let me get in.
The reason why I came up is when Trump first took office, remember Trump was gutting all types of offices. I mean, we're talking about career professionals, where there were no people working in the role because Trump shut all that crap down. So when we talk about this Project 2025, we already know that the intention is not for freedom and equity and justice for everyone. Okay, I'm not even going to say diversity, just equity, fairness. And so to think that, Trump is going to get into office and Stephen Miller's going to come back from the crypt and think that they're going to, do right, it's not going to happen. So I feel like if Trump gets in and they start to execute that 2025, that's the end of any more 4 years of, office for 4 years. And it's at least how I see it, because it's clear that they want to take away every power that we have as citizens. Look what they're doing now. Look what they did in Chicago. They kept holding that vote or whatever until
the last minute.
Yeah, until they got what they wanted, which was okay. You guys can't. We're not even gonna let you guys have a voice on it. How do we get a voice to? We're gonna keep screwing up the game plan, and now you don't have a voice, and now we're gonna get it how we. This is what the hell they're doing, and I think they couldn't make Trump follow the plan, and now that Trump is going through everything he's going through.
Them Wiggins was in there fighting. You saw them fighting in the. Remember when they was fighting when they was trying to choose a speaker, and they were separated. They were separated by. They were set. You saw you saw the ultra magas. You saw the hillbillies. Then you saw the separates. The ones that want to separate from America, like the Marjorie Taylor Greens and them. And then you had what is this? Is it Kevin Gates? His ass and not McCarthy, but the other one that had the
I think when we read the project, we were reading it completely different, because what you all are saying, I didn't get that. The context I got from it was. Which I agree with.
This is sidebar from the. This is sidebar. This is looking at the entire perspective of how that project actually came about. Because really, honestly and truly, Denise talks about how the conservatives really don't have your best interests. But here are the things that they are actually trying to implement. And you have to be remiss to think just because you're a black conservative doesn't mean that your black conservative views are the views of the party of people that you might want to vote for just because you don't want to vote for a Democrat.
Well, but to your point, Yusuf, when you first because when I went into Denise's space and she was reading about each role, the secretary of this and the this and the that, and, all of those sound very homogenous and very clear cut and shit. I'm asking what's the annual salary on these roles? And I even hit Black on the back channel and said, hey, this is really organized and, look at but the thing is that as homogenous as those role descriptions are, that is just a face covering, because whatever they choose to do, there's nothing saying they cannot deviate from that homogenous game plan. But then there's also other information out there that breaks down how nefarious this Project 2025 is. So yeah, it starts off real crisp and clean, and if you don't read the entire document, it is gonna, you are gonna just like, oh yeah, this is great. So, but the bottom line, my whole point was, we can't expect to give Trump anywhere close to the apple and think that ass is not gonna, do whatever he can to ensure that he's never, ever, ever removed from office again. We are on dangerous ground. And that's why I think, to be honest with you, we really need to transition Marcel from trying to dominate South Carolina and get him on a presidential piece. We have to get more candidates that we have confidence in. We got to get these people up and ready to rock and roll. We don't have any time. We got to do this.
Yeah, people are losing their minds. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, see, that's where I completely disagree. Honestly, I think we Black people should stop going for federal politician roles. They need to just focus on the state. When you're talking about what I look at reading the Project 2025, what I'm seeing is they no longer want people to be responsible. If you're in your one state, like Maryland, you should not have any say what we're doing in Texas, and that's where all of the issues are. They don't like the power of the Congress. They don't have a problem with state powers. If you want to have abortion, do that in your own state. They don't want you to be, have your rights or what you deem as important. And to me, the difference between conservative and liberal is that liberal, they want a blanket. They're looking at from a humanity from globally. They don't necessarily care about if they have their rights, they're not good. That whole quote where MLK said, "A justice somewhere is a justice anywhere." That's literally what they believe, and that's the difference between when Black is talking about, I don't care about, or actually I said that I don't really care about other places as long as I'm good. They don't believe that. They literally, liberal or, so that's what I hear. And I think we really need to focus, because we don't have even, if you're in a federal, if you're a senator or state representative, you're literally a puppet for the party. So we are better off having our most talented representatives at the state level, at the governorship, at the state assembly. That's where we really need to. Those policies will help us, more than any other things. So that's how I read it. I really didn't care about all that window dressing that they were talking about, as far as they were talking about abortion, all these other things that they want to roll back. They just don't want you whatever they look at as this degenerate behavior, whatever degenerate behavior that the other people are doing. Keep that shit in your state and let me have, what we want to do in my state. That's, to me, that's what the conservative ideology is. And that's why they don't care about, California. They want California to be a shithole. As long as their state, just don't bring that shit on their state. And if we vote, conservative people, if we want to be racist in our state, if we want to do that, then that's what we want to do in our state. That's, to me, when I'm thinking about conservative, it is more so I'm voting locally. Do not, if you have a problem with it, go somewhere. And that's why they always say, go, get out of the country, because that's literally what they mean. If you're not, if you don't like it, then move.
So this is where, again, this goes back to our conversation we had earlier. You have to understand the importance of the federal government when it comes to the states. The states can have control of everything that happens within the state, but in order for you to get funding from out of the Federal Reserve or any of the Treasury allocated money that the government has that actually surpasses the states, you have to have representation. And if you don't understand why the federal government can impact the state in regards to denying aid, if the state was to run out of money on their GDP level, the federal government can step in and cover the loss or cost if you have representation. And I think we somehow don't really know the entirety of the impact of the federal government on the states, only our peripheral view of what we talk about, when we really need to actually figure out what actually has the federal government done from a statistic level to impact each particular state in regards to resources and how they actually help build the GDP of particular states based on aids, based on grants, and other things that the federal government also plays a hand in, not just legislation. So it's not just about focusing on the governorship and things like that. It really is, okay, well, checks and balances. I have people on the state legislative level, from local to the state level, and even some of the municipalities of the small counties or counties that are operate separately within the state. But I also have the federal representation now, because whatever the state needs to actually enforce, the federal government also can make sure legislation is put in place to help protect it. So I don't look at it just one or the other. It has to be all.
Okay, let me jump in on this one. So, two really good points made. However, there is really little that the federal government can do to prevent states from getting funding. So it's not a thing where the state then has to be overly concerned about what the federal government wants to happen. Constitutionally, they have to appropriate funds proportionately across the country. That doesn't mean that each state gets the same amount, but there is a system that's been in place. You can actually go back and look at the funding and the way that it's flowed. And then if ever there's a situation where, as a Black majority state, it looks as though, for whatever reason, whether it's politics, whether it's race, whether it's this, that, the federal government is starting to punish a state and act in an unconstitutional way about the funding, then we definitely end up in court. And then if the courts don't rule in our favor, and here's where you start to say, well, it's us versus them. We got to do things in a different way if the courts don't uphold the Constitution, right? So this is how these Project 2025 staters think. This is how these J6 people think. States' rights people think. They think that this state is our state. They have ownership. They feel as though they are responsible and they have ownership, and they are going to act accordingly and not be subjugated by the federal government. I think that while it is a thing where, yes, the feds through their monetary policy can create money out of thin air and then send that money down to the states, yada yada yada. At the same time, if the state is operating and I talk about this, I made post about it, in a financial neutral manner, I think that should be written into our state constitution, that the state doesn't get into debt, therefore the state doesn't have to be bailed out, that the counties don't get into debt, so that therefore the counties don't have to be bailed out, the local municipalities don't get into debt, so they don't have to be bailed out. If the entire system is operating at a debt neutral way, then you are never in a position where you need the federal government to bail you out. That's just the way I see it, and that's the way I would move forward with it. That certainly would be the suggestion I would make. But at the same time, we're not going to let the federal government deny us the funds and the resources that we are owed. Because literally, the state pays into the system. The citizens of the state pay into the federal government, and then the federal government has a responsibility to return those resources back to the state, along with all of the infrastructure that the federal government has within each state. So I just don't see it as they get to dictate and tell us what to do or how to do it and yada, 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 because that's not the way it's worked out. Really, in any of these confrontations where states have taken the federal government to court, usually the court is saying, no, states have rights, states have sovereignty, and the federal government must act in a constitutional manner.
Hey, you know what? One advantage that the federal government has is, like, let's say military installations like a naval base or a military base, army base, marine base. If a certain state is not doing what the federal government, want the state to do, whatever, the federal government can take a military installation out of that state and move it to another state. I've been thinking about that for years. You know, you will notice a lot of Republican states, right? Many of the Republican states, California, to me, used to be a Republican state, right? It has a lot of military installation, naval, Air Force bases, Army bases. And if you look at the South have many. Texas,
Force the
you know,
ports.
Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, North Carolina, they have many military bases.
Yeah. Force the ports.
So, you know, that's one of the reasons why those states are so Republican centered, because of the military what do you call it, military contracts. Now, being from the Tidewater area, you know, we have all the naval shipyard there. You know, that Tidewater was totally dependent on military contracts, you know, to build submarines and warships and all that good stuff. I land there.
Okay, let's get Miss Leroy and then back to Yusef. Miss Leroy, you there? You with us? Okay, let's go Yusef.
Cool beans, yeah. I mean, I completely agree with everything you all were saying. You know, when we're talking about the states, what the president normally does, he pretty much gives money or allocates funds to specific regions that helped him get elected. Like, you know, when we're talking about the Shenandoah and the coal impacted area, which is Trump County, he gave money for, you know, upskilling and you know, for that particular area, that region. And when we're talking about Biden, a lot of, like, not only California, when we're looking from, you know, infrastructure, if you're looking at the different high-speed trains, bill that, or the funding that was just allocated, those all are in blue states. So while I do agree there are advantages of having, you know, some representation at the, you know, the federal level, I think, you know, the Democrats and Republicans, whether they're black or white or Asian, they're going to try to get more money back for that state. And I think we'll be in a better position to not only, you know, have our representatives be at a local level. You'll be able to get more, you know, FaceTime with the representatives. You'll be able, you know, they'll actually be serving the community. And yeah, I have so many, you know, friends that are, you know, at the federal government, you know, working on federal contract and different things like that. The shit is it's corrupt. Like the federal government wastes so much money. All of these different departments is just a way to, you know, like a funnel money. It's a business that they do. So would I miss a lot of these departments that they're talking about removing? No, not really. You know, so I do think, yes, while I do think everybody should be taught, you know, actual history of the United States, yes, I would love that. But I think there are, I mean, me personally, I guess this is a Democrat versus Republican thing. I think that's, you know, the parents' responsibility to, you know, I don't trust a system that's No Child Left Behind. The education system only teaches based off the slowest kid. So I just don't see how that's helpful to our community.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't disagree. If they got rid of the Department of Education, I got to assume, because each state essentially has their own Department of Education for curriculum. Does that eliminate the funding? Does that eliminate?
No.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't eliminate the funding.
Yeah, it doesn't. It just means the Department of Education no longer will dictate what people have to do at a federal level, and it will be completely up for the states. And it's not even necessarily removing it completely; it's just downsizing it. So there's no, all this red tape and things like that that we currently do have.
Right. And so you get rid of the staffers because that's the deep state. Those are the people who are politically, ideologically,
You're in the Matrix.
Fucking Matrix, god damn it.
Yeah. I mean, again, like the thing that the federal government should be doing.
Fuckers, bro. Oh my god. This damn junky ass piece of crap technology. That's why I'm so glad we on YouTube and we on Funded Socially.
On what they're,
with the YouTube link embedded in the Funded Socially.
Then they can do it if they don't
this
want
Twitter
to.
crap.
Then they don't want to. But
this Twitter
that's
app
the
crap.
Individual,
I'm gonna just start raining down on this Twitter app
of that
crap.
State to decide.
So shout out to the Twitter app crap, the crappy Twitter appy, the crappy X appy. But yeah, so I think the plan is to get rid of the deep state, which is the staffers, which are politically ideologically bent towards the left, and essentially they want to incorporate a lot of the LGBTQ isms through the education system and every other degeneration that they want to put through the education system in Washington, D.C. They came up with that Common Core math, which is utterly insane. Watching people try to figure that crap out online. Yeah, so you eliminate some of the budget. At the same time, you put more power in the hands of the states, which I'm all for, of course. And will there be a state like I don't know, as it currently exists, Alabama, that starts to do a bunch of weird things with the education? Well, yeah, likely, because if you're a minority, you're a minority. If they're the majority, they're the majority. And that's what they do. So it's to be expected. We as a population have depended way too much on the federal government and gotten very little in return. It's been this illusion of protection that really hasn't existed. We've been slow walked into a genocide, economically and otherwise. And if we continue putting all this faith and trust in the federal government, it will be to our detriment. There was a case, there's a video on the X app from the Department of Justice under the Trump administration. They had several cases. One of them, I believe, was at Harvard for racial discrimination. And under the Trump administration, the staffers of the DOJ refused to prosecute the case or even investigate the case because they did not want Trump to have a win in the area of a racially discriminating case that was affecting Black people, because it would have gave Trump a win involved in Black people. So this is what the deep state does. This is what they talk about when they're talking about the deep state. These are unelected staffers who essentially run the federal government based on their own personal political agendas, not for the people. So if you get rid of, so in other words, they've created a situation where the far right are just sick and tired of the bullshit, quite literally. And the Democrats are like, yeah, we want the deep state there because they work for us. They think the way we think. They do what we do. Dear God. If I was going to remain integrated, and I just thought I'm going to spend the rest of my life as this integrated individual, I would get out of politics. I would walk away from politics and I would just, I'd be skydiving and fishing for tuna in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and catching waves, because there's really no point in it at that point if you're just going to be integrated and live your best life and then essentially not be concerned about the future. I think this whole population conversation of being 15%, 30%, 60%. Let's say we're 60%. We're the majority in the country. We got more people than everybody else. What difference would it make? We don't have the organizations. We don't have the institutions. We don't control states. This is how the money flows from the federal government down to the people. So what difference would it make right now as we sit, even if we were 60% of the population, everybody else controls the funnel that the money comes through. So we would still end up with nothing. I think that the optics of whatever we have used in the past, like our population numbers and other things, we just kind of got to break that cycle and look at it for what it is. If we don't have institutions that are in direct contact with the states, that are in direct contact with the federal government, we're still never going to get this money. We're still never going to get these resources, even if we are the number one ethnicity in the country, which I hear a lot. It doesn't mean anything. It sounds great. It sounds really, really good. However, at the end of the day, what does that buy me? Just knowing I'm a part of the number one ethnicity in the country. What does that do for me? It does nothing. I think we got Sean up next.
Oh, what's up, man? Great conversation, high level conversation. I just came up because I wanted to speak about what I envision for our federal representation. I think they're very necessary, but I do agree with Yusuf. We need our best and brightest at the state level working on the problems there. But when we talk about our federal representations, we need pit bosses, we need Suge Knight types that go in there and they in battle mode. Okay, this is what we getting. Okay, this is what we want. Because think about it this way, we're going to have to we're going to be doing business internationally. So we have to make sure that the federal government is not messing up our business interests around the globe. So we're going to have to elbow our way in and do that there. As far as the money's allocated to us, we got to have somebody like a Suge Knight type of mentality that will get in there and bust heads and crack skulls and even not physically, but just like negotiate. Okay, I'm not doing this if you don't do this for me. They have to be there like a pit bull, pit boss, dogged, protecting our interests. And that's what I envision our federal representation. But our best and I do agree with Yusuf again. Our best and brightest problem solvers, our highly intelligent people, have to be focused on our state, to grow our state, to prosper our state, and actually to act as a brain trust to kind of stay a step ahead of the federal government and any other organizations or any other states that might be plotting on trying to take us back to where we started, ground zero. So that's what I believe our federal representation is most important for, to get in there and just pretty much bang it out for us on our behalf.
I love that imagery of Suge Knight in Congress. An army of Suge Knights in Congress working for our advantage. That's a great visual. I'd add Sister Soldiers to that as well on the feminine side, because she definitely ain't taking no shit for sure. Yusuf, you got it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Sean. Like I always told my friends, like I would be all for being Democrat if all of or actually I should say liberal, if all of our black people, if we all had federal government jobs, if we all had state government jobs, that we actually were benefiting from the policies that were saying, because it's based off of economics. That's my thing. Because we're not benefiting, we do have a lot of federal jobs, but we're not getting access to those capital, or we're talking about from grants or contracts. So I don't see the benefit of having a large federal government when everybody is just building wealth for everybody else. And taxes is the number one thing that everybody has to pay. So if you're reducing your taxes, people were talking about we can spend money on this, spend money on that. I would rather reduce our taxes because there's so many different ways that you can be taxed, and because we only make up 1% of CPAs, only 1% of black people are CPAs. We're really how I look at strategy is based off of where are we at, what are we doing good at, and I base it off of that. I don't really make I would hope that we do this or hope not. I just look at, okay, these are our community assets. So what strategy makes the most sense for us to vote for? And I don't vote aspirationally. I vote based off of where we're at right now. And where we're at right now is because we don't have, while there are a considerable number of Black people in federal government, I think in the totality, it would be more helpful for people to lower their taxes by removing a lot of the federal government overspending than anything, and that would help everybody, all the Black people, as opposed to just having the Black people, around the DMV area with their cushy jobs, holding on as long as they can for their pension and stuff. So. That's where I'm at. If we get an influx of Black people start working for the state government, and more and more Black people are getting federal contracts and things like that, I will be the first in line voting for Democrats. I promise you that.
Amen, amen, amen. I'm in total agreement, because that's where the money's at. I mean, it's the government. The government's got all the money. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go into this video again. Let another 15 minutes roll off. Shout out to everybody who came to the space. We are covering this Donahue video, which is like a panel, think tank panel, from 1992, shortly after the riots in LA, and they're just kind of looking at race. And not necessarily coming up with any solutions, but simply letting us know what 1992 looked like, so that we can compare and contrast 2023 to 1992, 31 years later. How much has changed? As far as I can tell, not a whole hell of a lot. Because everything that they're talking about then, we're talking about today. And especially in these spaces, I mean, almost word for word, I'm hearing things that they're saying repeated 30 years later. So I always say, if we don't do something radically different, how can we possibly expect any actual change? I think we keep doing the same thing over and over again, and thinking because we're the ones doing it now today, that it's going to actually produce a different result. And I just don't think that that's reality. So here we go. Yep.
Oh, I was just going to say, how long is the video? You going to do this time 15 minutes?
Yeah, probably another 15 minutes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Look, yeah, I got to be out in 10 minutes. So, look, I appreciate everybody participating, and I'll see you guys next week.
Next week. Awesome. Stay cool in the tropical weather. I'll try to stay warm in this Arctic weather over here.
Hey, Black America Homeland, peace out, bro. This is DJ. I heard you before too. I was in the background doing something, but I heard you, brother. Enjoy your weekend.
Take care.
Okay. This is another little video segment. It's called The Case for Government Assistance, and it looks like they're in Chicago.
From a distance, Chicago fairly shimmers with the promise of opportunity and prosperity. And for many over the years, the city has delivered on that promise. Up close, though, for one population in particular, the quest for a better life has all too often ended here, in a burnt-out landscape of mean streets and broken dreams. The legacy of America's most intractable problem, race. My family arrived here in the early 50s, part of a great migration of Southern blacks who came north in search of a better life. In those days, Chicago was still the promised land, even for black people. There were jobs, mostly blue collar, and there were social services to help get started. Today, the jobs have mostly left town, and the social services have been cut back or cut out completely.
There's no money appropriated for recreational facilities, playgrounds, youth centers. All that is non-existent now. The only thing that people do around here is smoke cola 24 hours a day, and that's about it. That's the only thing you can do around here.
What about these little kids? I talked to these little kids. I mean, when we were little kids, I mean, we had. In the early 60s, Norris Thorne was my neighbor at the Robert Taylor Homes, a 2.5-mile stretch of high-rise buildings that make up the largest public housing project in the country. Today, it is also one of the grimmest. But that wasn't always the case. In fact, the Taylor Homes were launched with great expectations.
It represents the future of a great city.
But behind Mayor Daley's public rhetoric, the city's white power structure had a very different agenda, namely the containment and de facto segregation of blacks on Chicago's south and west sides.
Chicago was consciously and malevolently and viciously divided racially under the first Mayor Richard Daley, and even before him by realtors and bankers.
Author and educator Jonathan Kozol.
It was done most dramatically by putting an expressway in a perfect location where it would constitute a wall between black and white communities, and then putting only black housing on the south side of that highway. That highway is still there today. That black housing is still there today. Those black projects are still there today. That hasn't changed. There is nothing past about past discrimination in America.
Today, the Taylor Homes warehouse 19,000 people, all of them black, all of them poor, and virtually all of them stuck here for good. Imprisoned by a deliberate policy of isolation and abandonment, which has turned places like this into the American equivalent of Soweto.
Poor blacks are oftentimes bunched together in housing, in academic institutions.
Carl Bell is a psychiatrist and former Chicago gang member.
While poor whites, because there are less restrictions on their mobility, can be living next door to middle-class families or to wealthier families, so that they have more access, even though they're equally as poor.
Nowhere is the damage wrought by racial discrimination more evident or more painful than in the schools. When I walked these halls 25 years ago, public education offered black people, even the poorest, a way up and out of the ghetto. And many made it as doctors, lawyers, teachers, and other professionals. Today, my old school, once the anchor of this community, is down to a quarter of its former enrollment, and may well be forced to shut its doors altogether.
Although the school is not what it was back in the 60s, it certainly does do a lot for this community. And it'd be most unfortunate if it closed.
Leroy Lovelace, my high school English teacher, was the man who first inspired me to become a writer. More importantly, he helped me turn that dream into reality.
Lady Macbeth. I know you know something about Lady Macbeth.
Today, he's still in the trenches, but the support is no longer there.
For example, you all had 4-H club to reinforce, what went on in school and that sort of thing, get you involved, keep you involved. And all those positive things, we like those sort of things today. We just don't have the funds for it.
Who does the Congress represent? The people. And who has this government been established for? The people.
However discouraging the gap between Phillips' past and present, it is nothing compared to the gulf that today separates nearly all inner-city schools, Phillips included, from their suburban counterparts.
Well, the numbers are just devastating. In New York City, on a typical day, spends exactly half as much per pupil as the richest suburban school districts outside New York are spending. And that's just inexcusable and unjustifiable in a democracy. That's as savage as anything could be.
Kozol paints a grim picture of what happens when a society is unwilling to guarantee all its children a quality education.
I think, in a way, the most tragic years for African-American kids are the years from 4th grade to 6th grade. Those are the years in which the dream dies.
the ugliness and squalor of the inner city schools, which are often physically repellent places, is compounded by the sense of racial isolation, the sense literally of being in a repository for society's untouchables. And the kids sense this.
He's real smart, top young age right.
In the end, that misery tests even the most highly motivated, like Kerry Wingo, another Lovelace student. A senior at Phillips, Kerry's hoping for a college scholarship to get him out.
Do you ever get depressed? When you walk in, you see burnt out stuff like this, nothing in the community. I mean, this is where you live, where you go to school.
Yeah, a lot. Because especially if you look at this, all the abandoned buildings, and you see all the homeless people, and you look around, you see like, where's the community centers? Where the kids gonna play on a cold day?
That this community needs outside help is painfully evident. Less obvious, but just as compelling, is another argument for assistance. Black inner city neighborhoods like this one are owed that help. While no single group can or would claim a monopoly on suffering, the United States has a special debt to its black citizens, incurred in slavery and compounded over 300 years of injustice and discrimination. Sadly, that debt is still unpaid.
I think the fact is that African Americans came to this country under very different circumstances, specifically slavery, as compared to other ethnic groups. And as a result of being put in bondage, there are disadvantages that we have never been compensated for.
If you ask me, I don't see why each and every person can go to college.
For every successful African American, self-help and personal responsibility have always been a part of the equation. And that will be as true for a kid like Kerry Wingo as it was for me.
I don't see why there's no reason no one can go to college.
But here's the point. If any of this coming generation manage somehow to make it out of here, they'll do so over obstacles their white suburban counterparts could hardly even imagine. As long as those obstacles remain, Black Americans will continue to have a special moral claim that only government can redress.
So long as there are ghetto schools, there will be ghetto desperation, ghetto pathology, ghetto rage, because a ghetto is itself a diseased institution. It breeds rage, it breeds pathology, it breeds self-destruction. This is not going to be a fashionable suggestion. I'd like to see this nation find the courage to reopen the agenda of racial isolation.
We have just reviewed Sylvester Monroe's review of his own return to the school of his youth. Is there anything you wanted to add to what you've said? I might ask you about your own personal feelings as you walked past those graffiti covered walls.
Well, what's interesting about going back there, what's painful about going back there, is people talk about these communities and how people ought to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. They ought to do that. That was a community that regularly, routinely produced successful members of society when it had the support necessary to do that. And it pains me to hear people talk about a welfare state, people who want a handout. What communities like this, what Black people have always asked for, is not a handout. They're citizens of this country. What they're asking for is equal access to opportunity, to education. Government has a role. And no one is saying that government can solve all the problems there. And part of that role is to provide a quality of education that means something. That school used to have that.
Why is it that government, that the Lyndon Johnson era, which is the time I would assume you were a student at that school?
That's right.
Well, what's different then? Why can't it work now?
Well, one of the things I think that when I was a student in the Chicago public school system, never one day in the 10 years that I was a student in the Chicago public schools did I miss a day of school because of a teacher strike or because there was not enough money to keep the schools open. Perhaps that was because the Chicago public school systems were then a majority white system. The Chicago public school system today is majority minority. And so now we can't find the money anymore.
So white power fled then. or at least turned its back on.
It has turned its back. It has turned its back. And so it's a question that Paul Solomon asked at the top of this piece. Why should people, and people will say to you, well, my kids don't go to that school. I don't live in that community. What does that have to do with me? It has everything to do with you. This is a democracy. We pay taxes to distribution of wealth. Right. Shared wealth in this country is one of the foundations of this country. If we don't educate those children, we can't build enough prisons. We can't rebuild LA enough times. Everyone. I mean, I understand why this gentleman feels he doesn't have a stake in this society, but everybody will pay if we don't.
How would Mr. Kozel respond to Mr. Monroe's observation, which suggests that when the white man goes, so does the power?
Absolutely. I mean, I completely agree with him. In Chicago, nothing he said was overstated. A couple months ago, the Chicago school system, abandoned by white people, not just white children, but white business, everyone, had to start rationing toilet paper. Children now have to bring it from home. It's absolute apartheid today in Chicago.
The issue is more than just money. It's also an issue of control and curriculum. And what type of African adults are you trying to produce within that school system? I was in the Intelligent and Gifted Children's program. I went to Cornell University Preparatory. I was on welfare, Head Start, free lunch, free breakfast, forced busing for integration. Every single government program ever created, I have been
here you are on the cover of Newsweek magazine. It must have worked.
That's not the point, because I talked about white people. That was why I was on the cover. They were not celebrating my academic victories.
Your point is made.
Right. So my point becomes, Phil, that how you design those programs. In all of the programs that I attended, all of the education that I had, college, public, and otherwise, nobody ever told me that I was an African woman. Nobody ever told me what the history of African people were. Nobody ever told me that America is business, and without business, you will have nothing and be nothing. And nobody ever told me how to organize business so that I would be able to develop institutions in my own community. So now the sincerity of all of the programs and all of the education has to be questioned, indicted, and convicted, because the bottom line is that America is not and has never tried to produce African adults who are functional, self-sufficient, who understand their politics, their economics, and their relationship to the world politics and the world economics.
I'm going to end it there because, of course, Sister Soldier is coming with the fire, the politics, the economics, and understanding. She does use the word African. We got to appreciate that for what it is. But absolutely saying indict the public education system, because it's not really teaching Black people how the system actually works. Those Taylor homes, and in my mind, I'm thinking of Cabrini Green. I got to look it up, because I remember when I used to go through Chicago back in the 90s. This is late 90s, early 2000s, and there was these white towers. As soon as you would get close to the downtown, a bunch of white towers, had to be 50 of them. They were all there, and these were projects. And then, a few years later, you would start to see one was demolished and another one was demolished and another one. They eventually got rid of all of them. And now that property is very expensive. It's waterfront property. It's the same thing over and over again. It's a ghetto when we live there, because they take all the resources away. They divest. They essentially let the community die. And then they get it super, 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 super cheap. They come and rebuild, and they make the prices so high that we can never afford to live there again. And it becomes this economic boom all of a sudden. This is the process. It's happening all over the country. We all know that. But in Chicago, that was one of the things that, if you don't notice anything else driving into that city, you would notice these white towers, because they were identical in size and color, and there were so many of them, which was very unusual from all the cities that I would drive into. So I'm gonna have to look up. I know there was a whole like a website, and it was really dynamic about these one housing projects that they tore down in Chicago. I'm not sure if they're the Taylor homes or the Cabrini Green ones, but it kind of is what it is. Any comments?
Yeah, man. So I think one of the most important things that she said was, or at least what I got from it is, even when you do give Black people tools, you don't teach them how to actually use them. So I think you're like the education is one of the most critical aspects, and giving people education that they actually is at the level, and then making it progressive for them to get to a point where they can obtain things themselves is just, I don't know, it's very unfortunate, but that's all I have.
Yeah, you can hear the white guy who's the teacher, he seems a little weird. I'm gonna be honest. The second time I watched it recently, his expressions are kind of weird, and he's talking about how fucked up the ghettos are and how fucked up the schools are. It almost sounds like he's getting some secret joy from even saying that. I'm getting weird energy from that guy. Because again, he's I don't know if he's offering a solution necessarily. I'm online, I'm looking at the Caprini Green projects, and I did look at the Robert Taylor homes as well. So this is actually pretty frightening that there were so many of these things. But the Cabrini Greens are the ones that kind of look like the white buildings. It's just frightening to think that there were so many of these essential prisons. I mean, these look like prisons, to be quite honest. Goodness gracious, man. Like this whole not even an experiment. They knew what they were doing. And they just put our people through so much, man. Sometimes it gets a little bit overwhelming to even think about it. How devastating a lot of this is. So, yeah, it says in 2000 they started demolishing those Cabrini Greens, and that is around the time that I would have been passing through there. And I can't remember my trips. I know I went to Wisconsin a couple of times, went to North Fargo, North Dakota one time, was in Minneapolis a couple times. I didn't go there all the time, but maybe every other month or so. So I did get to slide through there. Damn it, man. Shout out to Sister Soldier, of course, because she always comes with the fire, with the heat. She's always really, really on top of things, and fully understanding. She was on the cover of Newsweek. He mentioned earlier because Bill Clinton rallied against her. There's a clip out there of him talking against her because she essentially said something against whiteness, and I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was essentially saying, where are the good white people at, or something of that nature. And she does repeat that here, but he came out against her. They put her on the cover of Newsweek. I think this is kind of what created this separation with her and Public Enemy as well. Because, they had the thing with Professor Griff. And then I think this is where, as revolutionary as the lyrics were, when I look at Public Enemy, I'm just thinking like, where's the actual revolution? Because the lyrics were very revolutionary, but they were performing most of those songs in front of majority white audiences. And it's kind of like, where was, who was getting the message? Did we actually get the message? Yeah, it's interesting. Now, Youssef, it looks like you were up and then you dropped down. I think you're having some issues with the space. I'm gonna bring you back up, then we'll play a little bit more. I'm not gonna go too long into the night. we'll probably have to do like a part 2 of this joint. But you got it, Yusef.
Yeah, this is my, I guess, my last point. I mean, going back to what I was saying, like, there's so many people that maybe have bought houses, but if you're not educated on understanding appreciation, you're just, when someone comes to you and say, oh, I'll give you $100,000 and you bought it for $10,000, you could, if you understand how the appreciation of your house, you might, hold on to it longer. So, like, the exploitation to me is when people lack knowledge to make informed decisions. And by not educating people on the type of decisions that they can be making, I just think it doesn't really matter when they do give you, quote unquote, assets. They can easily take it back from you on pennies on the dollar. So, and it's just a thing that has been happening repeatedly throughout history. So that's why I think it's very important for us to, like I mentioned before, when they're talking about like Webb Du Bois, when he was talking about the talented 10th, the majority of the people that at the time when he documented that, it was 53% of educated people were to be teachers, and then I think it's like 17% were like clergy. So the vast percentage of the people that at the time that was meant to lead our community were educated class. And I think we need to, when people talk about the, whether that be the Boule or the, all these other folks, whether it's their responsibility, I think really what we need to hold folks that have knowledge, accountable is making sure that they're coming back and educating folks on the their experiences, and actually give people opportunities through education. So I think that's where I'm going to leave it.
Yeah, because you picked up on that whole theme. And again, we went from gangbangers in LA. That was a little pre-prepared video. Now we're talking about Chicago and the school, devastating school impacts. This school likely is closed because they have been closing down a lot of those Chicago schools. And we kind of learned about that because they're trying to put immigrants in those schools for housing. But you picked up on the theme of them talking about getting out, escaping. And that, that was growing up. I swear to goodness, that was always the thing. You gotta escape from the hood. You gotta escape from the ghetto. You gotta get out. That was like seen as a success if you escaped your neighborhood, if you escaped your community. I think that's been some programming and indoctrination that's been, essentially pushed on our population. And so people aspire to leave the community. People who may end up being successful, they don't think in terms of I'm going to be successful and I'm going to build a community. They think I got to get out of the community. I got to get successful and get out of the community, and really never return necessarily. So whether that's a brain drain or a financial drain or whatever it is.
Yeah. Not only that, when and the thesis that Webb Du Bois what he wrote is he said how he even got to college is that people in his community helped him pay to go to college. Wow. So they understood that he was bright and had a future. So his responsibility was actually to come back to his community and educate them on the things that he learned. Wow. So that was the whole concept. While there was the person who is Morehouse College is named after, while he did give another term for the talented 10th, dealing with, the actual, or how most people define talented as far as like being exceptional and better than other people. Webb de Raw, he used the same term, but actually redefined it in the manner that actually would be empowering of the community, because he would, while white at the time, white people pretty much, even if you were able to pay for college, they, had to select you or accept that you were going to, be in, these institutions. And again, like I said, his biggest thing was, it doesn't matter what your degree is in. If you're a plumber and you learned how to be a plumber, your responsibility is to come back to the community and teach someone else to be a plumber. And be exceptional. So as opposed to someone paying, whatever the college fee is, now that you have gained that, you need to learn how to be a plumber or how to be a teacher or how to be a professor at a mastery level, that you are able to come back to your community and be that teacher. And oftentimes when black, when we're talking about delineation, we're talking about, Caribbean people and African people that come here and they don't go back to the community. I would say the same thing where Black Americans, they go to college and they don't go back to the community and teach. If, you have people that are talking negatively about these, immigrants, you're doing the exact same thing if you're, if you believe that you're affluent and you're not providing any type of service to your community.
Man, we got to bring that back. We got to create a program that essentially mirrors that, because you were talking about, I just love the thought process behind that. Because you think about apprenticeships and journeymen and all of that, the levels and the unions, but that's how people actually used to learn trades. Literally, they would just work up under somebody until they got the skills up. So yeah, I mean, and that could be in anything and all things. We got all this digital infrastructure, whatever, yada yada yada, but you still need hands-on, training. You need accountability and things like that. When I was younger, my best friend's older brother, who was a carpenter, and he would, take us to do rehabs. So I learned how to plaster and paint and demo and some other things, do some yard work and things of that nature. So always had those skills. And this was I was probably like 12, 13, 14, somewhere in that general age range. Yeah, I didn't love it. I'll be honest with you. Certainly people who do that work today, my God, if you understood how much a painter charges to paint a house, my goodness, if you could just, and they got all these machines today where you can literally just blow through painting houses, what is that? I want to say it's a sprayer. The spray gun. Yeah.
Not only from that perspective, but even if you didn't love it, you knew what your income could be at that job. So if now that people know, if you're, let's say I'm a plumber or I'm teaching how to be a plumber, so I now have the skill set of being a plumber, and that automatically puts my salary range up to a certain level. So as a person that has a skill set now, I now have the ability, so I'm either going to try to get a better job that I'll be making more money, or at the least I have something to fall back that is actually going to pay me a lot of money. I think we need to focus, specifically because we have so many issues economically. You focus on what makes you the most money and use that to leverage position you in a position where you can then go after things that, that you want, your passion in life. It's so much easier to do it that way as opposed to trying to, because oftentimes people try to go after their passion first, and they ended up falling out of love with it. It's not because it's just a lack of money. If your passion not making you money, you no longer, you kind of like, it's like it no longer becomes that love anymore, because it just you grow a hate to it, because you think your inabilities to make money at something is kind of like deriving your value.
Yeah, and so like, and shout out to the painters and the contractors and the carpenters and the plumbers and electricians in the space. So if you get into let's say HVAC, that kind of is a bridge to electrician. Once you get inside of houses, that kind of can be a bridge into plumbing, which can kind of get you into some pipe work.
It can get you into being a general contractor.
There you go.
And then you can then be in real estate. Like it's a gateway. So people always want to be wealthy. You literally, there's a pathway to do that. If you learn a skill, then you're able to build the team, then you're able to get into real estate. Then once you're able to real estate, you can spend money on whatever you want to. If you want to be, an artist, a rapper, or whatever the case may be, you can do that.
Yes, and that's exactly where I was going, because I was gonna say you build a team. Now you got the Voltron construction team, and you could tackle a project, tackle a building, buy properties, renovate, flip them, or lease them out. Man, it becomes a whole, a family. And that's how the Italians work. That's how the Mexicans work. I'm gonna keep it a buck. The one young boy used to come into my bar, said when he was 18, he went to the library, learned how to do roofing from reading books in the library. Self-taught, started doing roofing, and was able to get all these Mexicans, because he spoke both languages, and was making so much money that he was loaning money to professional athletes, rookies. And then he got into doing windows, so he got a big window contract. And he, I don't think this kid was more than 20. He was tall, he was built like a linebacker, but he might have been 23, and was well on his way to being a millionaire just from like sitting down and applying himself to some trade in this country. They're my God, the streets are paved with gold here, quite literally.
That's exactly right. Like I would even consider what I do, or what I used to do, a trade. Like I literally, what you're talking about, the guy took a book back when I learned how to program. There was no YouTube. I literally had to open up a book and read that, and then learn how to make websites. And then you once the same process that we went through as far as the construction, it's in every field. It doesn't matter what field it is. I literally, started off websites, then, jumped onto other aspects, learned how to do applications, then built a team. And, I think I think one of the things that we could do a better job at is communicating the pathway to success, and showing that it's a stair step of a number of different skill sets that compound, on one another, and then that allows you to become, wealthy to a certain extent. But you have to go through that, or if you do go through that stair step, you're more likely to be able to sustain your wealth, because you have these skill sets that got you there, as opposed to winning a lottery. And it's part of the journey. And you want your life to be experience. You don't want, like, I don't know, I just feel like if you just woke up being super wealthy, you really don't have any I don't know. You just don't have you wouldn't be a good storyteller.
Interesting. Interesting. Being 49, just turning 49, a year away from 50, I'll take the lottery. I swear to God. If I
don't know. I love the journey, man. I don't want to be anywhere else. Don't give me I forgot. I don't want any money I didn't earn, but I want everything I earned.
Oh, no. No, I'm the opposite of that. I want all the money. I don't give a damn where it comes from. I want it all. Drop it off at my front door if you don't want it. I used to think that way. I used to think, man, if I ever hit the lottery real big, I'm gonna still work until I was in an accident where I nearly died, and I had 2.5 years of adulthood essentially rehabbing. And I'm just like, and since then I've been working every single day, 5, 6, 7 days a week, damn near, 70-hour weeks. And I there's times where I'm like, man, I just wish I could go back to rehab. I really do. Where I just, I was living the life of a person who, either has an inheritance, a trust fund baby, and not out splurging or any of that, but just like waking up when I want to, going to sleep when I want to, and not necessarily having to wake up and go to work for 12 hours. I would trade that life in a freaking heartbeat. I cannot lie.
Yeah, I could never. I mean, if you spend any time in a nursing home, so I mean, I honestly, I think we need to, when we're talking about this black state majority, we definitely need to tap into, older people and make sure that they are included. Honestly, I was thinking, I was listening to a space earlier talking about a council of elders. Like I think
Council of
I know my
Elders.
grandmother. She just passed last year at 98.
Oh,
And she watched Judge Judy, all these things faithfully, and she was definitely a counsel and advisor for me and my family. So I think having older people that are have the wisdom and are wise. When I'm even thinking about like the Jesse Jackson, I'm like, why are you all still the president and CEO of your organization? Where wasn't advising roles in council, wasn't that an honorable position? Wasn't that being an elder something that people look forward to? Like my career aspirations would be to be an advisor for an impactful and influential person, like being a kingmaker. But these people just want to be, I don't know. I think they're vain more than anything. But going back to my point was, spending time with older people in nursing homes, man, just being filled with regret, or them being filled with regret. I want to earn everything, because then when I'm old and I have stories to and good memories to pass on and think about my time on Earth.
Let's see if it'll let me talk here. Nope. Okay, all right, finally let me talk. So the last thing you said sort of reminded me of something. There's an organization, I'm not going to say the name of it, but there's an organization, everybody knows it, I'm not going to say the name, and they have a leader, and I've often thought, why not pass that torch while you have some years left in you where you can sort of sit in council and watch and witness the next person who is in line. I don't understand that phenomenon in our community where we're not creating leaders to pass the torch to, and where we do seemingly hold on until our very last breath. I think I think we're doing a disservice to ourselves and to the next generation by not establishing.
Well, I know who you're talking about, but they have established, like, if you're my dad was Muslim, so I mean he wasn't in the that organization, but there is a succession plan, and just like let's say Dave Ramsey, how he has his influence, or I forgot what they're called, but it's the similar kind of process as well for that organization. it is known. I maybe you just didn't, look it up, but they have an active, person, but there are spiritual.
I know that, and you know that, and probably everybody else knows that. However, we don't see it. Is what you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
Like we know there's somebody
not,
wait. We know the person's wait. We know who the person is waiting. We know it. We can see it. However, why not make that a thing while you can still watch it? You see what I'm saying?
I agree that I'll never my thing is I'll never understand that concept. I even think of the whole point of having kids is for you to turn from a parenting role to more so an advisor role, and then just a observer. So I don't understand why people, I just don't understand. Like I like, there's a famous economist, and I try to pride myself on being, move into the economy direction, Ray Dalio. So he's like, I'm hitting, once I hit a certain age, I'm writing, these are the two books I'm writing, and then I'm going to be going off in the wind, so you'll never hear from me again. I've contributed everything to the world that I can, and I'm going to spend the rest of my time with my loved ones. And that's how I plan on, once I hit hopefully I reach that certain age, you'll never hear from me again. And what I've provided the world is, is what I've provided. I'm now going to spend, my more time. I think that's like Interstellar. If you've seen that movie, the lady accomplished so much, and she was like, "No, I'm just chilling with my family, and I'm done."
Let's see if this button. Oh man, I'm glitching.
But yeah, I gotta work tomorrow. Well, do my own work tomorrow, so I'm about to head out. But this has been a great conversation. I think there's a bunch of different areas that we could expand on. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what's up. You know how the X app does. It gets a little glitchy. So yeah, man, I appreciate you. Shout out to you, Seth. Shout out to everybody in the space. I know to your earlier point about the glass half full perspective and solution oriented thought. For me, it's that we come here to chop it up and have discussions, and some of it may feel a little negative and or counterproductive, but really what I see it as is you're building bonds with folks, you're meeting them where they're at, you're acknowledging the situation that we're in. And then for me, the solution part is really the offline real world part. And although we kind of mix that into the conversation as well, solutions and positivity, it's really just all talk and theory until you actually do it. You know what I'm saying? So I really, the way I'm looking at things, is that part really is not even for Twitter consumption. We have our conversations, we do our DMs and all that stuff, but as far as what we accomplish, oh, damn it, you rotten piece of trash. Oh, God.
I agree with you. I think for me, when I have conversations and I feel like it may be not even for the necessary room, my thing is it's all about action.
Yes.
So while maybe I feel like I'm not doing enough because I'm getting to a point where, okay, I'm having these conversations, but I'm not producing. So that's where my anxiousness, because I never want to be a person that just talks. So I think it's like a mechanism of that is honestly a defense mechanism. So I'm just not on here just yapping pretty much and not doing anything in real life.
Yeah, I feel you. I don't know if you can make it to that holiday event with where that future mayor and her husband, who's running for
Man,
state rep. I don't know if
I'm
you can.
definitely thinking about it because,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, I think yeah, I'm definitely thinking about it.
Yeah, because we're, I essentially said, the team, we got to get these monthly meetings together, because that's going to, like you said, to your point, I've been talking for 5 years. You see what I'm saying? So I definitely want to get to actual doing the actual work in the real world, and not that we're controlling her campaign or anything like that, but just getting an assessment of where she's at. She did run before. In the primary, she got the most votes out of the two black candidates. The white guy won because the black vote was split. And I think it was like 1,000 votes was the difference. So, situation where we need to immediately address that we really don't want to have three people in the race. We know that the governor's going to run for mayor because the Democrat Party maniacally, sociopathically wants to control this particular office in that state. And she not only can she win, she needs to win, of course. And we got to figure out if they try to throw a third horse into the race, if we can talk to that person to get them to bow out gracefully, so that we don't create this situation. And or if they do put a third person in, then we got to work twice as hard to ensure that the same thing doesn't happen again, where they split the black vote and the white person just waltzes into office, because that is a strategy and they repeat it over and over and over and over again. But yeah, getting into some monthly meetings, getting into a flow, getting to a showing up every once in a while, and participating in the activities. I think that is the work. That is the action that will produce predictable results. And everything's about getting to know people, kind of understanding their philosophy on life. But I appreciated the conversation that we had in person. And I do believe that they are sincerely wanting to bring resources to the black citizens of Wilmington. So that's why I'm a little on board and willing to make multiple trips if I have to try to make this thing a little more solid.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've tried to take the, well, I really don't celebrate what I call, well, not even what I call, but it is a pagan holiday. But, I will definitely try to make it a point to get up there. I personally think it's not necessary, at least where we're at, isn't necessarily like supporting a candidate, I don't believe, but we definitely need to activate the voters in the end, have a good grasp of who is running and who do we believe is will provide the best path forward in our initiative. But I think honestly, she seemed very, like I said, exceptional, phenomenal. I haven't looked up her husband yet, but I don't think I'll find any negative things to say about her. She definitely is a trailblazer, and that's the type of candidate that we need to support and elevate, and put our money behind.
Agreed. So I'm gonna play the last, well, it's not the last 15 minutes, but I'll play another segment, and then we'll do another round, and then we're gonna end it on that note because it's about 3:20 a.m. So probably around 4 a.m. is where we'll be looking to end things tonight or this morning. So we got almost to the halfway point. So it looks like it could be a two-parter. Um, definitely want to get through this whole thing, because again, this is 30 years ago, and essentially the same things that were happening then are happening today. I think they're much worse, and from my perspective. And I think we should have learned a lot over the last 30 years, but it doesn't seem as though that's the case. They talk about the black mayors in these major cities and all the problems that are there. Um, they talk about the education system. They talk about the criminal justice system. They talk about the projects, and that actually is another theme that comes up. I think Cornel West is in New Jersey, I want to say, and during his segment. So they are sort of hopping around the country in some of these predominantly black cities and kind of getting a pulse. But if we're honest, they're kind of not focusing their energy on the working class, which I think is a little slanted. I think it's just a little slanted that they don't take time to focus on working class individuals and the issues that they might have faced in 1992. So I'm going to let about 10-15 minutes play, and then we'll come back for one more roundtable discussion, and then we'll just end it on that. So here we go.
America's never going to understand that as some abstraction. Communities understand that. You must give communities the power and the control, and finally address the whole point. You can't just pour money into a school. You've got to build up in the community the economic base to sustain the school. You can't deal with these problems in isolation and say, I'll have a good school in a neighborhood with no economic base and no jobs and no businesses. You want decent schools, you've got to develop the communities in which those schools exist so that you have an economic base to support them. You've got to develop the power politically so that the community will be able to control that environment in which the school exists and meet the needs culturally, value-wise, otherwise that community reflects. And that means that you've got to have power in the hands of that community as a whole, not in the hands of education bureaucrats, not in the hands of social bureaucrats, but in the hands of the people of the community themselves.
There is a gentleman in our room who believes he has an answer to your very optimistic call for jobs and empowerment. The issue is race. We'll continue following this brief break for your public television station.
Funding for The Issue is Race is provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by the financial support of viewers like you. Additional funding is provided by the Boston Foundation. This is PBS.
This is an intermission. That's interesting. Let's see how long this thing lasts. That was Alan Keyes, and he was on fire. I'm gonna have to clip that up.
Our program, The Issue is Race, continues. Let us go now to the second of our three essays. Here is Tony Brown making the case for Black self-reliance.
It is my pleasure to give you Mr. Tony Brown.
The message that I give today, self-help, basically. Love yourself, be proud of who you are. And any proud person will be productive. That's the basic fundamental theme.
If there was ever a time when America needed to stop and reconsider itself, it is now. And I would like to say to those of us who are of African descent that nobody can do for us what we refuse to do for ourselves.
I was born and raised in Charleston, West Virginia, during the era of segregation. But we were not raised the way poor people in that status today would be raised, and that is they would be raised to A, learn they're poor, B, they're black and they can't make it. I learned that if I worked hard, became competitive, was a fairly decent person, I could have what I want in life. And that's the only philosophy in life I've ever known.
Tony Brown Productions, good afternoon.
Tony Brown Productions today primarily consists of the television series.
Tony Brown's Journal is brought to you by Pepsi and its bottlers. A magazine we publish each year. I write a syndicated column in 130 black weekly newspapers. And I make about 50 to 60 speeches a year to various groups.
Busing is the dumbest idea anybody has ever had. To have the notion that you're going to get this little African up really early in the morning, put him or her on a yellow bus, ship them across town to this good white neighborhood, and he'll learn to read, write, and count. Well, let me tell you what's really dumb about busing. What's really dumb about busing is that only 16% of Anglos finish college. 46% of Asian Americans finish college. So if you want to bust Tony Brown, you bust me to Chinatown. We had a chance, ladies and gentlemen, right after the civil rights struggle, but after we won the right to be included in all of society's institutions, the enemies of the black community, mostly the white liberals and their Negro allies, designed a movement called integration. What happened to us under the guise of integration was that we lost all of our institutions, with the exception of the black church, and gained nothing.
About 20 years ago, when I first started giving this speech, many of the middle-class blacks abhorred what I said. And many of them today are still around. They now pay me obscene honoraria to say to them what they walked out.
Oh man, was it?
It just happened. So
just happened.
Run
Okay.
it back like 50 seconds. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me. So dang, I gotta pop out, pop back in. Tony Brown is cooking too right here. Let me see. That was 57. Let's go 05. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna hop out, hop back in. Damn it. These peoples, it's like they got, there's something about them. They got a spidey tingly sense.
Boy, you know what I'm saying? So shut the room out, all that.
You said you staying up all night?
Oh hell no!
Oh, okay. I was just
Giants play at 1 o'clock. I need to be up for that. No.
Nice. Steelers got rocked tonight. I caught them at the restaurant a little bit. Okay, here we go. So Tony Brown is talking about how integration, how we lost all the institutions and gained absolutely nothing. Dear goodness gracious. Here we go.
And their Negro allies designed a movement called integration. What happened to us under the guise of integration was that we lost all of our institutions, with the exception of the black church, and gained nothing.
About 20 years ago, when I first started giving this speech, many of the middle-class blacks abhorred what I said. And many of them today are still around. They now pay me obscene honoraria to say to them what they walked out on me when I was saying to them 20 years ago. Now when I travel around the country, I see middle-class blacks and poor blacks finally coming together around the concept of self-help, because it is very apparent that there is no white cavalry on its way to save the black neighborhoods. Perfect example is a church-sponsored event I recently spoke at in Louisville, Kentucky.
Racism isn't fair. No, it is not. But ladies and gentlemen, the elevator is broken. You got to take the stairs. This is a competitive society. This is a society, ladies and gentlemen, that if you're upset with the Koreans because they work 16 hours a day and maintain their family unit and save money and loan money to one another and make one another successful, if you're angry with them, you're not going to stop them by burning them out. You're not going to stop them by hating them. What you need to do is to go right next door, take that old dirty storefront, make it clean, build it up. I'll buy from you. Make your school so good, other folks will go to court and sue you to come to sit next to you. Build up your neighborhood the way St. Stephen's is building up this neighborhood.
St. Stephen's sits in the poorest neighborhood of Louisville. What are they doing? They're buying up condemned and abandoned buildings, fixing them up, naming them after black leaders they admire. They run a big daycare operation so parents can go to work with their minds at ease. They've got a program for young black men where they become computer tutors. So it helps these young men, and it makes the children computer literate, getting them ready for the future, cutting leading-edge occupations. So they've created dozens of jobs, and out back, they're building a huge new auditorium, creating even more jobs, and without a penny of government money. Black people are not poor. It is an absolute myth that any group of people can earn $300 billion, equal to the gross national product of the 14th richest nation in the world, and call themselves poor. We behave poorly. We need to teach our dollars some sense. We need to spend a larger percentage of our money in our own communities, as every other ethnic and racial group does, which is why I call my economic development programs Buy Freedom. And the way it works is this. We say, call this 900 number. Listen to the directory.
The Talking Yellow Pages connect callers with businesses, professionals, churches, and organizations for information and discounts.
Now, the average call will cost you $3. $1 will go to the phone company. $1 will go to the Buy Freedom Network. And $1 will go to the business you call up.
The bottom line is more money, more money, more money. And it never stops.
Barbara Ann Teer's National Black Theater in Harlem, we're working with very closely because she has a very serious problem.
Every day, the clock is ticking at about $600 a day, and we're now up to 300,000 additional new dollars to successfully close the project and keep it from going back into the hands of the lenders, because they are putting on us such heavy requirements.
How much money have you already invested?
$10 million.
You have put?
Yes, I have. What I have raised. It's a gorgeous building. Now, the beautiful thing about it is I went to Nigeria and brought back 5 new sacred artists. So the interior is all handmade, telling a new story about who African people are. And on the outside, it has cement relief art. It's very beautiful. And at the top of the building, there will be 5 13-foot statues of our African ancestors that are witnessing the business corridor of 125th Street. 7% of the buildings of the property on this business corridor from 125th Street, the east side, all the way to the west side, only 7% of these buildings are owned by people of African descent.
Now, if you could imagine going into Chinatown and saying only 7% of the businesses are owned, the buildings are owned by Chinese, you couldn't believe it.
You have to own your own space, because if you don't, you can get put out in the streets. So we own the block. You see, all of our tenants support each other so that we have a wonderful example of economic empowerment. But the lenders, they don't want to hear my philosophy. They just want to know about the numbers.
It's hard. It's hard, getting the concept over that we've got to recycle our money. That's hard. I went to I won't name the National Black Organization. I spoke there this summer. They had an orchestra at one of the programs. About 85 members of the orchestra, strings and everything, had a big singer. Not one member of that orchestra was black. And I don't think they see any contradiction in what they're doing. They're in a white hotel. They're spending millions of dollars. Even they have an all-white orchestra. And God knows if blacks can do anything, we can certainly play music. This is my final point. December the 1st, 1955, Rosa Parks would not surrender her seat on a segregated bus in Montgomery, Alabama. When Rosa Parks sat down, we stood up all over America with a new sense of consciousness. And what did we learn on December the 1st, 1955?
We learned that there had been plenty of room in the front of the bus all along. All we ever had to do was to get up and move.
Well, Tony Brown, for a talk show host, you've been unusually well behaved throughout this program, and I thank you for your patience. Do I sound like a white racist to say, see what I mean? You can pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. Does that make you nervous if I say something like that?
No, but the context would make me nervous if you were suggesting, and you're not, that all blacks had to do was to go to work. If they worked as hard as whites, we could make it. But that's not the context in which you're saying it. The context in which you're saying it is that we are looking at a group of people, 30 million people, who this year will earn $300 billion, equal to the 14th richest nation in the world. We're 12% of the population. We buy 18% of the orange juice, 20% of the rice, 26% of Cadillac cars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We have 350 black organizations, middle-class blacks, 1 million of which go to white hotels each summer. They spend $16 billion discussing white racism and black poverty. Now, there's no way in the world that white people can free black people, because freedom is not white people's to give. Two, white people, as I said in the piece, cannot do for us what we refuse to do for ourselves. Three, the key to this equation is the behavior of the black middle class. The key to this is not understanding whether or not whites like blacks or blacks like whites. I frankly have no interest in that at all. I have no interest in managed society. I'm not interested in having to sit next to people because they're white. I'm interested in being equal. And the only way you're equal is to have power. Alan Keyes said the most cogent thing said here tonight. And that is, we are talking about power, not whether or not white people have been fair, not whether they're nice people, not whether or not black people are good or bad, but whether or not you as a community of people have the instruments of defense and in some cases of aggression to protect your turf and or your interests. You can't have 30 million people handing over to another people 100% of their resources and blaming them for 100% of their problems. That is not intelligent. So what we need to do in the black community is decide to be competitive. And the only way we're going to be competitive is to use our resources. The final thing I'd like to say is this: the primary resource we have as a people is not our money. It's what we know. And what you know is called human capital. And the fleet of human capital from the black community has been enormous in the name of integration. We've lost our brains to the white community, and nobody is there for the intergenerational transfer of information from middle class people to poor people. So we now have what we call so-called underclass people.
But if what you know is that critically important, and I don't know anybody who will argue it, how is it possible, in the light of Mr. Kozol's nightmarish and brutally honest and well-researched review of the horror story of public education, especially in the inner cities, for black children to know anything?
White power structure and the white community in America are out of options. They can no longer afford racism, and they can no longer afford school systems that don't work for this following reason. In 8 years, over 50% of the population workforce will be female and non-white. In 30 years, this will be a majority numerically non-white nation. If we do not train women and non-whites to go into the workforce for high-tech skill jobs in the next 8 years, none of us in this room is going to have a job at all. So Mr. Kozol, there's another dimension to what he is saying, and I'm sure he's more than aware of it. And that is, it is not black schools that have failed. The American school system has failed. It is not the ones who drop out that are the problem. The ones who graduate are the problem. We do not have a school system that does anything for post-secondary education, and we don't have a school system that does anything for the bottom 50%, which is why Germany and Japan are beating our brains out.
Regardless of the color of the student.
Regardless. Now, when you get to blacks, we cannot leave out of this equation the black middle class. And we cannot leave out of this equation, no matter what the government does, and the government should do something. We cannot leave out the obligation of the black middle class to transfer its wealth, primary wealth, which is human capital or information, to those in our community who don't have it.
May I ask the You're a capitalist with a.
I am not a capitalist, and you said that before. I'm not interested in improving capitalism. I'm interested in using a free market system to alleviate the problems in the Black community.
Is capitalist a bad word?
Well, if the way you're using it is though I am trying to prove that this system is better than that system.
No,
I'm not into ideology. You can call me anything you want.
You're a businessman who takes full advantage of the free market opportunities. Let me put it that way.
I'm trying to pay my rent and keep the phone.
Very good.
Now, I don't know what you call that.
Yeah.
Whatever you call it, that's what I do.
Right.
Now, okay, so I am simply interested in this. There are 30 million of us. We earn $300 billion. We spend 6.6% of our money with one another, 95% with other people. I'm simply interested in creating structures so we can transfer that money back, and most of all, not to any Black person in this room, but to poor Black people, because the difference in the achievement of our community will not come from middle-class Blacks like us who have done so well under affirmative action. Poor Blacks didn't get a nickel. They're the ones who are hurting, which is why the Black community is in such dire difficulty.
We're leaving out a lot of things in this story. There are hardworking.
Whew, okay. The white guy starts to speak. I'm gonna cut him off.
Can you DM me that video?
This video, yeah, definitely. That, oh man, this is like, it's such a good case study of America, and literally, we go back 60 years and it's the same conversation. Even coming right out of this civil rights movement, oh man, there were some points that were made. Shout out to Tony Brown's Journal, his show, classics, hyper intelligent, always bringing nothing but the facts. But oh yeah, so he talks about us being the 14th largest economy on the planet Earth, 30 million making 800 million or 800 billion, I think was the number. Today, we're nearing 2 trillion, and we're somewhere in like the 7 to 8 range of the global GDP as a population. We have more people, more money, and we're higher in the GDP comparison, yet we are functionally worse off than we were 30 years ago economically. Yeah, what more can you say? You got it, Alexis.
Hey, welcome to Space, everyone. Thanks for holding it down. Sorry, I came in earlier. I couldn't hear. It was weird. Now I'm back. I'm just going to ask really quickly, and then I do have a comment. But the first question was, who are we listening to? I came in towards the middle of it, so I just wanted to know the context and who that was.
Yeah, so in the title, 1992 Ain't-ish Changed. Let me see, I got, because I'm getting a text.
Oh, it's still Donahue having that conversation. That's what that was?
Yeah, so Donahue is the moderator. This was in 1992, shortly after the events of Rodney King and the LA riots. And so they have this panel discussion.
And just before Oprah got sued by the Texas Cattlemen's Association. I'm with you.
Oh, really? Okay, you can enlighten us on that one.
Okay.
And so they're, they started in LA with the gangs, and then they went to Chicago with the projects. Tony Brown is the third segment where he's talking more about, Black middle class specifically. He seems to focus on the middle class, needs to be held responsible, needs to bring resources back to the community. We need to circulate the money. He's more of on a group economics wave in a sense.
Well, he was saying exactly what I was saying earlier about the town to 10th. It's not even talking about money. It's certainly knowledge.
So may I say something here? Because I'm glad you brought this up, right? So, I'm a Fiskite, and, W.B. Du Bois. I'm also descended from someone who went to Tuskegee Institute, right? Both sides of it. It's all important. And yes, I'm going to say this word that nobody likes to hear, that we do not practice enough of in any role that we get. And it's from the top on down to the lowest. If you become a lead person at a job and you know a good person, and it could be your nephew, it could be your niece, it could be your niece's husband, it could be your best friend's godmother's third cousin. I don't know if you got a good reference. When you use nepotism, everybody else uses it. So there have been a number of times that I've moved into a place and I'm like, I'm going to have to bring my staff with me. And I wasn't related to people. I just worked with them before. They were black like me, and I knew they could get the damn job done. Also, they knew how I liked to work, and they could get shit done, so I brought them along with me. Like, you have to do these things, because let me tell you, if a white man comes in as director of your organization, everybody under that director is getting fired. He's bringing in people that he knows. I'm just going to do what they do. We need to practice it and embrace it. I mean, there are a lot of things that go to it, but that's like the brain power thing. Like, getting into medical school now is, harder than it was 25 years ago, right? And, you get a leg up if you can, you have like high school experiences or collegiate experiences where you're like shadowing a doctor. It's so much easier to shadow a doctor if my mom or dad is like, a family practitioner or a radiologist. They know lots of doctor friends because they went to medical school together. And we have black medical schools, and thank God we're getting a new one at Xavier University, an osteopathic medical school, all the same, a medical school. But we need to practice those things more and more and more because they will open up the door. So I'm going to say it's, the onus is on the talented, but the onus is on all of us. I will say that. Electricians are important. I do not know how to wire a house, but I do live in a house. And I may need it rewired, or I could buy one and I need it rewired, things like that. So, yeah, I'm going to say we got to practice nepotism. And I'm done.
Indeed. Agreed. I think the black majority population concentration inherently creates a level of what you call nepotism. I just think it produces.
Call it passing down the knowledge of like what you know. Like, listen, I'm not about to be a farmer, but I do need a farmer. So whoever's farming now needs to teach somebody else how to farm so we can keep this going. That we know it's going to serve the interest of our community.
Absolutely. Let me ramble off this list really fast. So I believe the last time I checked, they said we were on a path of 2 trillion in economic activity. So the that would put us as number 10 above Brazil. And there are 200 plus countries on the planet Earth. So the only ones that would technically have more than us, and Italy would almost be we would equal Italy, so we'd be tied for 9th. Canada has slightly more. Then you got France. Then you got UK. You got India, Germany.
We're ahead of Canada. Let's be for real. They only have 35 million citizens. We're ahead of them.
Well, so let's look at it from this perspective. Are we ahead of them because we have more overall economic activity as Black Americans, and they have less population and they're producing an equal amount? Or is it that we actually technically are less because we have more people? You see what I'm saying? They got them at 2.2 trillion in GDP. And this was I don't know if this is 2019. It doesn't have the year on this particular graphic, but
listen, I get it. Exchange rates, all that. Like, listen, I didn't know a thing about exchange rates. I knew they were set at a certain level until I managed like international partners, and we would bill in US dollars, but they paid us in a different currency. I'm like, who the fuck wrote this contract? And so I would have to like go and find out what the rate was on this average day of the month to figure out how much we were actually billing or getting paid. It was crazy. And it was wonderful when like the Canadian dollar wasn't doing well against the US dollar. But when it's doing better, it's better for them. I don't know all the ins and outs. I'm just going to imagine that we probably do. But also, think about it, as a society, maternity leave in Canada is 12 months paid.
Wow.
So if you have someone and you're staffing them in Canada and she is pregnant and she goes out on maternity leave, she's not coming back for a year. And her job will be there and she's going to be paid. That also changes how society works and what they can produce and output.
Yeah, Canada is like, man, let me, because I used to take trips. I used to deliver stuff to Canada. Canada is really a parasite of America. A lot of their manufacturing base is based on the United States. A lot of their retail products is based on the United States. They're essentially like Santa's workshop for the United States of America. But so I'll capitulate on the fact that we're if you take Canada, Italy, and Brazil, they're all about the same area. So let's put ourselves at level 8. That means there's only 7 countries on the planet Earth out of over 200.
Okay, I'll go with that. I'll go with that.
Yeah, so only 7 out of 200 plus countries that earn more or have greater economic output than Black Americans. So to Tony Brown's point, you can't blame white society when you have all of this economic activity flowing through your fingers.
No, absolutely. And it goes back to our issue here. Let's be very clear. I think the state control is the issue, right? Like, we were almost there, we had it, and we don't have it anymore, right? Like, it slips away. We get the way it worked. But I mean, I think we were already seeing the same thing. The concentration issue in America, in our system, is that we did not have the state power. Having the city does not actually net you what you need. You need state power. And I think we're back there. Without that, it does not reach its full potential.
It's not gonna work.
And, if people are spread out, between Detroit or whatever, like, people are all over the place. You gotta get people down to an area where we can transfer this knowledge. I don't know, I want to say kind of naturally, like, you know what, you're really great with like figuring this out. So you have to go, shadow your Uncle Earl. He's a mechanic. This is what you like to do. If you keep liking it, keep doing it. If you don't like it, figure out something else. Somebody's got to be a barber. Someone, guess what? You need to be somebody's got to be a veterinarian. We need all of these things. And when we're together and we can source it and understand, this is the person who can teach you. This is where you're going to go for your internship. When you're in the 10th grade and you think you might want to do medicine and you find out you do not like that. Or you go work at the DA's office and you find out you don't like that shit. So you're not going to law school because it's not like Law and Order. Now you got to do something else. You can find these things out early on. Or if it changes, when it changes, it does change. I think that's a piece of it. So now I'm going to shut up.
And you agree with Yusef. Go ahead, Yusef. You got it.
Yeah, I mean, Alexis mentioned nepotism. I mean, all of we have to practice. We have to be more intentional than nepotism. Like, nepotism is just opening up
okay, so
the door. Let me finish, please.
No, please let me say this really quickly. No, when I say nepotism, I don't mean just any and everybody. People you
don't
know their values. You understand where their family comes from. I'm not talking about the way it's done now. I'm talking about the way it should be.
Oh, I have no problem with nepotism. I only hire Black people, and I only hire people, generally that I know. So there's nothing wrong with that. But the thing to step further is you have to actually mentor people. And one thing I was on LinkedIn the other day, and I saw someone who wasn't even looking to hire anybody, but he is still doing the hiring practice and verifying people in his network. So pretty much growing the pipeline of workers. So he'll do mock interviews and things like that. And then on his LinkedIn, he'll say, hey, I did these 2 mock interviews. These are some great candidates for someone looking for, to hire software engineers. I've, shown they can code, reach out to me and I'll get you connected with them. So that is another step of which, something that I'm going to start doing as well. And I think we need more people to be more intentional about not only just opening up the door, but trying to pull people, into opportunities.
Yeah. Okay. So you're right. Chanel, you were right. Black majority state, Yusuf. Of course, we agree. Absolutely. Let me tell you, I moved to Atlanta one time, and first get to Atlanta, and I'm getting everything figured out with this business, and there's an issue, and it happens to be with product, and I go over and meet the product director, and I'm telling him what the problem is. So I've taken over this organization, and the tool I have does not work for my people, so it does not work for me, which means what you're doing is wrong because my people are your customer base. Whatever you say, I really don't fucking care about. Get it the way they need it to be. Interestingly enough, this man had gone to Georgia Tech. All the developers on his team went to Georgia Tech. we are sitting here in Atlanta, and we have one Black developer on this team of like 15 people. Just one. We're sitting here with Morehouse, Spelman, Clark, Atlanta Technical College, all this down in the AUC, and we don't recruit people here. And we have jobs where people can come out of college with no managerial experience, with whatever degree you have, and you can start making, and no, this is not a big freaking number to people, but you could start making, $50,000 working at our lowest level without a college degree. I'm like, why are we not recruiting? You don't like the people you're getting in these areas, because I changed my recruitment all around for my division, and I was getting better people, and our numbers were going up because, I do what I have to do to figure shit out. And I was like, your problem is you hire everybody from fucking Georgia Tech, so they all know the same shit. You need to hire somebody from somewhere fucking else. And he hired a young man that did like a program with God, I think it was Morehouse, and I cannot remember the other school where he did like a 3-2 to get his engineering degree and bachelor's in like computer science or whatever. I don't know. We recruited him through an event that we did at the AUC. And, I don't know everybody, but I'm like, you're just getting the wrong things. And imagine this, their shit started getting better, but I will say this into what Yusuf is talking about. That's one of the things we have to be very, very intentional about is the software engineers, the coders, things like that. Because I'm going to tell you, when they do like facial recognition software, we've all seen it where they're like, oh, they arrested this man because of this. And clearly we can all tell that is not the same person. And what they're doing, where they're feeding in images of what a human looks like, is they're going to bring in family photos. They're going to feed, and this was a few years ago, but they're bringing in photos, and there are no white people in these photos. So the people that they say look like humans don't look like us. You have to pull the shit out. So yeah, being very intentional about like programming, coding, all of that. We have to get them in there. But those are not the only jobs. Like, I don't want us to overcorrect too much. Like, everything's a job, but that's super important. And, I've always said this, like, all the algorithm does, or whatever algorithm they have, is make being racist more efficient. It only predicts the past. It does not predict the future. When you're feeding into it things like, lending or like whatever it goes into. Because like if there's a data point in it that says race, they were denied before, so they're going to deny more Black people. This is what happened with Navy Federal. All right, I'll be quiet. Does that make sense, Yusuf?
Yeah, let me just dispel this rumor about the Navy Federal. Well, actually, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but yes, I understand what you're saying. My whole point was, whatever the, white people or any other culture is doing, we need to, whether we might document it, we need to create a better solution than that. We need to go further than what they're doing. I remember my first job, we had, we brought this Black guy in, and he's like an exceptional customer service, like a specialty person. He was like an expert trainer. So he told us about this WOW experience. And a WOW experience is what they teach people at 5-star restaurants or 5-star like services. So pretty much what you do is you whatever you consider 5-star is actually average. So when you're thinking about 5-star, whatever that you imagine in your mind, what that experience is, how they train their workers is, okay, that is the benchmark. And then they make you create different scenarios on what does a 6-star, what is a 7-star, what goes all the way up to 10. What does that all look like? That's like you're at a restaurant and they, line you up with a special dinner with, your favorite, comedian or something like that. So I think we need to raise the benchmark on everything that we're doing because we can't do the same thing that other cultures are doing, or else we're going to be running at the same cadence as them and we'll never be able to gain ground. Well, I think the ultimate solution that we're not actually having to compete with them anymore is by doing the Black, state majority, which is the main reason why I support that strategy. But in everything that we do, also we need to raise that the bar and But yeah, I mean, I really like the overall conversation. Today, and a lot of the videos and the audio that was being played, it's things that, one of the things is we often don't need to train people to do new things. We just need to remind people of things that they already know. And that's what I got from the audio today. It's a reminder of things that I've already know people knew 30 years ago, probably like you said, 60 years ago. And these are things that we need to continue to remind folks, so we are making sure that we're heading in the right direction.
And that is where grandparents come in, or a piece of it. But yes, you're absolutely right. It's the transfer of knowledge from one generation to the next. And sometimes grandparents are better at it, or better equipped to give it to grandchildren than they were to give it to their own children. So I understand. But we've been up against a system that keeps us where we are. But you're right. We have to do better. All right, I'm going to be quiet for real now. Sorry.
Okay.
Good night and good morning, y'all. I'm heading out, but appreciate y'all.
Gotcha. I'm a DM you her husband's Twitter. I'm going over it and I'm just seeing some of the things he highlighted. This was back in April. He said this was from a news report. Now I was at that Rodney Square. It says Rodney Square to get a $6 million to $8 million facelift. This is essentially the downtown. It's got some statue, maybe a fountain, some benches, and there's a plaque explaining what this was. I'm not sure if this was the town whipping post, because I know Delaware did also have one of those where they would essentially put us in these wooden stirrups and or chain us to a post and do terrible things to our people. But at any rate, he says more money being spent on Rodney Square, while over 800 people get their water shut off notices in the city of Wilmington, Delaware, and over 60 families have no watering servicing their homes. Millions were spent on Rodney Square just 2 years ago. What more can you go there? What about the people? Question.
So you know who he's talking about? He's talking about the current mayor. So when I was there, I was researching how did the current mayor get elected, and he did the revitalization and the design. He was over the Riverside Development Corporation, and that Rodney Square is there. So that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna send you his because you go down to you could see that these people are. It looks like he's into construction and or property, real estate, or not real estate but insurance. So it looks like they got some insurance business, they got some real estate business activity going on, and then you see a lot of events that the future mayor attended as well over at least the course of the last year. So yeah, Potter's realtors. So they're real as can be, as far as I can tell. Like I said, got to meet them, shake their hand, look them in the eyes, things of that nature. So
yeah, I'm gonna redo her website and offer it to her as a gift. Because that shit, it doesn't do a good job displaying her pedigree. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a big fan of her, even without knowing her. Just based off of everything I've read up to this point about her.
That's what's up. Okay. So it is 4 a.m. That's about the time that we were planning to, go ahead and end things here. So if anybody else has any last words, just one of those speak now or forever hold your peace. I'll shout out Miss Giselle one last time for that amazing space she had. If you haven't had a chance to check that out, definitely check out the Marcel versus Cam Howard conversation / debate. And then Miss Pamela Denise is going through Project 2025, one step at a time. And she did the first series recently this past week. And shout out, I see Gov in the space from Liquor Store. If you love music, in particular Black American music, and you like to just relax, have fun, no politics, definitely check out the account that's titled Chief Governor Game. You know, and it's a fun space. It's a music space. It's a shit talking space, to be quite honest. And you know, you just get to put politics in the rear view and kick your feet up and pull your chair back, and I think a lot of people like to have a little spirit in their glass, a little something to sip on, possibly something to smoke on in that space. But it's a good time, and you know, it's one of those things where every once in a while you got to decompress. Got to decompress. Got to take your mind off of these politics. Got to take your mind off the trauma of what goes on. It's rapid fire across the timeline of tragedy after tragedy after tragedy, and it's good to go in there twice a week, if not more often, and just relax. You got it, DJ.
Yeah, I'm gonna say on this comparing states to countries, man. You might want to give Arizona $1 trillion too, because remember the TCSM Computer Chip Manufacturing Corporation is moving to Arizona from Taiwan. So there you go. So I guess if you go over to New Jersey, and you can see the comparison of New Jersey and Taiwan GDPs. Taiwan got about 603 billion. Added up there with Denmark's comparison to Arizona. Right there, it's about a little over 900, close to 900. But considering we're in America, you might as well add those numbers down. What is it? Arizona got 350 billion now. Jersey got 634 billion. Yeah, that's about $1 trillion. You round it off, bro. You know what I mean? Because without no chips, we can't talk shit. You know what I mean? There you go.
Yeah, that's interesting that they would put that infrastructure on the Mexican border like that. I don't think that's smart, but you know, hey, they do what they do. It is what it is. I would have put that further into the interior of the country, but it is what it is. You got it, Muffet.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something real quick. I fell asleep and woke back up, and thankfully, the space is still going. On the issue of economic activity, just always want to point out what people refer to as our spending power is really not our non-discretionary spending power. Most of that, I guess you would say, is our internal GDP, goes towards things like rent, mortgages, other utilities, and just the basic necessities of life. There should be another chart that focuses on after we pay our bills and provide for the basic necessities of life, what we're left with after that. But it still makes a point of what we actually have to spend on, and I believe that we should have, a more focused. Well, I'll back up. We are at that level as far as spending power, but I believe there should be central planning or an organization at some point that acts as a central planner or central director to give us guidance on how to spend our money. So if we did have that type of leadership that directed us into how to spend our money, how we should handle our economic activity, we would be in a much better position, because everyone across this country doing their own thing will never get us anywhere. We need guidance or leadership on how to spend and where to spend. Until we can create those institutions that give us guidance, our potential would never be used to its true capacity or capabilities. I just want to say that. While you're talking, I'm looking at Zillow, and I'm looking at the homes in real estate in Delaware. And I'm seeing that a lot of properties are going up on the market in Wilmington. And it just makes me think, like, if we don't begin to jump on that before you know it, Wilmington might change in demographics, because there's a lot of, I would imagine, older Black people that's putting their homes up for sale. I don't know where they're going, but, you know, it's never a good thing when you see so many homes on the market for certain towns.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting on that part. If you figure out where they're like, because we kind of want to focus on Dover and Wilmington, so if you figure out if it's happening in either of those two, definitely let me know. I'll try to take a look at it. As far as the first point, this is like this is, to me, is and because this is something that we've talked about often, you hear it often. It's kind of like the majority Black districts that don't really actually exist, or it's like we have 50 million, we have 60 million population, which is really hard to justify. If people don't show up and they're not counted, technically they don't exist. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. If they're not being counted and they're not participating in the system to be counted, technically they don't exist. But when it comes to this spending power thing, so I'm gonna look at it from this perspective, and this is what Tony Brown was really getting at. If in a concentrated region of states where we own the property, so we're the landlords, we own the car dealerships, we own the grocery stores, we own all of the assets where we shop and spend our money, then all of the money is circulating within our population. The problem is the way it exists today, scattered across the country, integrated, assimilated, and eventually annihilated, is, as he said, 95% of the money leaves our community. So it is a function of our existence as it currently exists. But just like these countries are what they are, they're in a concentrated, isolated ecosystem, so that their GDP essentially circulates within that system. Our problem is we're a consumer class, and our economy does not circulate within a closed system. And I think, again, that's what he was talking about. How do you create systems and institutions to capture this power that we have? So yeah, I mean, that's, to me, that's the way I look at it. Even if we're talking about mortgages, if we own the banks where we go to get the mortgages, then the money is still circulating within the community. So that's what we got to figure out, that part.
Well, I say the function of our movement is to corral the mindset of people and corral that spending power, and let people know that they do have the potential to bring, you know, their economic activity and their spending power into one region or one state, and then they could, you know, it'll I guess activate our potential as a people, and then that spending power will really become what it should be, and it'll benefit our people and our efforts under state majority. So it's not spread out and actually benefit in systems control or states and communities controlled by white people. It'll all be under the, I guess, authority of the Black majority, and it'll be used to benefit us solely. So, like, that's one of the benefits of the Black majority state concept, and we'll finally have the ability to utilize our spending power solely to benefit us. I know I'm rambling. It's late.
No. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm going to look up bottled water. This is from a space a while back. So this is one of the products that we spend a hell of a lot of money on. So this was from October. Bottled water, $800 million. Drinks, $587 million. So just those two products alone, bottled water and drinks, which I assume are sodas and juices, whatever.
That we buy in our community.
That's what we spend. Yeah, that's the money we spend on bottled water. Bottled water and drinks.
How much is the water?
800 million. The drinks are nearly 600 million.
Okay, you can leave the regular drinks out like sodas and Pepsis and juices and Hennessy and all that other shit. Water, Flint, Michigan, Newark, New Jersey. I think Mason, Tennessee had the same issue when they were down there fighting for the same thing. All black neighborhoods are polluted with cesspool water. I don't drink the water. I've been stopped drinking the water probably 20, 30 years ago in Newark. And the water used to be from a spring up in New York. They done capped that off because they don't want the knackers having fresh water. You already know. So if we spending that much money on water, then yeah, we need to own something that's in the water business. Go ahead.
Well, there you go. And so here's the thing. If you think about the hip hop entrepreneur moguls who wanted to promote the cool products, clothing, alcohol, whatever, right? They never, and whatever it is, what it is, they're not thinking on the same wavelength that we're thinking on, but they never took the time to say, well, what do our people actually buy? Now, I could give credit to Master P because he kind of went into the food. He kind of has tried his best to get into the food market, food industry, and try to establish a presence. But if you just know what we already spent money on and then make products based on that, get market share, that's the easiest path. It's really about shifting our habits in order to shift our position in life. It's 1.1 billion on beauty products, nearly $500 million on skincare and grooming aids, $500 million on soap and bath. So these would be the places that if I was thinking about going into business, because this is where we're already spending money.
So there are people, especially black people, that have like vitamin waters, 50 Cent invested. The problem is they're investing in companies and making these companies popular. So that's really what the issue is our celebrities or our well-known people are making, getting paid well to popularize other, cultures, products. And it's our responsibility. We can't say that the celebrities, what their asset that they're bringing is being able to, provide their distribution channels and their networks. It's, the everyday person to build the companies and the products for them to invest in. And that's our responsibility to do that. So yeah, everybody, I was in this one space. I forgot what the gentleman's name who had it, but it was not that many people in there. But the title is what do you provide for your community? And, I guess I'm going to leave with this message is like, everybody figure out what you provide for your community. Like one of the things, like I never retweet or, anything like if I didn't actually post it, generally I rarely retweet someone to, do. So something I, contribute is not retweets, or I don't contribute my audience, whoever's following me. I really don't care about my followers, but what I do contribute are other things. So, but I think if everybody figures out what they can contribute and just focus on that one thing, and then be excellent at doing that and, being, repeat, but it's our responsibilities in general. We can't rely on, whether that be the bourgeoisie, black bourgeoisie, whether that be the black celebrities or whatever the case may be. We have to build the products for people to invest in, so we can have this, because this is the data, the information that we know, the conscious people. We need to go the next step, and build that. Yeah, if I I can just step in, Blackman, you mentioned bottled water. I thought you want to take the conversation in a different direction. I had mentioned non-discretionary spending earlier, and water is actually discretionary spending. Now, I know what DJ was saying now, when you look at municipalities that have poor water quality, you have to buy bottled water. At least people think they have. But there's another option that allows us not to waste so much of our discretionary spending on water, and that would be instead of buying bottled water from these companies. And I do believe it's important that we, form our own water companies, because I don't think there's too much regulation that really prevents us from doing that. It's probably one of the easier businesses to get into. But instead of our people from day to day spending their money, or I would say wasting their money buying these bottled water products, an alternative would be to just buy a filter, because we don't realize these bottled water companies get their water from municipal sources, and they just have filtration units where they pass the water through to, improve the quality. And we can do the same thing at home, double filter or have higher filtering standards
But are we creating those filters?
You're right. We're buying it
vertical integration. There's a black lady that just bought a spring in New York. I believe it's around Buffalo, with her sons, and they're starting a water company. So whatever the solution is,
Yeah, you got the water company down there in the
I don't
Mississippi.
drink my tap water. I got bottles of waters all, or I get the big jug. So that's what I do. But whatever the solution is, we need to focus on what does vertical integration look like for that solution, and we need to make sure that we are, covering every single area in ownership standpoint. Because again, you have to control who you're providing your labor to, so we're at least building wealth for people in our community.
Okay. But I was referring more to the everyday household saving money. And like, if we had institutions to point out how we could save more, so we're not, putting our money into the economy that benefits others. If we, on a municipal level, I would say, I'm just going to give a flat number, 100 cubic feet of water costs about the same much as a 24, 34 pack of water. 100 cubic feet, like when you look at your water bill, is anywhere from $5 to $7 for 100. Just think 100 feet going one way, and length, width, height. That is enough to fill like 3 rooms. That amount of water costs the same amount as a package of bottled water from the supermarket.
Why do we need to save our money when people can spend their money, and you're contributing to the economy by circulating the dollar? So I understand your point. There are areas that you can live below your means, but to me, I was reading this thing. I apologize for kind of controlling the conversation, but it's fine. I think we should practice minimalism for 1 year. Don't buy shit unless it's black owned. Most things aren't black owned right now, but give people a year to build industry, but literally live minimal lives. Don't have whatever you have currently as far as your clothes. Keep that. Don't buy anything else whatsoever. We talk about boycotting. No, we need to live a minimalistic lifestyle for a year, and then have people build up industries from there.
But that was my point. Spending our money more intelligently, so we can put what we save to better use. And if people are spending, hundreds to thousands of dollars on water, there's a better way to go about it. If we just get filtration systems, and you would save thousands, and then put that. But first, people need direction. Like, people don't even think about this. We need to get out messaging to people on how to better save and spend their money, so we can put it towards things that benefit our communities overall.
Hey, let me say this real quick. I know you want to wrap, Alexis. So the problem is with that, Muffet, you got to understand, if you living in the hood like we is over here in Essex County, you're dealing with these old lead pipes. So no matter how much filtration you put on it, your pipes are still being, the water's still being ran through a lead pipe just to get to the filter. So it's like, hey, I'm going to buy bottled water forever, son, you know what I'm saying?
May I jump in here, DJ? Really quick?
Moses West, too, Alexis, Moses West, yeah, I know.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
No, he's trying to talk about the guy that has the water system that pulls it from the atmosphere. But that's not where you were going, right?
That is not where I'm going. Goodness gracious.
Oh, my bad.
Okay. Every state in the union has a couple of things in their state pay grades, and generally these people move around between these plants. They are water managers and wastewater managers. I'll speak on Alabama, and we have 3 different grades of these people. 3 different grades. And in order to run a big one in a big fucking city, you need to know all of this over here. But those are jobs where people need. So if you have people like us who understand it, you get them to be the water managers and the wastewater managers. And let me tell you, we have plenty of workers who have worked in these places because they have these jobs. And that's the knowledge we need. And when you see something like you have a situation where the lead pipes are not good, listen, my kids are drinking the same water as your kids drink, and my husband's the water manager. He needs to go out here and get this shit fixed. I'm just going to call it what it is. And we know where the accountability is. This exists. People do work, but the states control what the requirements are to work at facilities, to go to bigger facilities, to manage those facilities. And if you can get a situation where I can see these pipes aren't going to fucking work, we need some infrastructure in here. Build this shit out. People got to build the pipes. People got to drink all this stuff. It's reimagined in that way so that we continually upgrade our systems or figure out a better way that one's not going to break down. That's where I was going. Water managers and wastewater managers exist in every state in the union, and every state regulates their qualifications to be one. And you can make a lot of money in the state that you start out in if you continue moving up the system.
Yeah, my thing is, one of the things I learned early on is, the amount of, there's only certain things you should be focusing on, reducing expenses. And, if something's only, let's say $10 a month, who gives a fuck if you're going to spend if you're worried about these little small prices, that you should be more focused on increasing your income as opposed to the smaller things.
So you said, this is what I'm going to say to you. What is small? What's a small amount of money? What is a small amount of money?
I would say if you are concerned about something like water, getting bottled water, then you need to increase your income.
Okay.
Yeah, you can increase your income by doing a number of
in a place that we control, we have in a state that we control, why would we have a situation where the water that our citizens are drinking is nasty? Come on, listen, there are things you have to work out, but if you have people that understand it, listen, in the town that I live in, which is basically Lily Damn White, we had a farmer's dam that broke and it screwed up our water system. The governor issued a state of emergency. We had the Corps of Engineers up here. She had the National Guard, and they were handing out bottled water to every damn body that wanted some. And they were testing our results every 8 hours of the state lab. I'm sorry, what?
I said I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm all for bottled water or also having clean, drinking water. I have no problem. All I'm just saying,
if you have clean drinking water, you don't have to buy bottled water.
You don't understand how people it's not just as easy as that. Most people in New York don't understand that you all have the cleanest water. Not you from New York, but people that live in New York, they have the cleanest water in the world. So, but they still don't drink the bottled water because it's just not known. So it's just not, everybody has their own cultural norms and things that they like to do. And I don't see, anything wrong. Most people on the East Coast, from my experience, don't drink, tap water. They just don't do it. I mean, I grew up drinking out of the spigot, but that's about it.
Does Irvington water smell like chemicals and license one symbol?
Listen, I understand how different water smells. I do because, listen, I grew up in Alabama, in Northwest Alabama, to be exact. And I remember going down to Florida to see a cousin and taking a shower. And my dad's like, the water is hard here, so it's going to be, more soap, whatever. It also smelled funny the first time I was down in Florida, right? So I get it. It smells different. It's regulated differently. I am saying it's going to be more than just a year reset, because if you have a system where people are spending money on things that should be a necessity, to what Muppet was saying, there's not discretionary income. So I asked the number, what is small? What is small to me might not be small to you. If I say a dollar amount of money that is a small amount, I'm asking the question, is $10 small? I don't know. I don't know your budget. I don't know your income. I don't know your life. So me saying a discretionary amount is not the same as Muppet saying it or you saying it. So I could declare it's this amount of money and everybody should do it, but everybody can't do it. So we have to be strategic with it.
Sure. I hear you, but I don't know. I'm kind of drained with this conversation. But at the end of the day, focus on vertical integration, no matter what it is. So if we're talking about getting filters, if we want inexpensive opportunities,
filters, bro.
Not only owning the
filters.
Not only owning bottled water companies, not only owning filtration systems. So it's having all the various different options. I think really what we're really talking about, oftentimes Black people might have one option, but we don't have the variation of options to choose from, which is why, when we're choosing Black owned, if the solution that you're used to isn't that, then you just go with something else.
Okay, 100. All right, we agree. 100. I'm just shut the fuck up. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, let me interject this. So 50 Cent, because I think 50 Cent was brought up with the vitamin water deal. He sold. What's that? I'm in the Matrix? God damn it, man. Fuck, I'm in the motherfucking Matrix. Every 5 minutes, I'm in the motherfucking Matrix, man. Every 5 minutes, I'm in the damn Matrix.
Can we look at if there's any, if not a hotel, Airbnbs or other lodging that's Black owned? Can we try to organize that? Because I'm always conscious of where I spend my money, and I really don't want to spend it with anyone but us.
Every time I was there, I only stayed at Black owned places. So, I mean, it's not, yeah.
All right, so I'll just reach out to you.
Nah, don't reach out to me. You can figure out how to do it yourself.
Why would you not provide him with a list of places to go and to
because
get money?
Because he has to learn himself also.
That's not nepotism right there.
I got you.
Nepotism. But okay, I'm with you.
He has the skill set.
You're right. I'm being lazy.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounded like to me. It's just laziness, not lack of resources.
Okay, I'm gonna do my 50 cent spiel. So he sold that vitamin water. When they sold the company, it was essentially a $5 billion deal. He got $100 million out of it. Now, who knows? He might have only invested $2 million or whatever into it initially. So he made this massive profit on his initial investment. However, vitamin water continues to sell, right? So here's where he fucked up. He didn't get a royalty that would be in perpetuity with the product.
Ray Charles told us this. He didn't own the masters. He did not own the masters.
Yeah, that vitamin water is expected to generate over $2 billion annually, which means
vitamin water a part of Coca-Cola or PepsiCo?
It's Coca-Cola. So,
yeah.
And that's what y'all are not forgetting. It's a publicly traded company at this point. So you can own, and I'm pretty sure he still has a little percentage of the company, but it's a publicly traded company.
You're saying he could have got stock options. Well, that would have been just as good to have the cash out and some equity in the future of the stock.
Yeah,
but
usually that's you usually don't sell your. I think you leave like 10% or something. Most of the time when you cash out something like that, you get a little bit of stock options.
Okay, so we're not talking about a situation about cashing out. We're talking about dividends paying people. Like, if you have a situation. Okay, all right, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to, dividends are completely different things from having equity in a publicly traded company.
Yeah,
just having shares.
No, dividends are the income you earn off the shares you hold in the organization.
Not all stocks pay dividends.
Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, but let me say this. See, the whole thing about this was not to keep him in the company. It was to buy him out. This was a complete buyout. If he came back around and bought stock on his own, or if a part of the deal was stock, he's not an owner. He has no direction over the company anymore. In other words.
Yeah, but the whole company was sold. So the whole company was sold to Coca-Cola, and the Coca-Cola is a publicly traded company, and he got cashed out. That's anytime you sell a company like Bevel. I use Bevel all the time. It's owned by Tristan Walker, or he created the company. So he sold his company to Procter & Gamble. And when he sold his company, he got cashed out. All the people that worked there who had equity in the company got cashed out, and they retain a small percentage, but it's now on the publicly traded company's books. So anybody has access to buy shares in that company.
Yeah, you said another thing about that.
You also have restricted shares. You also have restricted shares. So when you work for a company, it's different than what other people can get. There's a trading period. There are all these things that go in with it. I work for a publicly traded company. I worked in mergers and acquisitions. I understand very well how these rules work. When my company was acquired and they wanted to keep me on, I was thinking I was going to get a golden parachute. They were like, no, we need you. And I was like, oh, God. So I had to, negotiate over a number of years.
When you're among the original investors, there are different classes of shares that gives you different voting rights or ownership rights.
And if you get bought out of those, you're out of them. Like, they're not going to let you back in at some point. Like, you remember Beyonce got a ton of money from Uber, or a ton of stock options from Uber, whatever it was, and to perform at one of their corporate events. And she parlayed it that way. I don't know what ownership she may or may not have, or they may or may not have in the company, but they paid a lot of money.
My thing is
and shares, and I would imagine they're still owners of the company, but it's a different class that other people can't get into.
Sure. So my thing is when it comes to oftentimes people are like telling Black people not to sell their company to white people. I would say I agree with that only if it's a public traded company. Sell the company.
With some royalty rights.
No, you don't. You think that it'd be great to have royalty rights. You're not getting royalty rights. Most ideally, that's an ideal situation. If your lawyers can figure that out, that's great. But most times, that's not going to happen.
We're going to have lawyers that can figure this stuff out for us.
No one's going to agree. That's a deal. That's going to be a deal breaker oftentimes to doing royalty, because you're just stifling money from the growth of
No. There is a number. I'm going to tell you right now. There is a number that they are comfortable with. There are some companies you go to, and $2 billion is a rounding error in their marketing budget. It's a rounding fucking error. I can find $2 billion somewhere in a company that's not being spent, and it's not going to belong to me.
That has to be $1 trillion company. If it's going to be $2 billion.
2 or 3 automotive companies.
Okay. And automotive. All right. I don't want to argue back and forth, but at the end of the day, it makes sense for Black companies to sell their companies if they're going to cash it out at a publicly traded company, because then they can invest into other, ideally Black companies. So
if they're able to do it and they don't have to buy their mama house, their grandmother house, doesn't need to buy a new house for himself and his family, there are going to be ways that the money could be siphoned off. You have to be very, very particular about money management from the day you start having it. So I'll just shut up.
But yeah, anywho, when we're talking about 50 Cent, he didn't start the company. He was, he invested in the company, and I think he made $100 million. So, or I believe it's $100 million. So he probably just put maybe $100 million, or excuse me, 1 million or 2 million in that. You normally get based off of that deal. I think it was. I think 8x or 10x his valuation. So he made a good penny, and then now he got that studio down in I think Louisiana. So I'm not really I'm sure he did everything that he could do, because he's a good businessman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agreed. He's got a lot of different investments, and he had the vodka, he had some clothing, other things off the top of my head. So yeah, matter of fact, he had the headphones. It's funny because I just read a thing that said he kind of cut G Unit out of that initial vitamin water deal, but then he also ran to do the headphones before Dre put out the Dre Beats, and that's how their relationship kind of soured a little bit on that. So it's interesting how people, they do what they do, they move how they move. It is what it is. But
before you say that, do you know why he cut the G Unit out of doing certain things?
it says here that if there wasn't any upfront money, that was his rationale for not cutting them into it. At least that's the way he explained it to them.
So I was listening to an interview, and he said he had that G Unit clothing and things like that. He was saying that these people, they weren't actually they weren't doing their job. So instead of wearing their G Unit shoes and their merchandise, they wanted to wear Gucci, they wanted to wear Louis, they wanted to wear the popular, as opposed to wearing their clothes that he pretty much made.
See you next weekend. So thanks for coming out. Funded socially, blackstateofamerica.com. Peace.
His line, because they just weren't